legalese. They understood it and they knew how to guard against it. We, however, were taught to speak it fluently without ever being taught what it does. So what we're doing here is not rebellion, it is remembrance. We are not searching for new rights, we are not reinventing new remedies. The answers already exist. They have been hidden, obfuscated, inverted, bastardised and buried, but they were never destroyed. Our ancestors fought and died to secure our unalienable rights. They do not come from government, cannot be granted by parliament, and cannot be removed by statute. So the real question is not why are things the way they are now? The real question is, how did we forget that it was already settled? And to answer that, we have to go back into history, back into law, back into the moment where living law was slowly replaced with legal administration. So the history, and I'm not going to bore you to death too much, hopefully. But again, if we don't understand the history, then we won't understand the remedy. So how do we get here? In England, sovereignty has never resided in Parliament, and it never resided in kings or queens as owners. This is one of the most fundamental misunderstandings of our constitutional history. Kings and queens are the highest public servants, they are trustees. So if I say the word sovereignty to people, what kind of words would you kind of associate with that? What does that say? Me, yes, thank you, very good, I am me. Any other words? Sovereignty? Souverain, exactly. I think that's the French spelling, isn't it, David? Same kind of thing. So sovereignty speaks to our unalienable rights, it speaks to us being accountable for our actions, being responsible for ourselves and for others. Now the canon law, not everybody is ready to be sovereign, because to be sovereign is to be a king and queen of old, it is to take the knee for the realm, to protect the vulnerable, to help people who cannot help themselves. And this is what true sovereign is. That makes you a king and queen of the realm, all of us. And that's why our kings and queens were removed, and we got a German royal family. Salzburg, Coburg, Gotha, blah, 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 blah. And you can't have foreign nationals constitutionally in positions of power, but we're going to get to that. So the Crown holds authority in trust for the benefit of the people, but the Crown isn't the royal family, the Crown is us. We are the imperial Crown, we hold the power. The people have the power. We created Parliament, not the other way around. Maxim, he who creates owns. We own them. We tell them what to do. But as we know, they've lowered our status because we've forgotten who we are, turned us into residents, occupiers, taxpayers, any kind of label from the City of London to lower our status, and so we forget who we are. And older maxims matter because they explain the structure of authority. Nemo dat quod non habet. No one can give what they do not have. Power can only be delegated from the people by the people. So it was delegated to Parliament in state business. That's all. That's it, and that's all. It can't be redelegated. They can't do what they want with it. But unfortunately, we have had a corporate government since 1707. Let that sink in. So if sovereignty does not belong to the Crown as property, then it cannot be given away. It does not belong to Parliament. Then Parliament cannot surrender it. Anybody see the European Union for details? We'll get to that. It was unconstitutional, and it is a fraud on the people or the inhabitants of the land. A trustee cannot dispose of a trust itself. A trustee has the fiduciary capacity. The King and Queen has the fiduciary duty to its people to hold their estates in trust. Your birth bond is an administrative instrument, don't be too scared of it. In equity we call it recoupment, and we're going to be showing you how to do that. That's another Zoom. Zoom. I on Zoom. So used to being on Zooms. Where am I? Who am I? So the principle was settled years ago, centuries ago. So when King John attempted to surrender England to the Pope, the act was later ruled void. This is what we call a void order constitutionally, because England did not belong to him. He held it in trust for the successors, and for the people, the transfer was invalid from the outset. Quod ab initio non vale in tractu temporis non convalescit. Say that after you've had a few wines. Does anybody know what it means? No one fluent in Latin? They didn't teach us Latin, did they? Or they certainly removed it from the curriculum around the 80s. It means what is void from the beginning does not become valid with time. So these constitutional laws, these constitutional principles of our land are unfortunately, and fortunately, when we remember them, is what we will enforce. And we'll get to that as well. So the doctrine did not disappear, it carried forward into the constitutional settlement of England, and it is why certain instruments sit above all ordinary legislation. So we've all heard of the Magna Carta. What we found out, actually, they've removed the letters. It's the Charter, because a charter is dead. It's a dead piece of paper. A charter is a living grant. So this is what they do. They move a letter, they move a word, they twist, they invert, they subvert, they pervert. And that's the Magna Charta, or Charter. It's not an ordinary statute. Neither are the Petition of Right, the Declaration of the Bill of Rights, 1689. These are superior constitutional instruments held in perpetuity for the people. Now, perpetuity is not poetic language. It is a defined legal condition and/or lawful condition. Something held in perpetuity cannot be repealed, cannot be extinguished, and cannot be overridden by later enactments. So a lot of people will be hearing like, the Magna Carta, it's all right, doesn't really exist anymore, well, certain parts of it, blah, 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 blah. Nope. It cannot be hacked, changed, altered, or deleted, as our Toshi would say, just the same as BSV. It's a superior statute. So that's just a load of bollocks. Pardon my French. So these instruments, they don't grant rights, but they recognise rights that already existed, rights that predate Parliament, rights that were secured through conflict of our ancestors precisely to retain those in power. Yeah, restrain those in power. We don't want to retain them, do we? Anybody want to retain those in power at the moment? Fraud omnia vitiat, fraud vitiates everything, and we have been under a fraud and labouring under a fraud as the people for a very long time. We're now all in contract and commerce under merchant law, again, maritime. It requires your consent. Actually, I'd just like to slip in, what is the law of the land in this nation? We'd say the common law, yeah. Now, the land that earned the water, the LAW, is also a construct of Rome. Anything that falls under the land that earned the water, even though we have dominion over it in Genesis, is still a construct in itself. What we've worked out constitutionally, because the heavens are above and below, the waters above, the waters below, and the firmament, is that admiralty is the law of the land. Weirdly. So we can employ admiralty marshals. The living can't talk to the dead, right? Everybody understands that principle of the legal fiction. They need to turn you into a legal fiction, into a persona, into a person of significant control of your own company, so that they can do business with you. How do the living go and arrest the dead? Then we employ the admiralty marshals, because they are from the heavens, from the waters above. So the living executor, when we return as living executor, sovereign king, sujole, je suis, I am, as the Christos, as the Christ figure, as the beneficiary and creditor, when we rearrange the trust positions in the court, in our own minds, then we can execute them. Because the living executor executes them, executor. The sovereign king, the return of the king. Anybody seen Lord of the Rings? What's the last film in Lord of the Rings? Return of the King. What defeats evil? The return of the King. And we're all sovereign kings. So basically we were screwed over by our entrance into the European Union in 1960. Before any entry into the European project, the question of sovereignty was formally raised. And the Lord Chancellor at the time, Lord Kilmuir, was the highest legal officer of the Crown, and his response was unequivocal. He stated that sovereignty could not be surrendered because it does not belong to Parliament. He confirmed that the treaty-making power resides with the sovereign, but that even the sovereign cannot give away sovereignty, not to a foreign power and not to Parliament itself, because Parliament is a servant body. Now what happens is, they are our public servants, or they should be, but everything is corporatised, bastardised. We're the only species on the planet that has to pay to live. They've took all the land, soil and mineral rights, and the land is your body, the soil is what our sole of the foot walks upon. And they've taken it all from us, and they've sold it back to us. Go figure, right? When you think of it simply like that, isn't it whack? It's whack. So again, the fiduciary is acting outside its mandate. Now in trust law, when a fiduciary acts outside its mandate, it's one of the highest breaches of trust law. So we get them on that. We've told the judges, and there's a particularly nasty one, District Judge Sharma, who actually has been struck off. He was struck off as a criminal solicitor. This is how corrupt it is, this just as an example. He was struck off by the SRA as a criminal solicitor, and is now pretending to be a judge. As they're all pretending to be judges in those courtrooms, because they're all on foreign licence, by the United States of America, which is the United States without America, which is why the Uniform Commercial Code operates within our courts, because they are corporate and commercial, all of our courts, even the Royal Courts of Justice. That's how corrupt it is. So either they defect, the degenerates, is what we tell them at the Realm of England, or we will get the men, we will drag them out, and we will hang them by yard arms by 2027. So 2026 is going to be a fun thing. Astrologically, this might be a bit woo-woo for people, but Hercules is bashing the Draco system astrologically, and it's absolutely key to end up where we've got, yeah. We, the people, are sovereign. We're not persons, we're not residents, we're not taxpayers. This is the status lowering trick. And if you're a person, then they can tell you're a ward of the state. They can tell you exactly what to do. This is why they keep us in a constant, perpetual state of war. They class us as combatants, because the banks never have to show their books in times of war. And in times of war, they can always have martial law. And actually in law, yeah, as again, it's just a big money-making revenue and racket. Parliament is not sovereign, as we said. He who creates owns. We created it. They don't get to tell us what to do, but they do until we remember who the fuck we are, my friends. So, superior statutes cannot be removed, and we're going to go through a few of them. They rely on legislation, and we rely on law. And again, the difference between law and legislation is given the force of law by the consent of the governed. Now, what really boils my blood at the moment is we have documented this and backed them into a corner at every single point. We've evidenced it with case law, we've evidenced it with their non-feasance, their misfeasance, their malfeasance, with the forged documents, yeah? All these documents that you're getting from these fake courts is a criminal act of uttering. But now we're starting to report them to the police, so we can block the police in. The police now have to report the crime. It's criminal. It's a criminal racket, that's it. It's banking. See judge, see postmaster, see banker. So we've got to rely on our ancestors' battles, ultimately. And these superior constitutional instruments, Magna Charta, the Bill of Rights, the Declaration of Rights, and the trust law held in perpetuity. Now we've seen the ridiculous, I mean, half of this country's lost its mind on it really at this point. We are letting the lunatics run the asylum. And again, sorry, this sounds a bit harsh, but I'm going to say it. You know, there's a reason why sovereign kings and queens of old, they did it with pure heart, they did it for the people. They were given benefits and privileges. That is the benefits and privileges of the state via your unalienable rights. They may have had castles, they may have had armies, they may have had the best horses, but they were there to defend the people, to hold the land in trust for the people, to feed the people, to protect the children, to protect the vulnerable. And now we have the lunatics running the asylum. Down with them all. If you dye your hair purple, your name's Bob, and you're chopping your penis off and you want to call yourself Sandra, I'm all for you, Bob. But, you know, just don't come doing it to 5-year-olds, else I'll chop your dick off for you. You know? I'm ready to bathe in blood, to be honest, this year. It might sound harsh. I'm Boudica. I'm the queen, returned, embodied. I sit between the pillars of severity and mercy. Which one do you want, motherfucker? Because we're coming for you. This is being recorded. I'll be arrested by Snap. I don't care. Does anyone care anymore? I don't care. And the thing is, this is why this stuff's so empowering, guys, because look how empowered I am. Yeah? Join the realm of England, come and join us. So then we've got this enforcement, these police acting as though they're like, you know, the policy officers with no signed warrants, bashing everybody's doors down, no jurisdiction. The police are now being licensed by the council, we've found out. Oh yeah, how does that work? The people delegate the authority by consent. Cressida Dick, and then the clues in the title for that woman, said we police by consent. Yeah, a bit of a policy the policy officers have decided to forget. How does the council? And we've got this on record. Our Robin Hood went in and bashed them to pieces, and they admitted that they have no powers of arrest under the Peace Act, and they're actually being licensed by the council. So they just got magic uniforms, magic pieces of paper. There's a bunch of bully boys. And who likes a bully? Remember what I did to them at school, so bring it back. Old school justice. So we know about the birth, of course. Everyone's aware of the legal fiction now, so I'm not going to kind of go over that really. But one thing I will say, people talk about the trust, and a lot of people saying it's a load of rubbish, it doesn't exist. Well, we've tracked the QSIP numbers, they do exist. But it's your mother's bond that you are the beneficiary of, your mother and your father. Your father is the seed. Your mother is, he actually becomes the grantor and settler in trust terms. Your mother has the power of attorney as trustee, and you have the benefit of that trust. Now, because we don't claim our estates, again, the birth bond is an asset to you in equity, but it also is a noose around your neck, crown copyright, if you don't know how to wield it. And we are starting a pilot scheme. We had 500 people on this pilot scheme of how to teach people to be in the private. Recouping equity, as in recoup all your abandoned securities, because credit and debt are the same thing. It's a bit of another conversation, but people want it done for them. And I'm not going to name any companies that have got themselves into messes recently. Doing recoupments, but they're doing it for people, getting them just to sign the instruments and not telling them processes and making a lot of money whilst they do it. And now apparently the IRS are after them. But they weren't very nice to begin with, so that's all I'm going to say. But the point is, we want to show people, you need to ask the why, for it is the question that drives, yeah? It is the quest, the heroes, gamos. You've got to ask the question, you've got to create the neural pathway. If I just do it for you, does that empower you? Or if I give a man a fish, he'll eat for a day, teach a man how to fish. But people don't want. So that isn't sovereignty. So let the kings and queens of old lead and chop heads. Are you ready, David? 2026. Have you got your horse? We're all chipping in. David's not got a horse. Just there'll be a little bucket going round for David's horse later. And I just want to kind of say this point before I get into constitutional law. It is the removal of the feminine from the Holy Trinity which has got us in this massive mess. And when things are out of balance and out of whack, because it's all about balance. In duality reality, they want you to be light or dark. They want you to, there's always that, it's divisive. But the Freemasonic checkerboard and all the occult studies, it's the middle way. Because it's like the Jedi. The Jedi don't want to fight the Sith, do they? But if they don't, then evil will kill all the Jedi, and all vulnerable. The Jedi protects, the priest kings of old, the Jedi. So you have to, it's like what they say, God's angels, we have one wing in reverence to our Creator, but the other wing dipped in blood. Some of us are warriors, and I'm ready. But the removal of the feminine from the Holy Trinity, Father, Son, Holy Ghost. Sorry, I think the woman was fairly ghosted out of this story. It's the mother. The mother is fire's creation. The mother is the Holy Ghost. And they remove the feminine, which is why we've got ego, domination, empire, control, pedophilia, because it is the woman that protects the children. How long have I got left, Carlo? Will someone flash me like that when I've got 5 minutes left? You tell me. I've only done 20 minutes. Yeah. Hey, belting. I'm going. People go, Carly, can you talk a bit slower? I can't.
Go twice speed.
I know. When I'm downloading or uploading this stuff, I'm just talking shit. So, I'm just going to go through some of the constitutional principles that we work with over the realm of England. Magna Carta, 1215. Everyone's heard of that one. They won't use it in statutory, because what is statute? What is statute? A statute from the Greek, a dead, lifeless thing. They pass acts. It's a great piece of theatre. It's an act. All you've got in those courtrooms, it's a great piece of theatre, and it works with fear, fiction, and force on your mind. It's statutory rape for these bastards to push us into commerce, when really they should disclose their jurisdiction. It should be under disclosure, but they're never going to do that. The judges in a courtroom, they're not on their oath or bonds. Obviously, when you kind of hire a solicitor, you hand your power of attorney over, and you declare yourself a lunatic and an imbecile before the court, because you're not of sound mind, you don't know who you are, you can't speak for yourself, And the bar members are there to protect bar members. I've got a law degree. First thing they get you to do, first thing is swear your oath of allegiance to the bar. And the bar is the City of London, so they're all in it for themselves, and it's a money-making racket. And it's a place of human trafficking and abject misery. But it's fun, isn't it? But if there's no crime, there's no victim, then, there's no jurisdiction over you as living men and women. And this is the distinction that we need to make. Because legislation, as I said, is only given the force of law by our consent. And we've bashed them to the wall at every point, even though they still continue to call us sovereign citizens or conspiracy theorists. Citizen just means slave as well. So when you go to citizens' advice, you're getting slave advice. It's all in the language and the dual nature of it. And when we decode the language, then the game's up, really. You are the coder and you are the decoder. And there's no accident that Neo from the Matrix was a hacker. He hacked the code. If you're still in that 5D spiritual stuff and you're manifesting stuff, well, yeah, manifest is a shipping term. They'll get you sat around on your arse waiting for someone to come and save you, basically, or for something. I'm just going to manifest £1 million. Yeah, it's because it takes your power away from you. And the Roman Catholic Church sell you salvation because you're classed as born of a cantia in their system, an empty vessel, to salvage. That's why it offers you salvation. They've hijacked the Christ, or the Christos, and turned it into a commercial outfit, turned him into Jesus Christ and the bourgeoisie image of him with the blue eyes and the blonde and all these kind of things. But as we know, if some of you have been following my work, our lands are the Holy Lands. England and Scotland and Ireland were all one landmass at one point. This is the Holy Land. But it's a magician's trick. They'll get you to look there, to Israel, as I call it, and Iran, while they bomb the crap out of that because they want to overtake the inhabitants of our land, which is why we've got this terrible immigration problem at the moment being purposefully done. And again, as I say, I'm not racist, I'm not transphobic, but I have a problem with it when it's a huge agenda, and I don't want an Islamified country. I just don't. No offence, but if you're offended, good. Because we're going to get onto that. You can offend people. You can say hurty words. We're all grown-ups. It's going to be fine. And that was ruled in the Supreme Court also. Anyway, I'm rambling on, so let's get back to the laws. So the Magna Carta, and basically what this stated in simple terms was that the crown is subject to the law. Now the crown have made themselves the crown, the royal crown, but actually the royal houses are astrotheological and astrological. Those were our royal houses. Our ancestors followed them, but the old priest kings hijacked the royal houses and they then called themselves the royals. Got us to not look up because it says in scripture, that you can't be into astrology, but the answers are in the heavens, and we walk on the back of giants underneath our feet, petrified titans of old. Still following? Yeah, good. So, Magna Carta. No free man shall be imprisoned, dispossessed, outlawed, exiled, or destroyed, except by lawful judgment of his equals, or by the law of the land. So basically what that means is exactly what it says, So all this where people are just being imprisoned, no due process of law, they call it in simple terms. We know they're trying to remove the trial by juries. I'm here to tell you they already have. So even if you go into a Crown Court and it looks like you're getting a trial by jury, it's actually called a jury trial. So again, can you see just the trick in the language? So they'll stick 12 people there, but it's actually still being run by the bar. And they made the decision, and that's the difficulty. So what we need to do is need to take our courts back, turn them into public courts, so you can get 12 people who are your peers. And your peers means people who know you. Yeah? So it's got to be people who know you. Could Carly commit that crime? But you've got to have a living man. You've got to have your own accuser. You've got a right to face your accuser. Now a corporation can only take a corporation to a court, which is why they want you as a legal fiction. So who are HMCTS? Yeah? They're just running the building. They're just a corporation. The bulk listing cases, the CMS were about to destroy over at the realm. I know there's a guy who came down particularly to chat to me about that. Because it's the same con. The liability orders, no one signed them. A notice of a liability order isn't a liability order. The judge isn't on his oath or bond. There's no true Crown agents in those courts anymore. They're just legal advisors. So we call them out on every single thing and we box them in. Then we report it to the police because it's a crime. So all these documents that you're getting through your doors, they're all forged documents. That's why no one ever wants to sign them. So again, the Magna Carta protects our rights. Magna Carta, Charter, 1297. So this is constitutional law. It can't be repealed or overridden. And it confirmed in the Magna Carta 1297 that taxation is by consent. Let that sink in. Taxation is by consent. But again, if you're a ward of the state, a person, a pleb, a slave on a ship, well then you'll do what we tell you. You don't give your consent. Does anybody still think that we vote these people in as well? Shall I just spell that one? An X in a box is a mark of the illiterate. And a box in legalese, anything boxed on the page, it's not there. It's just a magic piece of paper that you make real with your mind. So we don't vote them in. They used to be called the opinion polls. We're all old enough to remember. Weren't they called the opinion polls? Well, it's an opinion of a slave. You can give it. You don't have to listen. So all you're voting in are people from the same corporation. The outcome will be the same. They'll just dress it up differently. Statute of Marlborough protects against unlawful seizure and overreach. So this is restrained abuses of distress and private enforcement, 1267, the Statute of Marlborough. Now what we've got is private debt enforcement, licensed by the council again, kicking people's doors in. And they'll always go for the lower hanging fruit, which is why it's so important in our communities. Again, if you're going to be sovereign, you are a king and queen of old. Go and protect your neighbours, go and protect people. Spread this word. Difficult, like David says, people are starting to a little bit, but we've got to keep just planting seeds, isn't it? Planting seeds, as Bill Hicks would say. Observance of due process of law, 1368. No man be put to answer without presentment before justices or matter of record by writ original according to the old law of the land. Now, in New English, what that generally means is, if there's a warrant out, or some kind of, liability order, whatever it is, a judge has to have applied his mind to it, he has to have signed it, it has to have a court seal, a red wax seal on it. Now, we've just got the black corporate stamp, all these documents are just coming with black corporate stamps. It's basically these parasites and the criminal mafia mates just all saying, yeah, well, we all decide that's right, so we'll just stamp it. That's basically statutory jurisdiction. Yeah, that's how they get us as persons. And juris means law, and diction means words. It's just law words. It's just a spell on your mind. So we need to remove ourselves from that jurisdiction. Remember that we are living with men and women, but also living executors, sovereign kings, just in rem, sujali, withstanding. And our status is higher than yours. And like I said, when we come back as living executor, sovereign kings, we get to execute them. And astrologically, apparently 2027 is going to be when we do it. They ain't going to get to 2030. Those are my predictions. And I'm telling you this, I haven't been wrong yet. But there's time. Why do you think that Libra, the symbol of Libra is on the Admiralty lapel? Because it represents balance. So the balance will be restored. We're winning. Observance of due process of law, 1368, another constitutional superior statute. No man can be put to answer without presentment before justices or matter of record or by writ original. Oh, sorry, I've read this one. This is where we're up to, isn't it? So again, there has to be a writ. There has to be a High Court writ. Now you're just getting pieces of paper that say it's a High Court writ. So if you looked at it and you didn't have the knowledge, you go, oh, you panics. But it's not a High Court writ. It's fraud. And fraud vitiates all. It's void, ab initio. They've no authority, they've no jurisdiction for any of it. And the answer is the same across the board, whether it be the CMS, the council tax, your speeding, your parking. I am not the droid you are looking for. I'm not in your system. Now, we are, if you hold the driving licence, have a bank account, passport. But this is what we need to move away from, to learn to live in the private and to separate the public from the private and to get this in our heads. We must have due process in English law, and we haven't got that yet. So they're trying to remove the juries because actually the juries have the power to, it's called nullification. Has anyone heard jury nullification? So you're entitled, like I said, to bring a jury of your peers under the Juries Act. And the jury, they can say guilty or not guilty, but they can also say jury nullification. So that's what they want gone. And then what they're doing is, because if the power returns to the juries, can you imagine all these abhorrent abstract bills and acts and nonsense, which again are lower to common law, lower to equity, lower to constitutional law, but they apply if you let them apply to you. So we've got to take it back because they can't do what they're doing. And like I say, our ancestors fought and died for it. These laws are in. These are the laws of our land, and we enforce them through Admiralty law, through martial law, the Admiralty marshals. So anything done outside of those due processes is void. Now they're trying to sell it on the back of safety and convenience. That there's all these criminal cases, for these terrorism offences. Right? That's why there's this huge backlog. But there's a huge backlog of terrorism offences for people going protesting and holding placards up saying that they don't agree with the government. These are the terrorists of our land. When the real terrorists are in government. I mean, if you look at what they've been voting on recently, even the MPs who voted to remove trial by jury, even if they're just plain thick, which they are, shame on them. And if they won't defect properly constitutionally, because under constitutional law we can drag them out of our public offices, when the government's in treason, and we've proven it at every single point, the people can do that, lawfully. Drag them out, and they will, face true justice. not Justinian legal nonsense, Rome, administrative bollocks. Petition of Rights, 1627. No imprisonment without lawful cause shown, no taxation without the consent of the people, no forced laws and arbitrary levies, no martial law in peacetime, which is why they keep you constantly not in any kind of peace. Everything's always attacking you, whether it's COVID's attacking you or what happened to the terrorists? Do you know what happened to all the terrorists when COVID appeared? If that doesn't tell you everything you need to know, they must have all got COVID. They've all got long COVID, they can't bomb things anymore. Because, they're constantly keeping us, aren't they, in this fear, this constant perpetual fear. And the big one, because I want to get onto digital ID before I run out of time. The Bill of Rights. Yeah, 1689, this is the big one. All grants and promises of fines and forfeitures of particular persons before conviction are illegal and void. Let's read that again. All grants and promises of fines and forfeitures of particular persons before conviction are illegal and void. That levying money for or to the use of the crown by pretence of prerogative without grant of Parliament is illegal. So that means any fines you've got for taking your children out of school, that's a big thing at the moment, that they're coming from more revenue, they love that, don't they? Your speeding fines, your parking fines. Well, you, as a living man and woman, where's your accuser? It's not the government, is it? Or they'll put Rex Terror, which is supposed to be the king, and we haven't got a king, we've just got a liege lord, oldie sausage fingers. And he actually, on the Tree of Life, when he dies, he unblocks the middle way. So we need Charlie Boy out, he needs to croak it before we can kind of... It goes a bit woo-woo, the Tree of Life, really, but that's what the placenta is. That's why they cut and clamp and cord it. Because that's why you've got, they call it recording. The Tree of Life is corded to the baby with all the minerals and the nutrients, which is why they remove it. And then they sell it for a lot of money on the black market and do lots of weird stuff with it. But the placenta represents the Tree of Life, and we fell from the Tree of Life and from the Tree of Good and Evil. That's the whole game of this place spiritually. And trust me, if you think I've just lost my mind briefly there, it is written into all the codes, the ordinances. It's a very spiritual game of good and evil. And like I say, you might not believe it, but they most certainly do. So the Bill of Rights, they can't fine you, they can't levy money unless you've gone to a jury of your peers. You're entitled to a trial by jury, whatever the fine is. They've no authority to be handing any of this stuff out. Where's the authority? And they can quote as many acts as like, local government finance act, local government finance act. That's all the minions kind of chirp back at you. It doesn't apply to living men and women. It applies to public servants. It applies to you. I'm not a public servant. So again, it is all about knowing who we are. There's another one, just an interesting one, just to finish on, and I want to get on to digital ID. Well, I've got a few minutes. United Nations Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. Right? United Nations Declaration, 2007. Now, this recognises rights relating to land, territory and cultural preservation. Now, our Robin Hood famously said to the police crime commissioner, well, after calling her a degenerate and saying he was going to hang her himself. Because what they're doing is they're illegally converting you with these forms that are called ID1, ID2, ID3, ID4, ID5 forms. So when Robin requested those forms, she made an appearance. I can't give you those. Those are for administrative purposes. He says, well, thank you for admitting that, you degenerate. He said, because that's exactly what you're trying to do to me. You're trying to administer me. And he said, are you racist? And she went, what? Are you a racist? He says, because I've got the right to self-determine. I'm an Englishman. And English is corporate terms, but free. On the soil, living executor, sovereign king. Yield! I will hang you. And this is what we've got to, this is where we're up to, people. And don't mess with Robin Hood. So again, we know the law. And this is what beats them. They have no lawful authority whatsoever. They have no legal authority whatsoever. They're not even following their own rules. The police crime commissioner even got a brother just to pretend he was a judge. They're just getting people to pretend they're judges. And the judges that are judges, well, they're not on their oath or bonds, they're just on corporate attestations. It's all nonsense. And it's time for the people to take it back. Now, because we're talking about digital ID today, I just want to kind of finish this. Now, in Essen Marper versus United Kingdom in the European Court of Human Rights on the 4th of December 2008, the court ruled that blanket retention of fingerprints and DNA from people who are not convicted breached Article 8, the right to privacy. In simple terms, you cannot hoard people's biometric data just in case. It is unlawful. So, and then we have the Data Protection Act 2018 and UK GDPR. Now, biometric data is classed as special category data under Article 9. That means it cannot be processed without a clear lawful basis and explicit consent. Your data is the commodity in a digital war, my friends. It's now surpassed gold and any other kind of asset. What do I mean? Toshi? Oil, over everything. And I always use this as an example. Amazon earned more from our data last year than the traditional business. So just think how much money that is. That's your cookies, that's tracking your data. Now, our Toshi is going to be going on about BSV and how we need to take our data off their corporate servers. Because again, if we put our, they can't create, yeah? They're dead. They have to siphon off us. So when we take our data back and we can upload them to things like BSV, and we can keep our data, then, because it's just a huge frigging asset strip. All they do, that system, is asset strippers until we return as sovereign kings and reclaim our estates, which is why they send all the men off to war very quickly. In trust terms, they keep men under 1 year old and call them infants or infantry, because it is the father, remember, that is the grantor and settler of the trust, so they can never come and claim the estate. That's why they send the men off to war. Soul dyers, the soul of man. Very sad but true. And just to finish, so what I'm saying though is with this biometric stuff, we've already won it. So why are we protesting about it? Protest means to accept the terms of the conditions yet be unhappy about it. Petition means to beg. Slaves beg, slaves protest. Living executor kings return and reassert that trust, come back as they are, and if they don't yield, then we drag them out. And that's where we're going. But don't quote me, it's just for entertainment purposes only. This isn't for legal law, financial advice. Don't trust Carly, she's a nut, Or maybe do trust Carly, because she is crazy. All the best people are a bit crazy. So everything you've heard today, like I said, already exists in law, so there's nothing new, there's nothing radical here. It's ancient, settled, but deliberately buried. So the answers are in our history, in our maxims, in our superior statutes, in trust law, in common law, but L-O-R-E. Not their laws. Every construct, every lawful nonsense of theirs is theirs. It actually goes back, our laws was something called Brecon law. L-O-R-E, how we spoke it. We policed ourselves because we knew, until the invasion of Rome, we knew what was right and wrong. Our communities policed us. It's kind of like being at school, isn't it? People who did good, just gave everyone a bit of a punching mush who was a bit of a dick. And the order was maintained. But we don't need new systems, we don't need permissions, we don't need to beg institutions that were never lawful to begin with. The remedy is not rebellion, the remedy is standing, status, jurisdiction, knowing who you are and refusing to act as what you are not. The system only works while you play the role it wrote for you. The moment you stop consenting through silence, it collapses under its own weight. So can you imagine if every time we got a fine, we all demanded a trial by jury? Can you imagine? The whole thing would collapse under its own weight. So this is what we all need to start doing, and this is what we want to show you how to do at the Realm of England. Also, the pilot scheme of how to live in the private. It's £45 a month. We made it a bottle of wine a week, because people charging thousands for this. I ain't here to make a cabal, but I've got a week to teach it. So you can come and learn this stuff, trust structures. But again, it's not for everybody, but we'll do it, and we'll take the realm back. Because some people are just simple farmers. My mum, she's an earth mother. Without my mum, I won't be here. So we all play our role, don't we, to finish the game. So the real question is, what are we waiting for from ourselves? The remedy already exists, the law exists. Our true history is revealing itself, it exists. And all that's missing, guys, is you. So, thank you very much.
All right, and we'll just have a brief Q&A if there's any questions for Carly, just a few questions, and then we'll save any other questions for the panel later, all right? So if you have a question, stick your hand up, shout out loud, and Carly will answer it.
Alrighty, sir. I should say sir, it's a title.
John.
Hi, John.
So, we know that the police are now Is there a plan of how we address that?
Well, in the realm of England, I know Robin Hood is trying to get together what we call marshals, really. But it's very difficult I think the thing is, over the last 5-6 years, there's been a lot of people promising a lot of things. So when we finally start to get the answer, it's a bit of a trust issue sometimes. So we need numbers. That's ultimately what it is. But the thing is, it's like what I was saying, not everybody's ready for that. So I know there is work in the background trying to get, well, what sheriffs? That's what we're calling them. So we need the men. But that's why that system will always try and get all the men and send them off to other wars. You know, it's always a historical ploy. So until we've got the numbers, until there is that tip, unfortunately, it won't tip. It's like what I say, you know, being sovereign is it's something in your mind. Now, that's an individual process, and you've all begun it and started it, and all at different levels of it. Will it tip as a collective? I believe that it will. I'm not saying they'll all get to, you know, the level of the, you know, that, you know, how I know the law, but I can't grow carrots, you know. I might be great at this, but I'm not good at other stuff, you know. It's and that's why it takes a community, man. So it is numbers. It is a numbers game, definitely. But I know Robin at the Realm is trying to get together sheriffs, you know, men who are sheriffs. He's working. Paul, who works with us at the Realm, is trying to work alongside veterans, people like that, because that's what it's going to have to come down to at some point. Interestingly, astrologically, Paul Gunson, it'll be Liverpool that stands up. If you want to get into Jill's psychic weird head, or Carly's, my real name is Jill, it'll be the body of water of Liverpool, because it's still one of our cities that still stands, I'm afraid. You know, the rest have been infiltrated and invaded. You can do it.
Okay, we have our own Holy Trinity, not holy, but Trinity in the waiting. We've got the knowledge of the realm of England, which Carly is representing today. We've got the community groups of cabi, so those are people who are waking up and realising they want to live outside the system. And we've also got TECA, the English Counties Assembly. They've got a process that puts you onto land and soil. And if you add those three things together, constitutional law knowledge of the realm of England, sheer numbers of cabi, and the correct process of TECA, and Paul's here and I'm here to explain more if you want to come and find us, then you've got a very powerful potential alliance of people who can bring about the change in the dynamics. It's not going to happen overnight, but it will happen. It will happen. By the way, now that he's here, Carlo's just him standing there just reminded me. I did mention it, but Jaymie can't be here. He's got family problems, family issues, Jaymie Icke, and Critchley is reopening his pub. So just as a reminder why we're 2 speakers down today. All right, so back to Carly.
Thanks, David. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of people doing some really awesome stuff in these lands, and I can guarantee you, the realm of England, I stay in my lane, as I say. And our role, like working alongside great people and great organisations that are battling this, is to restore the English constitution. It's as simple as that. Now, people say to me, yeah, but it's still the construct, it's still the system. Yes, it is. But if you think about the real people that are asleep, you know, if they started listening to me on Dark Matters on my YouTube channel, they'd think this woman's lost the plot. You know, and maybe I am. But no, we've evidenced it at every point. Like I say, this is trust law, this is common law, this isn't woo-woo, this is constitutional law. You know, they'll tell us that we're wrong, but they'll just stand in statutory jurisdiction and shout that shit for as long as they, until they lose their breath. But it's things like how people have been arrested for, offending people online. It's like I've got here with hurty words. Under the European Convention on Human Rights, Article 10, freedom of expression is protected. You cannot be lawfully arrested and put in prison for hurty words. But you can if you don't know who you are. So, like a veteran in England was sentenced to 2.5 years in prison for a Facebook comment. And they're letting rapists and pedophiles walk free. We don't need to know anymore. And it was a district judge, Tracy Lloyd Clark. No, she won't be a judge. She'll just be she won't be on an oath or bond. That's the first question you ask them when you walk into a court. So, questioning speech laws in our country is not hatred. Standing up for England is not racism, We've all been too polite for far too friggin' long, and I'm still online. Though at the moment my tech issues are absolutely shocking, so I don't know whether I'm getting a bit paranoid whether that's the way to shut me up to a degree. Anyway, I'm rambling. Does anybody have another question? Yeah?
Could you expand when you said that the police have no powers of arrest, and you said it was granted by the council to the police? Could you just explain that in a little bit of detail, please?
I can. So, like I said, the imperial crown, the true crown, the crown isn't the royal family, isn't a German royal family. Constitutionally, as I went through some of those laws, like I say, foreign nationals cannot hold positions of power constitutionally in England. So, you know, Sadiq Khan becoming a lord, and, you know, what's that guy heading up Ofsted now, the Islamic guy? Look, and again, you know, if you want to do Islam, and, you know, we've been fairly multicultural for a while, but now it's gone beyond, you know, it's beyond the joke. I love going to Italy because it's so Italian. I don't go around there trying to make it British, do I? You know, if you look at like some of our images of London in the 60s, I mean, it's fucking criminal now, isn't it? Look at Birmingham. I grew up in Manchester and Bolton. Bolton's finished. You know, and this is why I say about Liverpool and stuff. I will get to the question, I do like a ramble. Anyway, but the point is, the power is always and has been with the people. So the people only ever delegated the power of the people to our representatives in Parliament to do state business. That's it. They don't get to take all that power and somehow turn it back round on us and tell us what to do. They call us the general public, but it doesn't exist. We are the people. It's a status lowering trick. So, same with the police. The police, like I said, they police by consent. They're there to keep the peace. If there's going to be a crime, if someone's committing a crime, they can hop in. If they think you're about to commit a crime, yeah, that's just about there. But the rest of it, no, they don't get to do it. If you're going 33 in a 30 zone, where's the victim? Can a speed camera turn up at court and sign an affidavit? Can it fake? So, you know, that's the difference. Now, what's happening is, remember, the people have delegated power to the MPs in Parliament to represent us, but that's not what we get now. They don't listen to us, do they? They tell us what to do. That's what we've got. And they pass through all these bills. What's bills? It's a charge. So what's happened is, there's the PACE Act. Now remember, that's statutory jurisdiction, yeah? So it's coming from an act. If anything's an act, Local Government Finance Act. They listen now. All council do is when we get them on every floor. Local Government Finance Act. Like they're going into a panic or a meltdown like a minion. No, Local Government Finance Act. And we go, shut the fuck. So what's happening is, because everything's corporatised now, we've got the UK, you know, government, it's limited. Everything's a corporate entity. All these MPs are corporations, they're all registered at Companies House. That's how they fold corporations with limited liability. Tony Blair gets to commit mass genocide, walk away. Well, he just folded his limited company because it's limited liability. It wasn't Tony Blair the man that did it. It was Tony Blair Limited. See, so that's how they get away with it. So what I'm saying is, with the police is, where they as public servants, have to follow PACE. Living men and women, it's an act, we don't. But they're not even following PACE now, they're not even moving from PACE, because we're all under foreign state jurisdiction. We're under the control of the United States without America. Because of in legalese means without. So the United States of America means the United States without America. Because it's without the landmass. That's why you get the state of Florida being different to Florida. Florida is the actual land, the soil. Well, the land's the body actually. Israel is your body. That's why they decapitate you. And your passport, you've only got your neck. So the police are now corporate, working to targets, policy officers. They're not even working for the PACE Act. They're being licensed by a foreign state, and it's the council then licensing the police. So it's treason. There's no other way around it. We're in high treason, and this country's been in high treason since the 70s. It's actually been we've been corporatised since 1707. And like I say, the realm of England, Robin Hood has documented and boxed them in at every point. It's not like we're making it up. We've evidenced it. So your policy officers now, they've no powers of arrest. And we've got we're going to release this one. We've got the Deputy Police Crime Commissioner in front of our Robin Hood, and he's admitted it. We've got it on record, so we're going to be releasing that soon. Yeah, the police have no powers of arrest whatsoever. Thanks very much. They're just bully boys in magic uniforms, pulling you over. That blue and yellow check, they call it the Battenberg check. Stop, contract with us. Unless you've committed a crime or in civil terms of tort or some kind of trespass, you've got to have caused harm, injury and loss, haven't you? Where is it? Where's the loss? And I have a right to face my accuser. And when we take things back into the law or the legal, then everything finishes. Now, I will admit this, and it's back to that idea of sovereignty. Yeah, sovereignty comes with much responsibility, much accountability. If you're going to start accessing those trusts, if you're going to start recouping these things, then you need to hold that for the people, by the people. It's not about going buying Lamborghinis, it's about taking this country back. Now, can you imagine all the plums in our country at this point, Would you really want to give them the keys to the kingdom? They're not ready. And that's why the state classes us as children. There's a doctrine called parens patriae, the state becomes the parent. And we're the naughty children, because we don't know who we are. And those that don't know who they are, unfortunately, in the next few years are going to fail, because that is the spiritual war of it. It's the question that drives us, it's the quest, your heros gamos. What was Frodo doing ultimately? Let's have a last film reference before I go. He was trying to destroy the ring of Saturn, the Saturnian ring. He was trying to destroy evil, and it's only the labyrinths of our own minds that keep us imprisoned in this place, if that doesn't sound too woo-woo. So when we work out our own minds, it is a spiritual journey, and we're all here to balance. It's not light, it's not dark, it's the middle way. Because if you're in service to your people against evil, then you're going to have one wing in reverence to God and make sure the other one's dipped in blood. And those are the true sovereign kings and queens of old, in my mind, you know. Not everyone's ready for that responsibility to hold it purely for the people, to hold their estates in their benefit until they're ready to reclaim them responsibly, accountably, and bend the knee for the realm to protect it. It may sound a little bit dramatic, but we're in dramatic times. Shit's got biblical, guys. And the Bible is a script, and we are playing out a script. And that script, and one of the biggest lines in scripture for me, and religion is organised. All religions are constructs created by the tribe of Dan, I'm afraid. Every single one of them. So that's all bollocks. Because religion in Latin means to hold back, to thwart, to bind. It comes from religia. So when we ditch all these constructs, you know, the Saturnian kind of dreamboat is to keep us all divided. It wants order from chaos, yeah. That's what it says in it, order from chaos. What's the most chaotic thing that can destroy the matrix? Does anybody know? Caroline? Where's my finger? Woman. The removal of the feminine from the Trinity. The woman is chaos itself. She's the protector of the children when she returns embodied from walking through hell, because Adam left her there and he went to build Rome. It's a bit it is very kind of occult. She has to walk through hell unprotected. The children are unprotected. Now the queen returns embodied to destroy the matrix, for she is Medusa. She can turn a man to stone just with a look. And that is the queens of old. That's what we've all got to become, kings and queens of old, and protect our realm. But that takes some balls, lads. And some top balls, girls. I reckon we can do it. Well, on 2026. We'll nail them by 2027. That's my prophecy. 2030 certainly won't happen. They can kiss my sweet lily ass, as they say. my sweet Bolton cheeks. And on that note, you've been amazing. I'll be at the bar. I'll withdraw. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Carly. On the subject of arrest, right, there's a guy in Scotland called Donald who knows the law, and he hasn't been arrested, because to be arrested you have to sign away your rights as a man or a woman, and it's called a memorandum of arrest. So if you've never signed anything, you haven't been arrested lawfully. But he's been detained in a prison for 2.5 years. He hasn't given them jurisdiction, but they're not letting him out, because if they let him out, it's game over, isn't it? Think about it. It's game over. He was never arrested. He was just let out without any obvious due process. So he would have uncovered what's going on. And what's going on is just criminality. And I learned recently that if you're in court, they need 3 signatures to lawfully arrest you and remand you into custody. 3 signatures. Your own or your attorney's, and the prosecution signature and the judge's signature. So you've got the theme today seems to be Trinity. You've got the 3 elements of the trust. You've got the prosecution, who are the general executor. You've got the judge, who's the trustee. And you've got you, who are the special beneficiary of your own trust. They need all 3 signatures to make it pay. And it just shows that crime does pay, because if they get enough signatures, they can raid your trust, $100 million in the trust, and they can pay themselves handsomely out of that. But without the 3 signatures, they can't get paid from your trust. So, And Donald is standing under his own divine status. This is biblical. He's standing under Christ. He's standing under God. And he's not budging. They're not budging. They're not letting him out. And he's not giving them either a name or a signature. So he's standing under God. 2.5 years in prison is the price. Right now, I don't think there's a bigger hero on the planet. I really don't. Right. Community news. Join your PSC private members association, I suppose it is. Yeah, they've got a WhatsApp group. Text it first. I'll give you the number in a minute. Put your first name and the town you come from. And if you want to make a note, the text is 0748 1731883. I'll repeat that. 0748 1731883. Have you got that? All right. I'll repeat it later anyway. Just again. Okay, so before I hand over to Toshi, more question to sow seeds. And I'm going to give you a puzzle as well, which I'll reveal later the answer to. Right. Here's a question to sow seeds of and pattern interrupt. How was scarlet fever and cholera eradicated when there has never been a scarlet fever or cholera in vaccination? How did they eradicate it with no vaccination? This concept of eradicating disease through vaccination is absolute utter bollocks. It's plumbing, it's hygiene, it's better quality food, it's better quality hydration. It's got nothing to do with injections. It's all bait and switch. Right, another question. Going to the world of schooling now, one of my favourite hobby horses. What makes pupils do detention at school against their will? Why do they do it? Why do they do homework? Why do they do anything that they don't want to? Now, if you think that if you're getting a bit of cognitive dissonance, there's a girl that I know of. So it's someone that I met the mother, and the mother told me, or maybe the mother consulted with me, but she said her daughter was asked recently to do something trivial like go to the back of the class and fetch a book. And the daughter, who's about 8 or 9 or 10, I can't remember, said, "Excuse me, sir, but I'm a volunteer here and you're paid. So if you want me to do your work for free, I'm objecting to that. So I suggest respectfully that you get the book and leave me alone." That's the new attitude of the new children coming through. That's shocking to us. We never did that. I once took my trousers down in class, but the teacher wasn't there. Right? That's that's the closest I've got to showing. Yeah, yeah. Right? But the new kids coming through, not all of them obviously, they know who they are. They know that they're there under duress in the classroom. And that they know that they're being enslaved and imprisoned and told to do things that make no sense and just, they're being lorded over by these virtue signaling narcissistic staff. Yeah? So there is hope. There's tremendous hope. And when you see a stroppy, willful child, celebrate it. Celebrate that boy or girl. Because that stroppiness and willfulness will save humanity. Because it's us who, didn't want to ruffle any feathers or rock the boat. We're the criminals, if you think about it. We have aided and abetted crimes against humanity. We didn't realize we were doing it, but we did it. Which is why there's so many strange vibes in the freedom movement, because I think we've got this uncomfortable feeling that, shit, we fucked up badly. Right? But these kids coming through are going to correct our errors. And they are our errors. We've got everything wrong. Everything. We've got it all wrong. Absolutely everything. We didn't know the law. We didn't know health. We didn't know politics. We didn't know about money. It's not our fault. Nobody told us. Because we didn't know what we didn't know. And that's called nescience. Nescience is innocent. Not knowing. Ne is not. Science is knowing. Ignorance is something else. Ignorance is people are trying to tell you and you're just turning your back. That's willful. That's willful not knowing. That's serious. Right, last question to Toshi. Ether was, not last for now anyway, ether was the main element on the 19th century periodic table. Ether, the most basic element of all, which was on the 19th century periodic table. Where's it gone? What's your aura made of? What's spirit made of? What's telekinesis and clairvoyance and clairsentience? It's ether. What do you breathe? What's chi? And prana. It's ether. Once your ether is cut off, you just drop to the ground. That's called physical death. But it's about your ether being cut off. The rest is just physical or biochemical. Right, the teaser I'm going to leave you with before I get Toshi up is, I put a meme out on social media recently that just said, it was quite cryptic, but I'll give you a couple of hours to think about it, and it goes like this. It is against the law to open your door. Think about it. And I'm not talking about the kitchen door or the bathroom door, I'm talking about your front door. It's against the law to open your door. Think about it. What makes me say that? It's against the, and it's a huge error that people in the freedom movement are still making. Obviously, if you're not in the freedom movement, you're going to open the door because you think that's the nice, polite thing to do, right? But in the freedom movement, you have to know it's against the law to open your brackets, front brackets, door. Think about it. Why am I saying that? I'll explain it later. If you think you've worked it out, then put your hand up later and tell me what you think. But anyway, right. So with that little cryptic teaser, I'm going to bring on Toshi here. Come on. So this is, we're going to move into finance now, because a huge part of sovereignty is financial independence and the ability to keep government out of your own resources. And here we have a young man. They always wonder why I'm calling them young. Well, if you realise how old I am, then you know why I'm calling him young, right? And he's put on his special mask, so you know he's got something important to say when he has to hide his identity. So, without further ado, big round of applause for Toshi.
Excellent. Just testing 1, 2, 3. Oh, right. So first of all, thanks very much for having me speak today. I really appreciate this. I wish I didn't have to do this. The only reason I'm up here, and you can see that I'm wearing a mask, is because, to be honest with you, I am absolutely shitting it. I'm shitting it. Last night, I was watching, you know, what these invaders have done to these young girls in Sweden. And honestly, it brought tears to my eyes. They're not just doing it in Sweden; they're doing it here, and this is what they've got planned for the rest of Europe. So, before we start, let's make sure we're all on the same page. Put your hand up if you think the government is out to kill us. All right, that seems to be an overwhelming majority there. Fantastic. Right, so the reason I am up here is because my background is finance. And when COVID first came along, the first thing that I was concerned about was the fact that they seemed to have bypassed the Nuremberg Code. And I was like, hold on a minute. Vaccines and pharmaceutical products take over a decade to actually bring to market. How can you suddenly say, oh yeah, this is safe and effective? Where's the record? Where's the data? And also, one of the things I knew what these people did, and by the way, who thinks that we are dealing with evil bastards? Yeah? Oh, some people think they're nice and friendly, and vaccines are safe and effective. Yeah, afraid not. So what I first did when I saw like the Nuremberg Code being violated is that I looked at the M1 money stock. Now the M1 money stock is the circulating supply of M1 money. And M1 money is the circulating supply of the world reserve currency. And it's this currency that backs the value of all the other currencies in circulation. Now this supply should never move, because if it moves, it represents inflation. And inflation is what leads on to economic hardship and devastation, because it means that the value of the currency is going down, and therefore, in comparison to the value of goods and services, that goes up. So if you're a small business, unless you can somehow increase your prices in line with inflation or somehow reduce your overheads, you're constantly fighting an uphill battle to stay profitable and in business. And this means that it's just simply a matter of time before absolutely every single business goes bust. And the only business that won't go bust is the business that can print currency for itself, which is the bank. So the bank is literally going to own absolutely everything. So literally, if you look at the M1 money stock from 1960, it's a relatively flat line, Then all of a sudden we've got 2001, the attacks on 9/11, and this thing just starts going up because we've got the war on terror, the never-ending war on terror. And then it gets to 2008. Put your hand up if you remember the 2008 financial crisis. Yeah? So does everybody remember the politicians and the news going crazy about, oh, they've printed billions to bail out the banks? You remember that? Yeah? Well, let me tell you, if you look at this M1 money chart, in 2008, there is a microscopic blip in 2008. And I was just like, holy shit. And the reason I said holy shit is because if you follow the graph up to 2020, I shit you not, this graph goes through the roof. And I literally mean through the roof. They literally more than, I think it was about 8 times, they printed 8 times the amount of currency that has ever been in circulation within a couple of months. If anybody knew how much currency that was, you would know that you cannot print that amount. Because if you believe the moon is the distance away from the earth that they tell us it is, literally, if you were printing currency, it would stretch to the moon and back. They literally cannot do this. They had to do it digitally. So you're wondering why all the police and the politicians and some of the doctors and the nurses and the people that work in the hospital and the coroners, how come they're not saying anything? How come we've got all these people dropping dead of heart attacks and nobody who has any authority is actually doing anything about it? Well, it's because they've been bribed. And I tell you who else they've bribed? Hitman. So you either take this bribe, or we've got a hitman over here that's going to take you out. That's why no one's saying anything. So literally, all legal and political influence stem from economic power. And I realised that nobody had any. So although I didn't really want to talk to anybody, I was just like, people need to know what's going on because they are not going for individuals. They are going for all of us. They are going for all of us. Put your hands up if you're familiar with the Georgia Guidestones. Yeah? Everybody seen Keep the World's Population Under 500 Million? Yeah? And there's 8 billion of us now? So that means getting rid of 7.5 billion. Well, literally, I'm telling you, you cannot even shoot that many people. You can't nuke that many people because you would destroy the entire world. So if you want to get rid of that many people, you have to do it economically. There is no way. You have to create mass famines. Make sure you can feed yourself, obviously, which is what they're going to do. Everybody know that they've closed in the Strait of Hormuz. They're preventing fertilizer from getting to the farmers here. Yeah? And what about Henry Kissinger's quote when he said, who controls the food supply controls the people, who controls the energy can control whole continents, who controls money controls the world. Well, what's important about that statement is that he's telling us indirectly the order in which they're doing things. First of all, they're going to go for control of the money and the finance. Then they're going to go for the energy companies and utilities. And last of all, they're going to go for the food supply and the farmers. So they're in the last phases of their plan. And the reason they're going for the farmers and the food supply last is because you can take over a government, you can take over the national banks, you can take over energy infrastructure without anybody really knowing because they still continue. However, what you cannot do is push a farmer off their land without people noticing. This is the last part, when you are literally hijacking and taking people off their land, a hostile takeover, you can't hide it. So this is why they were just like, right, first of all, we need to take control of the money so we can pay the police off to actually do our bidding. You know, then we need to take control of the energy. So like people are cold, then we need to starve them. And then finally, when they're weak and stupid and they've got no resources whatsoever, and we control all the media to control the narratives, all the sheeple are just like, yeah, that's right, it's safe and effective. You know, like we're just like, hold on a minute, do you not see that this is wrong? They have no clue. They have no clue. So let me tell you, the only way we're going to win this is through finance. And so the way they take control of finance is that they had to first deceive us into a system that they own and control. And let me tell you something, you cannot control money, because money has to be a commodity. And this is when I was trying to figure out, I was like, why is it people don't get what I'm saying here? What is it fundamentally that's not triggering with them? And I realised people don't know the difference between money and currency. Not even Richard Werner or Catherine Austin Fitz knows the difference between money and currency. They use the words interchangeably. So I was just like, well, that's the deception. So I'm going to give you just a basic economics here. And when I get to the end, I'm just going to plead with you, because this might be the last opportunity I get to speak to a large crowd like this, because I know what's going to happen in the future and we're very close to it. So, Basic Economics 101. There are only 4 things that circulate within an economy. Nothing else. First of all, you have goods. Goods are manufactured. Next, you have services. Services are provided. Next, you have securities. Now, usually, as soon as I start to mention commodities and securities, people are just like, oh, I need to speak to my financial advisor. I'm just like, are you kidding me? Like, you've got 2 out of the 4. You're trying to tell me you don't know what these last 2 is? So let me tell you what a security is. A security is something, an inanimate object, that secures your entitlement of claim to something else. So, for example, a wristband secures your entitlement to enter a festival. A ticket secures your entitlement to enter a concert. A token secures your entitlement to enter an arcade. A voucher secures your entitlement to discounts. A share certificate entitles you to shares in a company and to receive a dividend. Land certificates secure your entitlement to a claim on a bit of land. That's literally what a security is. So at the moment, we are using promissory notes. Again, it's just simply a bit of plastic. But let me tell you something about this bit of plastic. On this bit of plastic, it says, I promise to pay the bearer on demand. Blah, 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 blah. And so people are saying, oh yeah, we're using promissory notes. Okay, well, let me tell you about a promissory note. A promise is not a contract. A promise, therefore, cannot be enforced. A promise, therefore, has no value, which means you can't securitize a promise. You cannot turn a promise into a financial instrument. It's absolute bullshit. So people think they've got money in the bank. Let me tell you, you have got no money in the bank. You have got a ledger of promissory notes that they print from nothing. So when Rachel Reeves stands up and says, oh, there's no magic money tree, well, that's true, there is no magic money tree, but you've got a cute currency printer behind the desk there that can just print this shit from nothing, telling me, oh, we haven't got any more funds to go around, and we can't pay for this, and we can't pay for that, and there's austerity. Fucking bullshit. Absolute bullshit. You know? So, what is currency then? So here we go. So a security is issued by someone, and a security is meant to secure your entitlement to something of value. So if we are using gold certificates, for example, and those certificates actually represent a claim on gold, and you therefore start using that certificate as a medium of exchange, well then that security becomes a circulating security because it circulates within an economy. Now a current flows and circulates, so a circulating security is just simply referred to as currency. That's what it is. The current flows and circulates. So next, the last one, we have commodities. So what is a commodity? Well, a commodity is common to everyone. So in the same way that we have common law, common sense, common knowledge, tragedy of the commons, well, in economics we have a commodity because it's the only thing that has common value in a common marketplace that has the same value to everyone everywhere in the world, no matter where you are. So let's break down the word commodity. Well, commodity is an amalgamation of 3 words. First, it's something that's common, C-O-M-M-O, that's then been itemized. So in other words, packaged. Like, water is bottled, oil is barreled, items are packaged. So it's been itemized and then uniquely identified, D-I-T-Y. So you can see in the word, a commodity is a common item with an identity. And that identity is placed on you so that then you can use that item as a common value in a common marketplace to exchange for other people's goods and services. Hence, it's called a commodity. Now, put your hand up if you've got a corn exchange near where you live. Well, you've heard of a corn exchange. Yeah? Right, well, the reason we have corn exchanges is because everything in the economy has to be measured in value against something else. And back in the day, the base economic product was corn. Because corn was a staple piece of everybody's diet. Everybody needed corn to make flour, to make bread and all this kind of stuff. So everything in the economy was measured against corn. So that's why we have a corn exchange, because it was the base. So what these evil fucking bastards, and I'd say that with absolute passion in my heart, because that's what they actually truly are when you realise how they operate, they realised from the very inception of their satanic religion that if they wanted to have a world of their own, because they believed that they were God's chosen people, and sorry for sounding a little bit antiseptic, but I'm just saying, right? They realised that if they were going to have a world of their own, which is what their religion is all about, they were just like, right, well, we need to control money. So in order to have a world money, they had to create international trade. But you can't have international trade if you don't have people from other parts of the world in other people's countries. So in order to actually create and generate international trade, they first of all had to move people around the world. And people are unwilling to move because where you're born, that's your home. That's where you feel most comfortable. So they started the slave trade on purpose. They started the slave trade on purpose to move people around the world, to eventually generate international trade so that a global money would eventually emerge. Now, is anybody familiar with the book of Daniel? That was written 608 BC. Well, let me tell you something that's really important about this. And again, I never really used to be religious or anything like that, but I'm telling you, in this journey that I've been on, in the Truth and Movement, I've discovered things that have completely changed my point of view on life that I never thought I would ever start thinking. But how he prophesied this, I don't know. But in the book of Daniel, he interprets Nebuchadnezzar's dream. And he has this reoccurring dream of this giant. And the giant is, first of all, has feet made of clay. Its legs are then made of iron and clay. Its belly is made of bronze. Its chest and arms are made of silver. And then the head is made of gold. And what's important about this prophecy is that a rock, and importantly, a rock made of non-human hands, comes out of the cliff face, rolls down and smashes this giant to bits. And quotes here, all the bronze and gold and silver were literally like wheat on the threshing floor in summer, and they got blown away with the wind and never seen again. So I was like, well, hold on a minute. Gold and silver are minerals that are indestructible. Why on earth would they ever get blown away into the wind and never seen again? Well, from an economic perspective, this explains the financial system to me, because the very first form of medium of exchange were clay tablets. People were writing ledgers. They were keeping records on a bit of clay. But then people were just like, okay, well, anybody can make this bit of clay. But then they started realizing, well, actually, we need something that is indestructible, that's sort of non-corrosive, that's extremely useful. And they very quickly moved on to metals. Now, one of the most available metals in the world today is iron. So I would say that the clay probably represents clay tablets. I think probably the legs that are made of iron and clay are probably a mixture of the two minerals. But the bronze belly, well, that to me represents the Roman Empire. Bronze, and then silver, well, that represents the City of London and sterling silver. And then finally we've got gold, which is the Federal Reserve. And as everybody knows, in World War I, they literally stole all the gold from Russia. And we know that World War I was about two things only. It was about depopulation, as in injecting all the soldiers with their flu vaccine to get rid of millions of them. But it was to steal all the gold from Russia and then also bring about the Balfour Declaration, 2nd of November 1917, because they needed to create a criminal state where they could flee to if they got in trouble for all the high treason that they're about to commit on the world. And then World War II, they were stealing all the gold from Europe and Japan. And the whole point of World War II was to then bring about the Bretton Woods Agreement in 1944, where they were just like, oh, there was the US government pointed out to all the countries of Europe, they were just like, oh, so you now no longer have enough gold in your banks to back the amount of currency you have in circulation, because we've got it. So therefore, we propose that your currency is going to be backed by our currency, and it's our currency that's going to be backed by gold because we've got it all. So therefore, they created a world reserve currency. But then, 15th of August, 1971, the Nixon shock, Richard Nixon says, you know that gold we promised you? You're not getting it. And you know why they orchestrated it on the 15th of August, 1971? Because that was the 100-year anniversary of Albert Pike's letter to Mazzini, outlining how it would take 3 world wars to bring about a totalitarian one world government and new world order. And let me tell you, everything happened in 1971. Everything. First of all, the outlined how high treason would be committed, the monarch deposed and sovereignty surrendered when Britain joined the European Economic Community on the 1st of January 1973. And then after that we've got the Nixon shock, 15th of August 1971. So literally everything happened in 1971, and that to me is not a coincidence. The sheeple are going to say, oh, that's just a coincidence. Okay, you be a sheeple, that's fine. You make sure you get your boosters, yeah, that are safe and effective. That's fine on me. Everybody's got the right to choose. I'm all for that. But if you're going to say to me, oh yeah, by the way, you should get this because it's safe and effective and you need to save Granny. Oh, well that sounds quite good. But just to make sure you do get it to save Granny, if you don't, you're going to lose your job and you're not going to be able to go on holiday. Hold on a minute, what's that be all about? And that's how you can actually recognise these bastards and what they do. So for example, the way they stole all the gold from all the citizens in the United States under Executive Order 6102 in 1933 was that they said, because we're in this Great Depression and we're in such an economic mess, the only way out of this is to move onto the Federal Reserve System. And therefore, you need to hand all of your gold into the banks, and that's how we get out of it. And just to give you a more incentive, if you don't do that, you could suffer a $10,000 fine or 10 years in prison or both. Oh shit, that's how they always do it. They give you 1 positive and 2 negatives to kick you in the arse to try and do it. That's how you can recognize them. So the bigger the problem, the less options we have available to us. Now, because I had an understanding of economics and finance, I was just like, right, well, if there is one business that absolutely knows everything about everyone, it is the banking industry. They know all about the Secret Service. They know where all the spies are because they have to give them cards to pay to spend to know where they're going. The banks know everything before the accountants do because they see the transactions happening in real time. And also, if you want to sort of like stand up for yourself here, against these draconian measures that they're bringing in, like for example, Callie was saying, oh, you stand up for your neighbours and all that. Okay, well, how are you going to stand up if you're absolutely starving and you're on your knees because you're cold and miserable and you've been kicked out of your house and you can't put food on the table and a roof over your head because they closed your bank account and nowhere in your area accepts cash anymore? Well, what are we going to do? This is the problem. However, are you familiar? Put your hand up if you're familiar with J.D. Rockefeller's Secret Covenant. Yeah? Are you familiar with the protocols of the Elders of Zion? Yeah, because it's just an extension of that in more detail. So one of the things he says in his Secret Covenant is, drop by drop, we will advance our goal. We will take over the land, resources and wealth and exercise total control over them. We will steal the laws off them, the little laws that they have anyway. So what happened to drop by drop? Suddenly we're faced with Agenda 2030, and then they're speeding things up. And the most telling sign was the fact that if you saw Peter McCullough's podcast with Joe Rogan, Peter McCullough said, look, if you read the SPARS pandemic, he said everything that happened in COVID was described in that SPARS pandemic that they simulated in Event 201. He said they got absolutely everything correct. The only thing they got wrong was the year. They said it was going to happen in 2025. Instead, it landed a few years early. So now we've got COVID being moved forward early, and we've got suddenly Agenda 2030 creeping up on us. What happened to drop by drop? Well, let me tell you, if we start using a common money outside of their financial system, They lose control of everything. And they know it, which is why I'm up here wearing a mask, pleading with you to understand what I'm saying. So just to give you an indication of how much research I have done on this, let's just talk about this COVID jab to start with. Well, what this thing does is obviously it gets your body producing spike protein. That spike protein has got spikes on it which cause microscopic abrasions within your body. And when it causes microscopic abrasions on your pericardium and myocardium, well, scar tissue builds up. And then that scar tissue disrupts the electrical impulses of the heart, which lead on to cardiac arrhythmia, cardiac arrest, heart attack, and death. And let me tell you, if you can induce a heart attack, you can get away with murder. And that's why they were doing it. And so if you wonder why all these experiments that they did in World War II, in Japan's Unit 703, and that Goebbels was doing, I personally suspect that the reason why the experiments were so horrendous is because they were trying to induce a heart attack. That's what they've been investigating, ready for where we are now. So obviously, I never really used to be a doctor or a chemist or anything like that, but this is I had to explain this to let people know what they're doing. And then let's go on to about the law. Well, our entire constitution is based on 3 principles. Literally, if there is no victim, there's no crime. If there is no claimant, there is no claim. If there is no contract, there is no obligation. That is it. Literally everything in our law stems upon those 3 principles. And let me tell you about legislation, acts and statutes, because a lot of people don't know about them either. So the reason the government and parliament tell us about legislation, acts and statutes is because we have to know what to expect from them. Legislation, acts and statutes do not apply to us in any way, shape or form. The only law that applies to us is act in honour, do no harm, cause no injury or loss. So the first thing you should be saying to anything, if anyone accuses you of somebody, have I caused any harm, injury or loss? No. Is there a victim? No. Is there a claimant? Doesn't appear to be. Is there a contract? Well, no, there isn't. Well, then I don't know you. Fuck all. Do one. Yeah? But how are you going to make them do one when they've been paid to do that to you? That's the issue, right? So what we need is to start using our money outside of their central banking system. So let me tell you what money is. Going back to a commodity being a common item with an identity, what happens is when people are using commodities as a medium of exchange within an economy, they then become an economic tool that are economically competitive to one another. So these commodities, when they're being used as a medium of exchange, will over time outcompete one another until the economy settles on just one that fulfills the trade in the best way. So what happens is, when a commodity eventually monopolizes a market due to its ability to be used as a medium of exchange, it becomes a monopoly commodity and recognized as money. That's what money is, a monopoly commodity. So money takes time to emerge. Currency, as in securities, are simply issued, printed or made, whatever they were, but money takes time to emerge. It is a mon being the singular, y being the commodity. So if you want to know what the most valuable money is going to be, all you have to do is commoditize the most useful resource. And in today's day and age, the most useful resource is digital data. Everything is digital. WhatsApp, social media, pictures, images, videos, conferencing, absolutely everything is digital. So if you can somehow commoditize data and make data valuable, you can send that data as fast and as efficient as light. And there is no other medium on this earth that we can harness at the moment that is more efficient than light. So if you can commoditize data, that data will probably become the most valuable money on earth. So this next bit does get a little bit complicated, but if I can't explain this, or at least have a go at explaining it, they're gonna fucking kill us. So even if I make a fool out of myself, I don't care. I've got nothing to lose here. So if you've got your thinking caps on, please focus on what I'm saying here. Because if you can see it in your mind, you can hold it in your hand. And I did actually have like a presentation here because a picture paints 1,000 words, but obviously I couldn't use it, so I'm just going to have to try and explain it here. So there are only 5 elements that you need to commoditize a digital network. This is it. So first of all, in order for something to be common, it cannot have any central point of authority or control, which just simply means there has to be multiple operations sustaining this digital network. Now, in order to make sure that you have multiple operations sustaining the network, they have to be economically competitive to one another. Without competition, you simply get collusion and centralization. So the foundation of this network has to be distributed and economically competitive. That is it. There is no middle ground there. That's it. So that's the foundation of the network. Then, extending from that network, if you can link data together via hash numbers, which are then used to create a reference number or a hash number to the following bit of data, which effectively creates an infinite mathematical sum, meaning you cannot change any of the hash numbers on that network without changing the entire network. That means that data can't be deleted unless you take out the entire foundation. So if that foundation is distributed worldwide and all the operators are economically competitive, you're going to have a hard job taking that network down, especially if you don't have worldwide jurisdiction. And what is a one world government going to give them? Worldwide jurisdiction. Now this lot realized, they were just like, right, so if you can commoditize data and this network is made from a distributed economically competitive foundation, we would somehow have to take out all of these operations simultaneously at the same time all around the world, and we don't know where they are and we haven't got worldwide jurisdiction yet. And these operations, all they have to do is download the software, and they can be absolutely anywhere around the world. So they were just like, that's actually going to be a tall order. We've probably got more chance of installing a totalitarian one world government than we have of actually taking this distributed network down, where all the data is linked together. So that's why they started speeding things up. They were just like, if people start using this network that is distributed and economically competitive and the data can't be deleted on it, if they start uploading news information on there and start spreading misinformation or the truth about what the vaccine really does, or they start voting on this network, well, we could be in serious trouble because we can't hide the truth, especially if when the data gets uploaded, it gets uploaded onto a timestamp server that can't be deleted. So the truth comes first. So literally, this is the issue that we've got. There is one truth. There is only ever one truth. But there are an infinite number of lies that can be made on that truth. So a lie is a derivative of the truth. But it means the truth comes first. So if we can upload this truth onto a distributed timestamp server with no central point of failure, well, suddenly we're not going to be able to take that data down. If people start realizing this, well, then all of our lies and deceit might actually be exposed. So here's the thing. How can you operate this network if there is no central point of authority or control? Well, you have to economically incentivize the operators of that network to upload your data. So what if you pay for the upload of your data in a digital commodity? Well, this is what Bitcoin is. But they were just like, well, hold on a minute. Bitcoin stems from a worldwide distributed, economically competitive server base that we can't take it down. What are we going to do about this? Well, the only thing they can do is create their own centrally controlled protocol and try and steal the market ticker symbol that represents Bitcoin. And this is what they did in 2017, because they realized that if you want to destroy a digital asset, well, a digital transaction only carries economic value if it has a digital signature on it, because it's a digital signature that proves the transaction. In the same way that a contract isn't valid if your signature is not on it. If you make a transaction to somebody and your digital signature is not on it, you can't prove that you made it and you can't prove that they received it. And this is what they did in 2017. But guess what? They told everybody it was for your benefit. This is what's best for the network. If we remove the signatures, we can keep the block size small, and therefore we can keep the network more decentralized. However, what they couldn't hide was the fact that when they made a fundamental change to the protocol by removing the signatures, that the legacy wallet addresses changed. And when Satoshi Nakamoto first designed Bitcoin, he created all genuine Bitcoin legacy addresses to start with the number 1. Because number 1 is the first, number 1 is the original, number 1 is the first off the production line. So they were just like, oh, we can't bounty that anymore. So all I did was point out what I could already see on the blockchain. I was like, hold on a minute, the legacy addresses have changed. And if the legacy addresses have changed, that means you've made a fundamental change to the code, which means you're no longer transferring Bitcoin. And guess what happened to my channels within 2 days of pointing this out? That's right, I got wiped. Absolutely everything. And this is why I'm up here wearing a mask, talking to you like literally directly, because if I become a broadcaster with this information, they will take me down and they'll probably fucking shoot me. That's what they're going to do. Because they know how powerful the information is that I've got that I'm telling you, which is why I'm wearing a mask and I don't want them to identify me, but this is why I'm desperately trying to explain this to you. So let me tell you about this network. So the reason they were able to do this in 2017 is because in order for a digital network to be a commoditized digital network, it has to go through a period of commoditization. And commoditization is neutral organic growth. So in the same way that initially with a tree you have a seed, and then the seed starts to extend roots out from it to give the tree a foundation, and then you have the trunk supporting the structure of the tree going up, the Bitcoin network had to do the same. But it cannot do that with any central point of influence, because otherwise it wouldn't be neutral and organic. So this is why the creator had to use a pseudonym, which was Satoshi Nakamoto, and then disappear from the network to let it undergo this period of neutral organic growth. Now, because he knew that we were up against evil, satanic, central banking bastards, he was just like, well, while I'm away, chances are they're going to invert, subvert, and pervert my creation. What can I do to eventually put right what they're probably going to do wrong? Well, he created an insurance policy. So on the 9th of June 2011, he put away 1.1 million Bitcoin, which in today's money represents about $600 billion. Yeah. And so, let me tell you that the 24-hour trade volume of most market-traded items is 5%. And it's the 24-hour trade volume that sets the price, which then works out the market capitalization. So if you want to destroy a market, you don't need the entire market to destroy it. All you need is 5%. And 1.1 million Bitcoins is 5% of 21 million. So I recognize this and I was just like, whoa, that looks like an insurance policy to me. Like what's going to happen? So I looked at the contract of this 1.1 million Bitcoin and I realized that they were scheduled to be returned to him on the 1st of January 2020. Now, what happened in 2020, particularly March? Yeah? First COVID lockdown. Well, let me tell you, did that lockdown not lock the economy down to stop you from spending? Yeah, that was the whole point. When they realized that these Bitcoins were about to be returned to Satoshi Nakamoto, they literally shit themselves, which is why they moved it forward 5 years. Literally everything is about them controlling the financial system, nothing else, because everything rests on this. So if I can explain to you how this token actually has value and you recognize it, you might put one in your possession because the value of it is absolutely astronomical. So let me tell you what this thing does. If you can have a digital network that produces a token, a non-fungible token that is unique in identity and cannot be deleted, and if you use that token to pay for uploads onto the network where your data can't be cracked, hacked, altered, changed or deleted, well, that's an extremely valuable service because that means you can use it for voting. That means you can use it for tracking supply chains. That means you can insist that your government places all their government records on the network where they can't be deleted and they can be scrutinized by the public. They were just like, well, that actually gives it value. Well, what if this thing is fixed in supply and a lot of people want to start using it for that very reason, to have sovereignty over their own data? Well, hold on a minute, the value of that could be absolutely astronomical. So let me tell you how you work out the value of this token. So in the same way that a kilogram is a unit measurement of weight, if I were to say to you, oh, I've got a kilogram, well, you'd be like, well, that doesn't make sense, because a kilogram is a unit measurement of weight. What do you have a kilogram of? A kilogram of oranges, a kilogram of bananas, a kilogram of apples, like what? And it's the same with a litre. A litre is a unit measurement of volume without, a unit measurement of volume. So if I just said I've got a litre, you'd be like, well, what do you have a litre of? Water, milk, oil, what? Now, it's the same with fiat currency. Fiat currency is a unit measurement of value because it's a security that is meant to secure your entitlement to something of value. So when I say to you, I've got £10, $10, 10 euros, well, your question should be, you have £10, $10 or 10 euros worth of what? What worth does it have? What common value does that have? So fiat currency is a unit measurement of value without any value backing it, which means when a true money comes along, that money will take on the market capitalization of every single financial market that is currently measured in fiat currency. So you have to find out what the total value of that is. So I can tell you that the largest financial market by far is the derivatives market. And a derivative is just simply a contract that is derived from a pre-existing financial product, and that contract executes depending on how well that financial product performs. What I'm saying is, in the future, every single derivative will be a pre-loaded smart contract. So what I'm saying is, this coin will take on the value of the derivatives market, and the liquidity has to be there. In the same way that if you're selling a house in the future, you won't be selling a £300,000 property for £300,000 worth of promissory notes of something of no substance. You'll be selling a £300,000 property for £300,000 worth of Bitcoin. That's the whole point. So it's a fair value exchange. So what's the derivatives market? Well, the derivatives market is estimated to be between $1 and $1.2 quadrillion. So if you just take the derivatives market, $1 quadrillion, and divide it by the supply of 21 million, you come up with a figure of around $40 million per coin. But that is provided the 21 million is distributed evenly. I can tell you it's not. And only 5% of the market is actually available for sale, because that sets the 24-hour trade volume. And the 24-hour trade volume is divided by 50%, half into buyers and half into sellers. So that 47 million, you can multiply by a factor of 20, which takes you up to $1 billion. Then double it, because the 24-hour trade volume is half and half. That's $2 billion per coin. Now, what would you do with $2 billion? I'd tell you what I'd do. I'd start political campaigns. I'd probably start a new financial sector so young people can insure their cars. I'd start a new education system. I'd certainly fuck the police force off. I'd tell you, there is loads of things I would do. So let me tell you, there is no point in me giving this knowledge to people that are completely asleep, like my own family, unfortunately. They have no idea, because all they're going to do is spend this money on cars and holidays and nice houses. That's not going to help me. These people are going to fucking kill all of us. And just because you're a billionaire or a trillionaire doesn't stop this lot from kicking down your front door, jabbing you and taking you off to jail, and then taking your family off you. We have to use this economic power to stop these evil fucking bastards. And they know that this is the only way to do it. Now, data can only be commoditized one way, in the way that I've just explained, with a distributed economically competitive foundation, a chain of digital signatures, unbounded scale so that limitations and restrictions can't be manufactured and the network not be manipulated, a fixed token supply, and those things have to be locked forever. So literally, they were just like, right, we can't stop this thing. How can we try and distract people away from it? Well, let's create a $2.3 trillion shitcoin market. And that's what crypto is. Crypto is a shitcoin market to distract you away from the one protocol that threatens the economic power and dominance of the central banks. And when I say Bitcoin, you're probably thinking about the one that's $60,000. Let me tell you, that one that's $60,000 per coin is worth fuck all. There is no signatures on that transaction. And they know it. And the legacy addresses don't start with the number 1 either. So literally what they've created is the largest Ponzi scheme in history. Now, has everyone heard of Burnley Madoff? The $60 million Ponzi scheme? You know the effects that had? That was 60 billion. A trillion is 1,000 billion. 1,000 billion. That's how big this thing is. But When Bitcoin first started, it had a market cap of precisely 0. Whereas now, this crypto market has $2.3 trillion. And that value has nowhere to go but into the original protocol and genuine Bitcoin once utility comes on the market. So let me tell you where I came into this. When I realized that Satoshi Nakamoto was going to flip the market in 2020 by using the 1.1 million Bitcoin, I was the one that said to him, hold on 1 second. If you do this single-handedly, if you destroy and flip a $1 trillion market and you want to know what's going to happen, all you need to do is look back at history, because history is going to repeat itself. So I said, look at what the church has become since they crucified Jesus. It's now a cesspit of crime and corruption and paedophilia. And look at what happened to Gandhi when he drove out the colonial British. He thought he was doing the best for his mother country of India, but India descended into civil war between the Hindus and the Muslims, and he ended up being murdered by one of his own countrymen who blamed him for all the turmoil that had been created. So I said, let me tell you what's going to happen if you do this single-handedly. Those criminals that have got billions of dollars tied up in the network from the likes of Silk Road, they're mafia. They don't give a shit if you're Satoshi Nakamoto or not. If you've cost them $1 billion, you are going to pay for it with your life. And when you're out of the way, the banking cabal are then going to step in and say, look at this, the entire market flipped, and what one man did or said is completely centralized, you can't trust it. Let's get back to good old fiat currency, because you've all learnt your lessons and you shouldn't be using anything else other than our money. So I said, if you do this, all of your years of work is going to go up in smoke and your legacy is going to be in tatters and you're not going to be around to do anything about it. Please change your mind. So that's what I did in 2020, which is why I'm up here pleading with you, like trying to explain to you what this thing is and what's about to happen. Now that 1.1 million Bitcoin is still there. But when he first created Bitcoin, he created it with a memory pool that could only absorb all the world's financial transactions. He has now scaled the protocol so that it can absorb all the world's internet traffic, which means we can now use this data network for all of our digital requirements where they can't data scrape any of the information about us. So that's what they're really scared of. Not only can we use it as a financial system, we can now use it for all of our digital needs. Social media, conference calling, communications, all in the private. So it takes us out into the private, out from their central banking control, and basically out from their dystopian nightmare that they're trying to create for us. Now, all you have to do is buy one. And what they did in 2019 was orchestrate a delist BSV campaign. Because although they couldn't get rid of it, what they could do was socially engineer the market ticker onto their own protocol. And again, they did it twice. They did it first of all with BTC, which changed the legacy address. Then they did it with BCH, and it changed the legacy address. But the original protocol just simply carried on. But it's got the market ticker symbol of BSV. So they were just like, right, we think BSV is a scam, so we're going to delist it. And unless you remove your coins from our exchanges, we are going to switch them for another coin for you. So people were just like, okay, well, I'll withdraw my coins from your exchange. They went to withdraw them, and they got a message saying, oh, wallet under maintenance, cannot withdraw. So that's how they stole everybody's genuine Bitcoin. And they've been artificially suppressing the price of the genuine Bitcoin since 2019 with all the coins that they stole from the world's largest crypto exchanges. Binance, Bitfinex, Kraken, Coinbase, all of it. However, because the coins are fixed in supply, it means that they don't have an infinite supply, so they're running out. And you can monitor how much they've got on chain. So let me tell you what's coming this year. Not only is Terranode coming, which will enable the network to absorb all the world's internet traffic, there is also a film coming out called Killing Satoshi, which is going to reveal who the genuine Satoshi Nakamoto is, and I suspect he's going to use that as a cover because the fingers will not be pointed out at him. And the movie is coming out this year. So as Callie was saying, I'm feeling it this year. I'm telling you, this is the year, and all you've got to do is hold one of these things that currently have a market price of $13, 10 quid, because they can't buy it, because if they buy it, that would be a market indicator, and they can't use it because there's a digital signature attached to every transaction, which means eventually will expose their entire network. So the only thing they could do was steal people's coins and use the supply to artificially suppress the price, which is a gift to us. Imagine all of us had one of these coins that literally went to $1 million, $2 million, $3 million, $1 billion. That's when the cops come knocking at your door with 20 people, that's when you field an army of 40. It's like, oh yeah? So what are you here for? Did I invite you? Because Ashby versus White says no man may trespass without a license. Entig versus Carrington. No man will be bound without consent. Do you have a contract? Is there a victim? Who's the claimant? Oh, you don't have one? So you're breaching the peace, turning up at my doorstep dressed as a policeman. Where's your warrant? Who signed that? Well, there's 40 people here against you 20 that want to know. Because if you don't, I'll tell you what, we've got a prison down the road where you're going to go right now unless you give me an answer. Because there is more of us than them. It's just that they are in lockstep. That's all it is. But let me tell you, so people are looking for ways for people to come together. Let me tell you, people will unite due to economic incentive. You can either be in their economy, which is economically toxic, with a fiat currency that goes down and down and down and down in value, or you can come across to a digital asset where the value only ever goes up and up and up and up, meaning small businesses can survive and thrive and prices go down, which means the economy starts to expand. And that's what we really want to be in, rather than being in a shrinking economy where people go bust and they end up on a welfare state, like somebody who was connected to Israel wanted to know. Anybody seen the quote in Fink's Bar in 1990? Where he said, "We will turn America into the biggest welfare state that we will own and control, chop it up piece by piece and sell it off." That's what's coming to every country in the world unless you wake up to the fact that their fiat currency is worth fuck all and that money has to be a commodity and you can commoditize data. Now, obviously, I would love to be in contact with all of you who want to know this, but I can't be. So what I've created is a Telegram group with a QR code that you can all scan where I can put all this information in. And the last thing I can do is just say thank you very much for listening to me and just please try and take on board what I've said. Thanks very much. Cheers.
Wow. Every time I hear this guy speak, I take on board more, because it's not easy to take on, is it? It's not easy. You know, we've been dumbed down so much that we don't know what money is, we don't know what a commodity is, we don't know what Bitcoin really is, we don't know what it can offer us. You know, we all go into cognitive dissonance, but God bless this guy for giving us at least a shot at truth. Yeah? Before I bring Gareth on, we're going to do a raffle now, yeah. And also a repeat of the number for the private members group, PSC private WhatsApp group, 0748173183, and I'll repeat that, 0748173183. Right, the raffle. Yeah.
Can I just say as well, because I didn't say it before, if you want to learn about this course that we're doing about living in the private and equity and recoupment, you do have to study, I'm afraid, but that's the empowerment of the mind. I've got a piece of paper at the back if you want to give me your email. There's no obligation, but if you want the information, we'll send it out and you can get a free sticker. Not today, Satan, Carly Spell sticker, you know. So we're just at the back of the room if you want to come and have a chat with me. I just wanted to add that because I totally forgot. Thank you.
Actually, on the back of that, what we can talk about, public and private, what you need to understand, if you are on the electoral roll, everybody, and I keep mentioning this in my WhatsApp group, you are in public. You are a company. This is where your compliance puts you into the system. And I keep reminding everybody, please listen to what I'm saying. In order to come off the electoral roll, it is one simple process. You only have to write one email or letter to your council just to remind them for the foreseeable future you'll have no fixed address. Please take me off all electoral rolls. That's your local and your national electoral roll. Also, in the process, remind them you stand in lowercase, and the only acknowledgement that you need from that particular moment is for them to acknowledge that. Anything else will go into spam. Yeah? So remember that. If you are on the electoral roll, every single one of you are in public. You need to be in private. You need to be standing as a free living, sovereign man or woman. Okay? So, and that also, for the record, eliminates your council tax in one swift movement. Because if you're not on the electoral roll, you don't have to pay council tax. It's simple as that. I keep stressing to everybody, this is step one. But the PSC have a Telegram group, every single lawful remedy, and we're up to 54 in there at the moment. At step one, that is your process. Please take note of this, okay? Because everything else is irrelevant unless you do this. Yeah? So you can vote for this or vote for that, or believe in this or believe in that, but if you're on the electoral roll, believe you me, you are standing as a company. They get you by the capital name to that property. That is how they do it. Please listen to what I'm saying, please. Okay, and pass the good word on. Thank you, Toshi.
Yeah, one more thing. Also, you need to know that tax is voluntary. There's no law in the land that says you have to pay tax. And also, fiat currency null and voids tax because you're paying in fraud that they can print from nothing. So I've got the QR code here. What I'm going to be doing, I'm just going to be standing in that bottom corner. So if you all want to come and scan it or take a picture of it and then help other people scan it, we could probably get everybody into the group real quick and then I can give you all the information that you need. Thanks very much.
And I can corroborate that the taxation is voluntary because 10 years ago I told HMRC very nicely where to go in a very rudimentary letter. I've gone private, I'm just a man doing serving other men and women. Not heard back since. 10 years. It's no big deal. It's the demon in the mind that makes you think it's a big deal. The thing is that we went to school and that was our first fatal error. I could already read and write and sing and dance and do everything that I needed to do and make friends. I didn't need to go to school. They had to transfer me to another school because I was learning too fast. Right? You don't need to go to school. And it's only getting worse. Well, I'm not saying you don't, you know what I mean? It's your grandkids or your kids or whatever. But schooling is a big priority. Get them out. You're aiding and abetting crimes against humanity. In my next book, because you've got at the back of the hall, you've got School No Place for Children, and there's copies available. I'm currently writing Schooling and Other War Crimes Against Humanity. So I'm going broader, not just schooling, but healthcare, the financial system, you name it. I'm going for it now, because 10 years ago I didn't know a fraction of what I know now, so I'm putting it all into this latest book. Right, we've got the raffle, yeah? And I'll put one of my books in. 4 prizes. Uh, 143, ticket 143, 143. Is that the 4th prize or the 1st prize? Oh, they're all equal, sorry. 143, anyone? Is this for a bottle of bubbly? Bottle of bubbly, Prosecco. Right, 143's gone missing. So the next one is 148, probably the same guy or girl, but I sound very close. 148, there you go, yeah. Bottle of Prosecco for you, madam. Next one. 132, 132. That's a white Zinfandel Californian rosé, it looks like. There you go. Don't drink it all at once. Right, next one. This is Callie's prize, 140. Crikey, these numbers are only about... Yeah. 140. 140. Oh, there you go. That's Callie's prize. And the last one is my own book, School No Place for Children, which of course is the top prize. Just my opinion. No, there's some believe 135. Is this rigged? Carlo, is this rigged?
I've got book. I've read
All right, we're doing it again. Well, my book, you've read it. Okay, so it's going to somebody else now. $161 gets the education book, School No Place for Children. 161.
161.
No, 161, no offers. 161 going once, 161 going twice, gone, 161 gone. 147. 147, are you shameless enough to come forward because you've got all the winning tickets? Oh, hang on, yeah. Right, so that's the education book. I'll go and get it and I'll bring it to you. Right, done and dusted. Right.
Big thank you to Sharon for the gifts of the Prosecco and the.
Right, thank you to Sharon. We've also got the latest edition. I think it's February actually. Number 66 of the live paper at the back of the hall. Before I bring on Gareth, 3 more questions to sow seeds in the mind of the terminally compliant and brain dead. A lot of them. I don't mean that as an insult, but if you look at a book called The Indoctrinated Brain, Michael Nails, we all have some degree of brain damage. So it's not exclusive to the mainstreamers. Can I have a bit of hush, please? Bit of hush. Right, another question. The American Public Health Association did an experiment, and it was called the Rosenau experiment, on soldiers sick with alleged Spanish flu in 1919, and discovered that despite all efforts, they could not infect healthy soldiers. Now, most of us will know about this, but this is designed to ask your more conventional family, friends and relatives, etc. And the question is, why has this experiment been forgotten? Why does nobody know about this? The 1918-1919 experiment on sick soldiers, they found that they could not infect healthy soldiers. Here's another question. If money can be printed on demand out of thin air, why do we need to pay tax? And the last one, before I bring on Gareth, how come the USA provided all its public services successfully prior to 1913 without a taxation system? So that the USA is living proof that you don't need a taxation system to provide all public services. All right, so hush please. We've got an Icke coming on. Right, so without further ado, Gareth, if you'd come up to the microphone and are we ready, folks? So welcome to Gareth. And Gareth, now this is the only gag that I've prepared for today. Gareth is part of another Holy Trinity. You've got David the Father, you've got Jaymie the Son, and you've got Gareth the Holy Goalkeeper. It's a bit of a dad joke, but it's all you're getting for today. So thank you, Gareth, for coming, and take it away.
Thank you very much. I was driving up and I thought to myself, what am I going to talk about today? And I thought, I don't know, but I feel like we need some kind of positivity, really. Not in a sense of, if someone's on the side of the road having been hit by a car and their leg's hanging off and you say it'll be fine. I don't mean like that, but I mean there are things to be positive about, as well as focusing on the negative and things that are bad and stuff like that. And one of those positives, of course, is the amount of people here face to face at an event like this. Because for me, I don't get out much, to be honest. I'm sat in a podcast studio, or I'm walking on my own with a camera, or I'm wiping a 4-year-old's ass. That's basically my life, pretty much, and I wouldn't change it for anything. But it's nice to be out and among people, because I think that's important, that we have these face-to-face interactions and relationships and stuff that we build, especially if things are going to get negative in terms of fuel shortages and all that kind of stuff. To have a place and a friendship and a tribe, essentially, that's real, as opposed to, I know 400 people on Facebook, that's not real life. Do you know what I mean? So I think this stuff and events like this are so massively important. So nice one for doing it, and thank you very much for inviting me. Much appreciated. Plus I'm having a beer on a Sunday, do you know what I mean? And some scampi fries. I know it's not good, and I know you're supposed to live like a carnivore diet, but scampi fries, man, like, I could live to like 200, but I'd rather live to sort of 45, just do another year, but have scampi fries. Now, of course, I've thought for a long time, like, it's a numbers game, not in the sense that we need the majority of people to think the same, that would be very boring, or to agree on certain things, or to have a plan that they're all aligned with, and all that kind of stuff. But I think a significant minority is all you need to make a difference in this world, and I think that's growing and growing and growing. And part of that, unfortunately, is trauma-based. So obviously I can stand on the street, I know like David made a point about it earlier when he's talking about, you know, trying to persuade people and talk to people, and actually by posing questions like he's doing, get people to kind of come to their own conclusions on stuff, as opposed to you standing on a soapbox and dictating it. Because I don't know about you, when someone does that to me, it does my head in. It's a bit of a turn off, really. Whereas if someone poses a question, then okay, you know. So for me, during the COVID era, which was a massive traumatic period for everyone, basically, lots of people were kind of becoming open to the fact that maybe the world isn't quite what I thought it was, and maybe these politicians or these leaders of industry or these medical experts or whatever are not quite the people I thought they were. And actually, in some instances, in terms of the reaction, maybe my neighbour that I thought was great for 20 years is actually a total bellend. We had those realisations as well, didn't we? I had a few of them. To be fair, although I did kind of wind them up a lot, to be fair. So, you know. But the people were susceptible then to an idea of maybe something was different in terms of the reality around them. But what I didn't want to do was stand there and soapbox them, because it's a turn-off, like I say. So I found that what was really good was, that's weird, isn't it? And that was a line I must have used I don't know how many times in that period. And I trialled it on a burrito salesman. Lovely guy. And this was during the kind of lockdown era, when I think they just about started opening stuff but takeaway only. And so I used that as an excuse to have a burrito 5 days a week. And I'd stand in the queue, and I kind of got a vibe, fear of sounding like a hippie, I kind of got a vibe off this guy that he was probably slightly more open to stuff. And so I'd point out the odd, oh, do you hear this in the news today, whatever the story would be? And he'd be like, yeah, and I go, it's weird, isn't it? And he'd go, yeah, it is weird, isn't it? And I'll go, right, I've got one. I'll bank that. And then the next day I'll be back. And in the end, it didn't take long, maybe a week or so, maybe even less than that, to be fair. He was then leaning over the queue going, here, mate, have you seen this? And I was going, no, go on, tell me. Thinking, definitely have, but go on, tell me. And he'd say, it's weird, isn't it? I was like, it is weird, isn't it? And I used that a lot then after that, and I found that was a really good way to not wake people up, because that sounds almost arrogant, but to kind of just point people to the fact that actually maybe it is weird, isn't it? And then when you come to that realisation yourself, it's totally different to having it implanted in your head by someone else, because who am I to stand anywhere and tell someone what the truth is? That you need to find that yourself, right? And I think we're at a point now, particularly after COVID, that woke up a lot, where there's more and more people in that position now of, the world's not quite what I thought it was. And they're angry, and they're frightened, and very confused, which I can sympathise with, but at the same time, it's almost like it's a necessary thing that you have to go through, right? You know, no one wants to be told their husband or their wife's having an affair, but in the long term, you'd probably rather know, wouldn't you? And so I think that's the point that we're at now, where there's multiple reasons for this, where the trauma becomes important. Now, bear with me, because that sounds like a weird statement. But during the COVID period, I remember being online. I don't think I was ever offline. And there was a couple of psychologists who were doing like a Q&A thing on Twitter, as it was then. And someone asked a question, which was quite a valid question, I thought, which was, this was about 18 months into the Rona, which was, why is it that I saw through Rona straight away, and a load of other people did as well. You know, first 5 minutes, this is bollocks. And then there's other people, 18 months later, with all this information and everything right in their face, and they can't see it. It doesn't make any sense. It's a very good question. And one of these guys said, well, I've not got peer-reviewed evidence, but he was basically making the point that this is what I think, but I can't really back it up with a shed load of evidence, but there's things that point towards it, which is there's a relation between what people see through and their ability to see through certain things and trauma that they've had in their life. Now that can be any kind of trauma, you know, a dreadful upbringing or you know, a violent assault, a sexual assault, whatever it might be, some kind of trauma in their life where they've basically been taught that things aren't rosy and fantastic all the time, and actually it's on them to take a little bit of responsibility in terms of how they react to it. Do you get back up after being knocked down, or do you stay on the floor, basically? And I thought about that, and I thought that's quite an interesting theory. You know, he's probably got letters after his name, so who am I to distrust him? And then I started applying that logic. So whenever I would interview anyone that was either a whistleblower or someone that had, you know, even someone that just started a podcast talking about awakened issues, someone that would organise an event like this, for instance, whatever it might be, one of the first questions that I'd ask them would be, you know, tell me about your past. You know, you don't have to tell me everything, but tell me about your past. And was there a catalysing event that made you go on this road into whatever that you're doing now? 100% success rate every single time. Obviously there was different varying like levels. Some of them you were like, geez, I wish I hadn't asked. Christ. Like some people have been through some serious turmoil. Do I keep hitting you in the head with that?
No.
Sorry. I was really wary of like flinging it around. See, that's why Freddie Mercury didn't have one, wasn't it? He didn't have a wire, did he? But then it made sense to me. I was like, that makes total sense. Well, then actually, if you apply that logic, throughout the COVID period, as I say, everyone was traumatised in one way or another. And now what we're going through now, and potentially going through, or I don't think there's any potential about it, you're going to end up with even more people being traumatised. Therefore, traumatised people are slightly more awakened and alert to what's going on. Therefore, you're kind of building almost this army of awake people. Which is a good thing, of course. I mean, it's horrible that it's had to happen that way, but it's still happening. This awakening is still happening. I think, you know, a lot of people believe in the awakening as a spiritual thing. I know there's a lot of religious people. There seems to be more now than there were when I was a kid, though. It's made a comeback, innit? Like Share or something. Like religion is now back, which is fine, you know, whatever. But it's now back in the mainstream and massively being exploited, actually, in terms of creating support for wars in the Middle East and whatever. But also that faith is not necessarily a bad thing. I'm not a religious guy, but I do believe that there's something. I just don't know what it is. I guess I'll find out when I'm there. But I'll still live by the 10 Commandments, which to me is one commandment, which is just don't be a dick. It's basically it, isn't it? If you're honest. And if everyone lived by that, I think we'd have half a chance, wouldn't we? But like I say, as I was driving here, I was thinking what to talk about. Well, I want to talk about something positive, about the fact that there is an awakening, about the fact that we're having all this stuff thrown at us because they have to throw it at us. If they could just steamroller over us, they would be a darn sight easier. If you didn't have to gaslight people and terrify people and fool people into supporting or complying with something, then that would be a lot easier, wouldn't it? You know when Starmer stood there and he said, let me be clear, and he did his weird hand symbol act totally accidentally? That was him doing his alpha male thing, which is funny, because Zippy from Rainbow was not the alpha male character. And I'm showing my age, I remember Rainbow. Was it George? Was he the one you didn't mess with? Is it George or Bungle? Yeah, Zippy wasn't the alpha though, was he? He was just a gobshite. It's just annoying. Yeah, but even though he did all that alpha male thing of like, let me be clear, this is happening, this is what's going to happen. That's not how it works. Because if it had been how it works, it wouldn't have been followed by a list of ways that they would do it and how it would affect you and all this kind of stuff. And of course they're backpedaling on that, but they're going to come in another way, and obviously we'll come to that, I'm sure. But to me, I see that as a positive thing, the fact that they need our consent. Like everything is an agreement, right? Everything is a contract between us and them. And if we don't agree to it, then it kind of ends right there. Now, all the time you hear people talk about, oh, there's no solutions. Well, for me, there is one solution. It's real simple. It's just don't comply. Don't do it. Simple as that. And I know that sounds oversimplistic to some people, but do you know what I mean? The best pop songs are simplistic, right? I mean, I quite like, you know, some of those sort of prog rock bands, but give me a Beatles tune every day of the week. And that's what it is. For me, the answer is a Beatles tune. So, another way that I think the awakening is happening is because things are becoming more obvious as well. And I don't think that's coming from a place of strength from the powers that be, for want of another term. So earlier, you know, David was talking about potholes. Now, potholes don't sound particularly massive in the grand conspiracy, but everything is related, of course. And so because they don't want us driving, and we know they don't want us driving because they told us they don't want us driving, then when you look at the amount of potholes on the streets, you think to yourself, I think they have. I think they have done it on purpose. I think all these things are done on purpose. And I've got a pothole story. So I had a tyre, I've got 4 of them, but I had a tyre that kept deflating and it was doing my head in. So every single day I was having to pump up this tyre, at least once a day, until I could get into the garage, because it turns out there's a lot of damaged cars, so the guy's busy. So I eventually got in and he looked at my car and he said, oh, you've not got a puncture. And I went, well, that's good news. He went, not really. Turns out my wheels cracked because of a pothole. And I had to drive around all over the place trying to find someone to fix it. All the driving, for some weird reason, made me sick. I ended up vomiting outside a 5-year-old's birthday party a couple of hours later. Wasn't my finest moment. There was balloons on the door and mothers stood in the doorway watching me. But there you go. It's the way it goes sometimes. But I'm going somewhere with this. But I thought about it after I cleaned myself up, and I thought, do you know what, these potholes, all of this stuff is massively connected in the same way that, I don't know if you've had it, I had it the other day actually. I was driving down the M1, because I live just off the M1, and there was like these 50-mile-an-hour limits suddenly, because there's traffic and there's workmen in the road. There's no workmen in the road. And then suddenly, sort of 5 miles later, it's clear and we can all drive. And I thought, what's the point in that? It was annoying. And it makes me not want to drive. And that's sort of the point, isn't it? And I'm going, oh right, so this is what it's like. They're just poking you all the time. Always poking you, just annoying you. And if you think about that on a day-to-day basis, it can drive you mad. Like if you think, if I do that now, I'm a cheat. Like, yes, it's kind of annoying. But if I do that for 2 weeks, my face is going to be out here. And that's kind of what it is, isn't it? It's just like this 1,000-cut thing, constantly. Now, of course, it's massively obvious what's going on, and it's becoming more and more obvious to more and more people. And I saw that, in a way, even before Rona, to be fair. I hate the term COVID, because the guy that came up with the term is another knobhead on X. And he's really proud of it. He's got it in his bio. I was the first person to use the word COVID. Brilliant. So yeah, the Rona, we'll call it the Rona. My sister used to call it the Rona, so we'll go with that. And of course, during that time, it woke up lots of people because stuff was in your face. You know, you went from a point of going, well, they'll never do that, to following arrows around Tesco like a div. And suddenly you realise that, oh, okay, maybe the world is a little bit not like I thought it was. And I exploited that massively. And how I did it was, obviously all the gyms were closed and stuff like that. And so I was trying to do some exercise and I'd have to go running. And I hate running because it's boring, isn't it? Yeah. And so I thought, right, I'm going to have to challenge myself. So I thought, right, I'll do 7 10Ks in 7 days. And where I live in Derbyshire is dead hilly, so it was quite brutal. And so I was doing it in about an hour. And then I'd done 3. I'd done Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. And the next day was Thursday. And I thought, if I start at 7 p.m, I'm going to come down my street at 8 p.m. And all these prats are going to come out at 8 p.m. to clap and bang their pots and pans. So I went running down the street, right? There was a couple of neighbours were all right, they thought it was funny. There was one woman across the road and left a bit. She was one of those proper trunks that was like nosy. Who's come out, who hasn't come out? Right, I'm going to go on Facebook and slag them off. She was one of those types. So I got a good eye contact with her as I put my arms out to celebrate as I was running down the street. Like I say, some of my neighbours laughed. She didn't. She didn't laugh, she took to Facebook. Funny times. And of course, They weren't funny times, they were horrendous times in lots of different ways. But I'm one of those people, which I imagine most Burnley fans are as well. I'm a Derby fan, so you have to be optimistic and you have to find joy in tragedy, right? Otherwise there's no point. But what that did is it woke loads of people up. Like I say, they saw that the world wasn't the way it was, or they thought it was. But there was this Rubicon that people had to cross, which was past the level of corruption and incompetence. People seemed a little bit acceptant of the fact that, yeah, you know, politicians are corrupt and they have these backhand deals with pharmaceutical companies and whoever. And I've seen David Lammy, so I know politicians are idiots, right? I'm quite accepting of that, that's fine. It was then that Rubicon to cross, which was, well, no, this is happening on purpose, mate. Like, this isn't incompetence. This isn't just making a few quid. These guys make a few quid anyway. This is being done on purpose. And there was a lot of people that couldn't quite cross that Rubicon. I don't think that's the case anymore, to be honest. I don't know what your experience is like with people that you interact with, but mine is now very much kind of, oh no, I think they're doing this on purpose, mate. And I never thought I'd think like that, but I do. And of course that's a good thing, because it is more people coming over to the side of something's going on. And once you come over to that side, you don't go back again. You don't see someone that goes, I'm awakened now, do you know what, I fancy a nap. It doesn't happen. Touch wood, it doesn't happen. So, another kind of idea I had at this point, in terms of trying to get people over that Rubicon, was not to be the soapbox whatever, but was to try and recreate the that's weird innit. So what I did is I made a list of what I would do if I wanted to destroy the United Kingdom. And you can apply that to any nation, whatever. I'm going to write a list of stuff that I would do if I wanted to destroy the UK. And so I wrote this list down, and then I looked back at it and I went, oh bloody hell. I could get a job in government. And I looked at it, and some of it was really obvious in terms of the mass immigration, which of course has been spoken about before, in terms of changing demographics and community cohesion and cultural norms and all these kind of stuff to basically create a situation where no one's really going to fight for where they're from, because they're not proud of where they're from, because they don't really know where they're from. Like, they don't really have a culture anymore. And that's something that's been going on for decades and decades. I mean, I remember having conversations with people that go, oh, Britain doesn't even have a culture, mate. What's your dish? Chicken tikka masala? Like, that's not British. Like, they don't even have a culture. And it's like, okay. I mean, I don't even like chicken tikka masala, to be honest. But Britain, of course, has a culture, and it has a history of ancient Britons. Then you can go down that whole ancient history rabbit hole in terms of what we're told and what the reality is. And I've seen plenty of stuff, you know, on that level, because I like going underground. But I'll come to that. But literally, I like going underground. It's not a metaphor for like some kind of like garage band vibe. No, I do actually like going underground. And so that's part of it. And then you think, like, when through education and stuff, like white privilege, all that kind of stuff, you treat kids that actually, well, you're all kind of inherently racist. Like, 2-year-olds looking at you like, I don't know what racist means. I certainly don't know what inherently means, but I am it, apparently. And what that creates is a situation where people won't fight to preserve a culture that they're ashamed of. Because why would you? You know what I mean? So that's something that's been going on for a long time. So I was looking at that, and of course, if you're told that you're rubbish all the time, it can sink in. That demoralises a population, and a population that's demoralised is less likely to stand up and fight, because it's just how it goes. So I was like, okay, so I'll tick all those boxes. And of course, there's the economic side of it, which they did massively through COVID, and then long even before that with the, you know, the fake financial crashes and stuff, where all this money just suddenly disappears and everyone's skint and no one asks the question, well, it went somewhere, so who's got it?
It's not money.
Stuff. Currency. There you go. Yeah. I don't even like currents. I'm a raisin kind of guy. But that level of it, of course, because by creating that you create dependency, and by creating dependency you then create obedience. Like, and I understand that, because you can be the most outspoken, I'm not having it guy, but if you don't do as you're told to, and your kids starve, that's a very different conversation, isn't it? And of course, you know, that's what they're doing. So you look at that, okay, and then you look at the energy infrastructure and the destruction of it, and that's where it got really funny. but not ha-ha funny. Because we're basically being told that this closure of this Strait of Hormuz, which was the most obvious thing in the world that Iran was going to do, it wasn't like no one knew they were going to do that. So it's not like you've got people like Rachel Reeves coming out saying, we can't be held to ransom. It's like, you knew this was going to happen. Like, you attacked a country. What do you think they were going to do? But obviously that is the thing, isn't it? What we're taught is like, oh, this is the repercussion for, no, that's the goal. It wasn't the repercussion of an action, that was the desired outcome. And so when I went down that sort of energy infrastructure rabbit hole, that was funny. Because I was looking at the power stations in particular, and the destruction of the power stations. So where I live in Derbyshire, I'm not far from the Nottinghamshire border. And just over there, you had something called Megawatt Valley, and it was basically on the River Trent. You had power station after power station after power station. Well, they're all gone now, but they don't just decommission them and go, we'll save that for a non-windy day. They blow them up. So they've just blown up Cotton Power Station. That was one of the last ones to go. Which to me, if you're coming in from a mindset of, oh no, no, politicians they're not doing it on purpose, honestly, Gov, you would look at the fact that we're being told we're supposedly going to war with Russia every 20 minutes. I might keep that power station. That would be your logic, wouldn't it? But they went, no, they just stick some explosives in it, that'd be fine. And then there's one called Radcliffe, which is, again, not far from me. It's just in Leicestershire. And they used that as recently as December 2023. They fired it up again, emergency, to make sure that the grid didn't collapse. They're blowing that up. And you think to yourself, oh, we're taking the mick now. And where it gets even better, not that I believe the official story of the IRA and all that stuff, that to me was more fear porn. In the 80s, it got replaced by Islamic terrorism, which hadn't been invented yet. But I remember, of course, the IRA. If you ever went to a city like Manchester, because I was living on the Isle of Wight at the time, or London, you'd always give a bin a wide berth as you walk down the street, because that's how we were conditioned to be, right? That's how it was. And then they went, oh no, don't worry about bins, the Irish are all right, it's now Al Akbar stuff now. And everyone just went, oh okay, we've rebadged it, but that's fine, we'll be frightened of that now. Well actually in the 1970s, this is the official story anyway, the 1970s, and then as recently as 1996, apparently they foiled plots of the IRA to bomb our power stations, because they thought that would bring Britain to its knees. Amazing, isn't it? Imagine if you were an IRA bomber and you got arrested for that, and you're sat in prison now thinking, Ned Miliband. I'd be calling my solicitor, because he's done it. I'm in prison for just thinking about it. But it goes to show, doesn't it? The whole thing is completely intentional. The whole thing is completely planned, of course. So that was one. So I ticked that. The energy infrastructure. That's mad. And it was one thing after another. Health, obviously. Again, I know I keep saying COVID, but for me, that was the real kicker, wasn't it? That was a real period of time, which, to be fair, probably brought a lot of you guys together, I assume. And we're about to enter lockdowns 2.0, aren't we? It seems, which not normally into sequels, but at least we're prepared a little bit more now, aren't we? Like there's more of us for a start. Like at the start of that COVID era, the only people I really had around me, apart from my family, of course, was the anti-war movement. They were the only people that liked me. Everyone else was done with me. And then when it happened, I turned around to my anti-war mates and I went, right, this is you've all buggered off, and they all bought it, which was absolutely crazy. Yeah, so I was my sort of pro-Palestinian mates all thought I was a granny killer as well. I was like, bloody hell. Lucky I like my own company, innit? Of course, that's shifted massively now. And hopefully, like I said, when you awaken to stuff, you don't then go back to sleep, And so, so I went through this list that I've made. There's loads of other stuff on there as well. But the final thing, which was massively important, I think, is censorship. Because if you've got that long list of things that you want to do, you kind of don't want anyone to know about them. So the censorship is a massive part of it. And of course, that's absolutely everywhere in terms of, throughout the COVID period, deleting people and whatever. But now, I don't know if you've noticed this, the algorithm is God. They don't ban you anymore. They don't even suspend you anymore. They just algorithmically suppress you. So when I post something that's just a theory or an idea and it gets massively suppressed, I'm like, well, that was right then. Because the way you know, innit? And I don't know if you've noticed this as well, which I think is another part of this long list of plans, which is to create a chaos. You know, I mean, Donald Trump is perfect for this. He is a chaos agent. Like, that's literally what he is. He's an orange goblin, but he is a chaos agent. You create this chaos, and how they've done it is by creating polarities, of course, and that is to take away the reasonable people, remove them, algorithmically remove the reasonable people, promote your Andrew Tates and all that stuff. That's great, whacked out. He says a few nuggets of truth and then lots of weird stuff about cars and women, right? Elevate that, that's fine. And then elevate the other side as well, the extremes on the other side. Give them the biggest platform. Ben Shapiro and his eyebrows, they are everywhere. That's fine, just like create this polarity. And then those reasonable people in the middle, which I would class us all as, that are just saying, look guys, like, it's not a left and right thing. Like, we're all in the gun sights, like we're all in this, we you know, let's have some unity. I don't care what colour you are, I don't care what gender you are, what religion, what football team, couldn't care less. Blackburn or Burnley, whatever. I mean, maybe that doesn't fly here, I don't know, but it doesn't matter. Not you know, not now, not when we're on the battlefield, which we are. Like, it doesn't matter now. Let's just be mates for a bit. We can go back to fighting later if you want, but preferably not. That's the reasonable approach, and we're the ones that are massively suppressed. And so again, that would be part of the list of things that I would do, would be to take away the reasonable voices. Take away the voices that are going, guys, come on, let's just be mates. Because fundamentally, that's most people. Most people don't want to go to war and leave their family behind while they get their legs blown off. You might find one or two. It takes all sorts. But most people don't want that. And most people don't want to fight and argue. They basically just want to get on. They want to make sure their kids are all right. They want to make sure there's a roof on their head. They've got food in their belly. Maybe have a few pints on a Friday at the football, go to the football on a Saturday, or go to the theatre, whatever your thing might be. And just get on. That's most people. But of course they don't want that, so what they have to have is most people fighting against each other. So we hate each other because of the colour of the hair, or we hate each other because that guy believes in whatever God and that one believes in another one. And that's that whole thing. But again, I'm encouraged by that. I'm encouraged by divide and conquer. Because if they didn't have to do it, they wouldn't. Why would you? You go, well, there's 8 billion people, that's fine. I'll just steamroll over all of them. But they can't do that. So they have to have us all fighting and bickering amongst ourselves. So every time I see that gaslighting and that kind of stuff, I'm actually encouraged by it. Because one, like I say, it says that they can't do it without doing that. The other thing is, it's so bloody unimaginative. They've got no imagination, these people. And that's why they tax, well, monetize via taxation, the imagination and creativity of the people. Because they don't actually have any. Because it's the same play over and again. You can see all the false flags, every single one is exactly the same. It's the same play over and over and over and again. So again, I'm massively encouraged by that. So whilst, you know, we're all here and we're talking about things that are negative and things that are potentially going to come that are not good, there is a positive part of this, which is I don't know how they work out if there's 8 billion of us. I had that conversation with my 7-year-old daughter a couple of nights ago. She was like, how do they know? I went, they don't. Well, they don't, do they? But let's pretend it is 8 billion. It's definitely, and it's amazing that it's a round number as well, isn't it? Bang. But let's pretend it is that. How many people are knowingly controlling the world? I mean, you've got, you know, like cogs in machines that are doing bits that probably don't know they're doing it. Or maybe they know a little bit, but I'll keep my mouth shut because I've paid the mortgage. But those number of people that are actually going, no, this is the plan, and I'm enacting it and I'm carrying it out. It's sod all, mate. It's one man and a dog, really. It's not that dog's cool. But it is one man and a dog in terms of percentages. Well then, you know, as Bill Hicks said, I think I see a way out of this. There is a simple way out of it, which is just not to comply with it, not to go along with it, and be supportive of each other. And a massive part of that is the free speech element. And that's what bugs me about the tribalism. Because I don't have a problem with tribalism in the sense of you support your tribe. We found our tribes during COVID. You look after your own, you protect your own family, that sort of stuff. I get it, don't digging out tribalism in that sense. But if your tribalism is such a point, which is what they've manufactured, and you see it every day, where, yeah, but you're not saying what I agree. So your speech is being curbed, but yeah, I'm not going to say anything about it because I don't agree with what you're saying. Well, that's irrelevant. Doesn't matter whether you agree with it or not. There's lots of people I disagree with, but I still think they should have the ability to say what they believe. I mean, just on social media alone, I just go on there and I'll look and I'll go, I've got called a knobhead 5 times today. And I believe in their right to say it. And they might be right. And that's fine. But you see it all the time, and particularly at the moment where there's a Palestinian doctor, I don't know if you've seen this lady, she's been arrested 5 times now, struck off. They're basically just destroying her because she's talking about Jewish supremacy. Which these Israel first wall liquor types, that's what it is. It is a supremacy. It's a supremacy that allows you to blow a kid to pieces and goes, oh well, whatever, they're all animals. That is a supremacy. Like I believe we're all equal. I don't believe anyone is God's chosen people. I think we're all absolutely equal, every single one of us. Every soul is important, every life is sacred, all life matters, and I mean it when I say it. And what's mad is that is seen as a bit of a bigoted view in some ways, which is wild to me. But I can't help but think that if you find that belief unpalatable or extreme, you might be a supremacist. Do you know what I mean? Because I don't think it's weird to say that we're all equal. I love every single one of you. You're all the same to me. Do you know, I mean, the dog's winning because the dog's cool, but I honestly believe that. You know, some people are annoying. I'm annoying, and that's fine. But every soul is important as the next one. And I think the more people that actually go in with that approach, the more chance we've got. But what you find is, particularly with this Palestinian doctor, people like the Free Speech Union don't say anything. Now, the reason they don't say anything is because the people that create the Free Speech Union, and that's not to say they don't do great work, I'm not saying that, but in this instance, they've been found wanting, in my opinion. They also created the Conservative Friends of Israel, or the British Friends of Israel, sorry. There's too many groups. They've got a lot of mates. But the British Friends of Israel. So the British Friends of Israel creators who created the Free Speech Union won't speak up for a Palestinian doctor because it's against their tribe. Well, that's not how this works. Everyone has free speech or no one does. And you should have the right, like Carly said earlier, you should have the right to be offensive. I find Philip Schofield offensive. I find Ant and Dec offensive. But it's fine, isn't it? It's fine. And so once I think we can get beyond that, which I think most of you guys are beyond that, and there's more and more people that I speak to that are like, yeah, no, fair point. No, fair point. Maybe we do need to stick up for people that we disagree with. Because if we don't, they won't be there to stick up for us either. And in the end, that's what we need, right? We need numbers. It's about numbers. And the main part of it, I think, is about our acceptance that we are in control as individuals. And people don't like to hear that because people want a saviour, which is what I think the whole Trump thing was about. People wanted a saviour. And I'm not digging anyone out on that. I get that. I wanted Trump to be a saviour too. I just knew he wasn't going to be because it's Donald freaking Trump. But at the same time, I get the logic behind that. To have someone come in, do everything that I want them to do, and make the world a better place. So I can relate to that. But this is where it's almost quite a cruel hoax. And I don't know if you guys have noticed this as well. You've got the status quo as it is, which isn't great. Like, you know, people were talking about the new normal, and people, when that new normal thing, that build back better, or what was her name, build big better, wasn't it? Adelman, that's how she liked to say it, wasn't it? When that came along, people were obviously, oh, this is about the new world order, which of course it was, for want of a better term. And they were almost then defending the old world order. Well, the old world order was crap as well. It wasn't great, was it, before? And so what they did with Trump, and I think they'll do it with, maybe not reform because it's not quite working, but with whatever saviour comes next, is they want to destroy the status quo as well. And so that is almost like the cruel trick, because you're looking at some of the stuff Trump's done, and people are going, well, I wanted him to do that. They're aligned. It's like, yeah, but they're not aligned. It's like the equivalent of having, I don't know, like an abandoned school, a massive old abandoned school complex, right? It's all derelict. And you're going, that's an eyesore on the outskirts of Burnley, that's horrible. I wish someone would tear that down. So what they say, the council comes out and says, we're going to tear it down. Do you know what? We're going to turn it into like a homestead vibe, grow your own food, homeschooling, and everyone goes, that's amazing. I want to tear it down. When actually what they want to do is build a freaking concentration camp, right? They just don't tell you that. Trump never tells you that. So then when the bulldozers come in, aka Donald Trump, everyone goes, knocking it down. That's what I want. They're going to build a homestead. They're not, mate. And now people are at that point where they're realising, that's what I was saying earlier, we're at that point where actually life isn't what I thought it was. The people I believed in aren't really trustworthy, and I'm angry, and I'm frightened, and I'm scared, and I'm a bit confused, and I don't really understand. Well, this is the point where people are pliable, and this is where they're going to come in with the energy lockdowns and whatever that they want to come, because they're going to get people at a point of desperation. And that's where I think people need to, of course, be streetwise, have tribalism in terms of friendship groups and people that they can rely on, but also to take a breath. Like, no one does that. Like, just breathe. When there's a news story, or when there's, no one watches the bloody news anyway, do they? When they're scrolling, when something's trending, whatever, instead of going, bang, this is my first reaction to that, bosh, because that reaction will be the one they've manufactured. That will be the one they want. That will be the one that gives them consent to do what they want to do. So actually, it's so important, and I'm not like, I'm guilty of it, right? But to go, because I'll do it, I'll see someone, I'll be like, oh, hang on. Why do they want me to think? Okay. Just breathe. And as an analogy to that, I don't know if anyone's ever seen this. There's a video, I think it was around a time when stuff started going on YouTube, when you could watch stuff on YouTube, but when stuff was on YouTube and people would watch viral videos on YouTube. Do you remember that was a thing? Like a cat playing a piano or whatever, that kind of thing. And there was one video of this guy, and he stood in a school, in a corridor, I think it's in America. There's a wheelie bin behind him, and someone's filming, and he looks at, like, why is someone filming? Anyway, the guy jumps out of the wheelie bin with a horror mask on, and the guy just turns around frightened and just sparks him. And then looks, oh shit. Well, that's what they want. Because if he'd have taken a breath, he'd have gone, right, I'm in a school corridor. Freddy Krueger is not in a wheelie bin in a school corridor. So I'm just going to go, oh, it's Dave. But he didn't. Because of fight or flight, the reptilian brain, he went, bosh. And then, oh shit. Well, they've got the reaction they want then with the bosh. So I think for us, as people and as humanity and as society, sometimes it's quite important to take that breath, isn't it? Go, okay. And a lot of times, your original reaction and the reaction you have, sometimes even 30 seconds later, it's completely different. You see the grey area a little bit, and you go and you process it, and you think, oh, okay. So I think that's important as well for us, is to be streetwise and be quite calm at a time where they want us to be George W. bonkers, basically. So, just finally, I'm going to give you an analogy, which I think is something that I thought about. I was in Mexico just before Carnage happened. I managed to get out early, which was great, because I wanted to come back and I wanted to see my kids. I can't be away from them for very long. So I got out before all the bombs started going off, which was very lucky, and probably made people think that the Freemasons had given me a phone call just before. Do you know what I mean? So, get out. Pull my trouser leg up at the airport, get on an early flight. But yeah, I got out, and anyway, when I was out there, I was talking to some people, and it was funny because it was supposed to be this speed networking thing, right? I'd forgotten. So I turned up, and they said, right, what you need to do is you sit down, and there's however many people, they come round, and they just talk to you for like a minute. And I think what you're supposed to do is sales pitch yourself for like a minute. God knows why I'm doing that. And I'll be honest with you, I don't really remember agreeing to it, but it happened. So the first person came, We sat down for a minute. So I just asked them like what their story was, and they seemed a bit taken aback. And so they told me their story, and it was, again, it plays into this whole trauma thing of people awakening. They'd been through hell. And so that's why they were at this event in Mexico about, you know, an awakening event, because they'd been through hell. And the next person came along. I asked them about their life, and they told me their story. Anyway, this went on and on and on all evening, like 3 hours. And I left it thinking, everyone is as significant as everyone else, and everyone has as a significant story as everyone else. So everyone's looking for politicians or influencers or royalty or whatever, you know, bloody archbishop of whatever. Well, actually, we are our own gods. Like, we have our own story. I mean, that's probably seen as like some Luciferian comment, but that we are significant, like, and our life story matters. The power is within us, and I came away from it, and it made me think of Willow. Remember the film Willow? I'm showing my age here. Yeah, Warwick Davis, little lad. He's not a kid. Anyway, this scene in Willow, he's basically a wannabe, if you've not seen it, he's a wannabe wizard, basically. And so the main wizard guy, I think it's a George Lucas film, which probably means it's satanic, but this scene I thought was quite powerful, where the main wizard is choosing an apprentice, and you have to put yourself forward to be his apprentice. So the question he poses to these three guys, one of them is Willow, is which finger is the power of the universe within? So the first one goes up and he picks the index finger. I'd have gone for that. It's just powerful, isn't it? So he's gone for that. No, it's not that one. Next one, that. I think he picks that finger, which again can be quite powerful, can't it? My 4-year-old loves that. She just does that to me all the time. And it's not that either. So then it comes to Willow, and Willow's like, takes a long time to decide. He looks at his own hand, and then he picks a finger, and it's the wrong one. Anyway, no new apprentice this year. Everyone's like laughing, whatever. And then the wizard goes up to Willow afterwards, and he said, "You paused. Like, what were you thinking?" He was like, "Oh, it was stupid." He was like, "No, tell me." And he said, "Well, I was thinking the power was within my own hand." He's like, "That's it. That's the answer." And I think that scene is such a powerful scene, because I think that's the truth for all of us here. The power is within all of us. It's not within politicians, it's not within Donald Trump or anyone else that we either look to save us or look to in fear and try and petition against to stop them doing things. The power is actually within every single one of us. And we have the control over our own destiny. It's just whether we decide to do that and take that, and whether we believe enough in ourselves and each other to do that. That's up to us. And that's a good thing. I wouldn't have it any other way. I don't know about you, but I don't need a saviour at all. I'd rather my saviour was looking back at me in the mirror, looking very grey and old. But he's still there. There we go. That's my belief. Thank you.
Oh, brilliant. Brilliant, Gareth. Whoop. The brilliance of that was that it was off the cuff. It was so natural, which is amazing. Right, before I introduce the next speaker, which will be David, if you want to get on your way towards the table here. 4 more questions. Well, I'm going for it now. It was 3, now it's 4. Right. If a novel is a work of fiction, what does that tell you about a novel virus? Now, these are not facetious questions. These are designed to undermine the thinking of people who are not thinking, if you see what I mean. Because they have to tell us. They have to tell us that it was a fictional virus. Virus is not English, it's Latin. If you've heard me speak before, you'll know that virus is not an English word, it's a Latin word. What does it mean? What does virus mean? Toxin or poison. And coronavirus in my book, and I've got something called the Globalese Lexicon, you can get that free on my website. Coronavirus translates as radiation sickness. If you know your etymology, you can work out the truth just by using words. Radiation sickness. Bit of hush, please. 3 more questions before David comes on. Oh, he's coming, right. What made the NHS order mass consignments of midazolam, a death row drug, to deal with an alleged respiratory virus? 2 more questions. If an e-bike explodes with the force of 6 grenades, what does that tell you about an entire data center? If an e-bike explodes with the force of 6 grenades, the explosion of a data center would be like a nuclear explosion. And the final one, why do we have a recommended daily intake of vitamin D in the UK of 400 international units, that's 400, when science now shows that we need 10,000. If you're taking 3,000 a day, it's not enough, unless it's the middle of summer. 10,000 international units of vitamin D. Apart from radiation sickness, coronavirus was also vitamin D deficiency. That's all it was. Radiation sickness, vitamin D deficiency, not getting out enough, not getting out in the sun. Very, very simple. Everything is way, way, way more simple than they make us believe it is. Right. Bit of hush, please, out of respect for the next speaker. Oh, just a moment.
Big thank you to David Shaler for coming today, because he's actually just stepped in line 4, and Critchley and Jaymie Icke couldn't make it, so big thank you to David for being here today. Can I just say the next meeting here, hopefully, will be the 21st of May. It's a Thursday evening, okay? I'll keep you details with regards to who we'll be talking the other time. We've got Norna's stall down in the bottom, just a little shout out for Norna. She's very consistent, she's here every time. Hello, Norna! Go and have a look at Norna's stall. She's got some wonderful gifts down there. So thank you for everything.
Yeah. Right, thanks, Carlo. Careful. And we've also got an extra special guest speaker, Paul Gunson, who's going to do a little brief talk about the English Counties Assembly and what he's doing to promote that around the country. So that's a nice little add-on, and that'll just be before the panel. So without further ado, thank you, David, for coming, and I'll hand it over to you.
Hello everybody. Hi there. Hope people remember me. Obviously I've been doing this now for 30 years, would you believe? I blew the whistle in 1997. If people don't remember what I blew the whistle on, it was MI6 funding Islamic terrorists in Libya to try and assassinate Colonel Gaddafi and take over in a coup. So this was really a precursor of what we've seen come to happen in the world. I blew the whistle on that, and also the fact that the Israelis had bombed their own embassy. When I was in MI5, I'd seen a document on a general circular, which a senior officer who'd looked at all the evidence in the bombing of the Israeli embassy in London in 1994, one of those bombs where no one was injured. All the senior diplomats and so on were out of the embassy that day. And I don't know if about you, but if Mossad said they were going to let off a false flag explosion, you want to be as far away as possible, just in case they betrayed you and blew you up and used your death to make political capital out of. But obviously these things were enormous insights for me. I've been working in the intelligence services. I joined to stop terrorism. I worked against the IRA, and I worked on Libya and Lockerbie. So when I came to be briefed by MI6 with an operation in which they were funding terrorism, and it turned out they didn't have the permission of the government, as I suspected, that made it a crime in the UK as well. Now really, what we saw here, and I saw with my own eyes, was the collapse of the rule of law. When I used a legal route after first blowing the whistle in the Mail on Sunday, the Gaddafi plot hadn't come out at this point, I used a legal route through my solicitor to alert Tony Blair to the fact that MI6 had paid taxpayers' money to Islamic terrorists that I knew from working in the services at this point, even though it was 1996, was the new threat to the West. The plot just didn't make any sense in any terms whatsoever. Gaddafi, by this point, despite Lockerbie and so on, actually renounced terrorism, was making overtures to the West. The Islamic terrorists they were funding were the new threat to British and American interests and the interests of the Western world. So it didn't make any sense on any level, this operation. Now, I mentioned these two things as well, the fact that the rule of law collapsed was because when I gave Tony Blair the evidence about this, I said, you need to know this as Prime Minister. This was 3 months into his premiership, 3 months. I was the one put in prison, would you believe? So I used a legal route. There was no question I was breaking law by doing what I was doing under the Official Secrets Act. Provided him with all this evidence showing that MI6 were funding our terrorist enemies. And he had me, the witness, locked up in France. They made an urgent extradition request. So I was just literally taken off the streets after watching a football match on telly one night. It was unbelievable. But so that was the collapse of the rule of law, because Tony Blair's government didn't take my evidence. They didn't investigate it. Well, after I'd been nicked, Robin Cook, who was then the Foreign Secretary, went on television and said, this is pure fantasy with no basis in fact. He had no time to make any inquiries. MI6 obviously just denied it to him, and he'd gone out and said that. He also crucially confirmed that Malcolm Rifkin, the Foreign Secretary at the time, hadn't given permission for the operation, which so makes it illegal in Britain as well. They've got no immunity, MI6. They've only got their licence to kill if they've got permission from government to do it in the first place. So at that point, to me, the rule of law died. Not just because they chose to put a witness to what is essentially a heinous terrorist act. I need to mention that this operation had obviously gone wrong, killed people in Libya. But because MI6 was setting our foreign policy. What's the point in having all these parliaments and elections and so on, the choice of people to go into government and cabinet, if that's all just meaningless, if just behind the scenes the intelligence services decide they don't like Gaddafi, so they're going to get rid of him. Which of course, obviously we've seen going on in the world after that. This was a warning for people of what we were to see going on in the world in other countries in the region, and obviously subsequently happened to Gaddafi in 2011. And obviously certain people at the time were saying he's a dictator. I said, yeah, but he provides stability to the region. When Gaddafi was eventually removed in 2011, we saw what happened in Libya. So the rule of law to me died because we had secretive people just literally deciding who lived and died. The rule of law in this country was absolutely meaningless. And obviously, not just with my own whistleblowing, but then subsequently seeing what came to pass. That 9/11 happened. And to start with, I was still being prosecuted by the other side. I didn't get to grips with 9/11. I did, though, oppose the invasion of Afghanistan before it happened. I said to people, I went on public platforms and said, look, people have time to investigate this. We've been told a story by the media, and we're supposed to believe that, but we really need to have a proper investigation before we're going into Afghanistan. I also mentioned at the time, famously, the men who were arrested with what I thought were explosives on the George Washington Bridge, which obviously who will see your violence and will take up arms against you. And the reason I knew this is because I'd seen something very similar in Northern Ireland, where whatever you think about the IRA, you need to know that the Catholics were persecuted by the Protestants, being attacked in their homes and so on. When Catholics protested against this kind of thing, went out on the march on Bloody Sunday, they gunned down 14 Catholics. They then lied about that and pretended, and that, by the way, was a protest against internment. They'd intern people without trial, undermining of the fundamental principles of a free and fair society. When people are so protested against it, in a civil liberties march, they were gunned down, and the official inquiry said that they were IRA and they provoked all this from British soldiers. And again, I had to come in and blow the whistle on that one. It came out that Martin McGuinness was, they said, had been fingered as the person who'd fired the shot at the start of Bloody Sunday. This came about 2003 with the inquiry being reopened as a result of the Good Friday Agreement. And when I first saw this, I thought it was dynamite. Then I saw it was actually sourced to an agent called Infliction. And I said to my girlfriend Annie, who also worked for MI5, I said, what does infliction mean to you, the name Infliction? She just immediately said, bullshitter. And I said, yeah, that's the word I have in my head, bullshitter. And so I had to write to the inquiry to say, look, the man you've got this thing about McGuinness firing this shot off, he's a completely unreliable agent. Everybody in MI5 thought he was a bullshitter. And lo and behold, what had happened, it came out as a result of this, was they'd submitted documents to the inquiry in which, rather than blacking out stuff that was sensitive to national security, what they'd done was blacked out agent reliability not fully established, which is obviously their speak. They can't put bullshitter on there, can they? So again, this gave me an insight into the rule of law and the way things worked. Obviously, I don't know if people know about my trial. I went through a series of pre-trial legal hearings, which I wasn't allowed to put evidence into, arguing what they were saying was wrong. And as a result of those rulings at the pre-trial legal hearings, I couldn't put any evidence into my case. Effectively said I had no defence of public interest, no defence that I caused no damage to national security. The questions I wanted to ask of their witnesses, the judge crossed them out. Couldn't ask them, so I couldn't adduce evidence. When I went up to witness box, I had to prepare a statement which the judge crossed out, said about, must have been at least 80% of, so I can only say very, very little on the witness stand. When it came to finishing what I was actually allowed to say on the witness stand, I did very cheekily say I left the services because I witnessed a heinous crime. And of course the jury were all ears suddenly. Well, what's going on here? And the judge wouldn't let the jury ask questions, even though that is a fundamental constitutional principle of the jury. They are the people trying to get truth and justice. If they don't understand something, of course they can ask questions. So again, and then when that was endorsed by the higher courts again and by the European Court of Human Rights as this being a fair trial in which a man is not allowed to produce evidence in his defence or even speak freely in his own defence or cross-examine his accusers, the very fundamentals of a fair trial, and they all ruled that was, in their words, lawful, I realised that we weren't living under the rule of law. Something else was going on. And obviously a lot of work, as I say, trying to prevent the wars and warning people about what would happen in Afghanistan. I predicted a generation of conflict. I told people that no one, not even Alexander the Great, had actually successfully managed to quell Afghanistan. So the idea of going in there and thinking this is going to happen, it won't. And sure enough, 20 years after that occupation began, they returned, and after a 20-year occupation, they replaced the Taliban with the Taliban. And one thing I do want to mention is don't forget that these people as well, we tend to forget the reason that Saddam could invade Kuwait, for example, in the early 90s, the reason that Al-Qaeda were able to be so effective was because both of them had been armed and trained by the Western intelligence services, MI6 and the CIA. That's why they were so capable. Obviously Saddam for the war against Iran in the 80s, and Al-Qaeda, what became Al-Qaeda out of the Mujahideen in Afghanistan who fought the Soviets. So it's worth bearing in mind that the two greatest threats that they say are the greatest threats against us were both created by Western intelligence. They weren't organically occurring. So when people say the intelligence services are trying to protect you, don't believe you. They're putting you at far, far greater risk by playing these geopolitical games. Why they're playing those games I will come to. And then obviously after I opposed the war and so on, I then got invited to join the 9/11 Truth Movement. And this was 2005, basically. Now, I should say at this point in my life, I've been through a consciousness change as a result of my experience. Also, I've been very much educated in a sort of liberal framework. I've been at university, I had a degree in English literature, I've been a journalist, run my own business, things like that. And I actually did believe in the system, I say, until I blew the whistle and started to see that all the things I held sacrosanct were not. I started to take a more spiritual view of the world. And this is what I'm going to do is bring us all together. But I told people 20 years ago that 9/11, there was no evidence to support any of the official story whatsoever. There is not one piece of it. Now, this may sound absolutely astounding. People must think they must have something. They don't. There is nothing. I've gone through this, drawing on my experience, obviously as a former counter-terrorist officer. I worked on the Lockerbie issue, so I knew about aviation terrorism. So when the 9/11 Truth Movement first came to me, I said, well, where are the air crash investigations? There aren't any. No, these are required by international law. They're public inquiries. No, there haven't been any air crash investigations. What the hell's going on here? And then obviously forensic reports. No, there's no attempt by the FBI to secure these crime scenes, to take forensication from them or anything like that that might give you some insight into what was going on. Nothing like that at all. I went into it, I realised that, for example, even the naming of the 19 Muslim hijackers They say in the media they've named these people as 19 people, and then off the record they say, oh, we've identified these people through the flight manifests, through telephone billing information, through the calls made from the planes. Well, I can tell you all those things don't stand up to scrutiny. The flight manifests have never been released by the FBI, despite repeated, obviously, freedom of information requests from investigators, even from mainstream media as well. There's none of that at all. And then there's no, the reason, and again, just to say as well, the billing information, of course, from telephones, all I can identify is one phone was used to phone another. Time it was made, length of the call, that doesn't identify human beings. When they looked at the so-called calls made from Flight 93, the Let's Roll flight, they realised that they weren't, one, physically possible at that time, and those calls are timed at 0 seconds and 1 second. There's no time for people to say things like Mark Bingham to say, "Hi Mum, this is Mark Bingham." Now, when have you ever phoned your mum and said, "I can phone mum and say, hi, that's David Shayler here"? No one ever does that. So they're not even good at saying what they fake. But yeah, so there's nothing against the actual 19 Muslim hijackers. They just basically got that from elsewhere, and I'll come to that as well. Obviously, in terms of the planes, the US's own data from the National Transportation and Safety Bureau shows that the flight going in, Flight 77 going in the Pentagon was travelling at 530 miles an hour. The flight going into the North Tower, Flight 11, was going over 500 miles an hour. The Flight 175 that went into the South Tower was going at 410 miles an hour. Pilots, manufacturers have confirmed that those planes cannot fly at those speeds. They simply cannot. What we do have, though, is from the recording made by the Norday brothers, the only recording of the first impact, is the noise made as a whistling sound like a missile. Same at the Pentagon. If you actually look at the two pictures they've released, what you see at the back is something leaving a corkscrew trail. Corkscrew trails are left by missiles. A plane at that level wouldn't be leaving any kind of stuff coming out at all, basically. So we've got absolute prima facie use of missiles, basically. Now, why do people see planes? We know that they've been developing holograms. There is a US paper, military paper from 1999, talking about they have these advanced holograms called volumetric 3D projections. They can be projected out from an object and so on, so that's why people thought they saw planes. It was just advanced holograms. The damage done to the buildings as well, obviously, when you see those objects going in, they are, they just merge into the building, basically. There's no degradation, no kind of impact you'd expect to see, and people have said, well, they would go into they're going so fast. You've only got to look at the footage we see of planes going into a bird, and the damage that leaves, which is made of low-density feathers and bone and flesh and so on, to understand what's going to happen when a plane made out of lightweight titanium comes up against reinforced concrete and steel. It's obviously going to clump, and that doesn't happen. So this stuff, you're only going to look with your own eyes, really. I'll just very briefly mention the collapse of the towers. It's been a foregone conclusion for the word go that those towers did not come down by any kind of normal, the means they say, by fire and gravity. I mean, they've even had to acknowledge in the Building 7 report that a lump of the North Tower was thrown over 100 yards into Building 7. Now, if gravity's doing the work here, what's throwing this great big lump of concrete that distance? So, just little things like that in their own reports. They talk about the pancake theory of collapse, not pancake, coming down on it, basically, the pile driver theory of collapse. But you can see just from watching the footage again yourself, this is not true. The initial top floors do go what looks like a normal controlled demolition, and the other floors go very, very quickly afterwards. You can even see in the South Tower, the top of the building twisting off, yeah? And now again, if it's twisting off, it should be falling to the ground. It's not pile driving on the other thing. So just very simply there, that doesn't stand for any scrutiny. So who does it come to with all of this? It comes back to Israel. I've been saying this for 20 years. I went out 20 years ago and exposed Zionism when nobody else was doing it. And literally, I couldn't believe the reaction, even though I'd successfully worked for the 9/11 Truth Movement for 2 years. I got them into the mainstream media and so on. People in that movement started to talk against me at that point. But let's be clear about what the evidence is. We all know the 5 dancing Israelis. They were caught in possession of material that the bomb dogs sniffed. So they showed traces of explosives. They had targeting maps. They had no equipment consistent with what they're supposed to be doing at work, especially working with a company called Urban Moving Systems. They had documentation to make getaways in terms of transportation. They had false documentation. And then they lied to the police when they were asked about where they were at the time of the attack. So you've got what will be there, if you're sitting on a jury, I think enough information to convict beyond reasonable doubt, not least because they've lied, so you don't have to believe anything they say if they've lied. Now this was kind of reported at the time, but I say it sort of slipped between the cracks. Since then, these people were deported back to Israel 72 days after the attacks, but the full inquiries into urban moving systems showed that they were not the only cell investigated that day. Lots of other cells who were also using this cover of this company were also arrested as well. They reckon there was about 60 Israelis arrested on that day. And just to be clear about explosions, by the way, people in and around the buildings have all reported explosions. William Rodriguez, who was the last man out of the North Tower, the janitor there, he heard explosions before the attacks were even supposed to have happened. So it's not some collateral damage, something going off. These were obviously designed to create maximum chaos on the day amongst the firefighting staff as well. So the bombs they put down were clearly in and around the Twin Towers, basically. The actual company itself was owned by a man called Dominic Suter. He was on the actual FBI's wanted list for 9/11 and still is, would you believe? When the FBI raided this place, they realised it was a complete cover operation. There were no evidence of them moving homes and so on there. And those companies were duly shut down by the US judicial process. So again, we've got absolutely clear evidence these people were involved in this, and that the authorities know this. I'm getting this information from official FBI reports. This is not conspiracy theory. But what a lot of people don't know is that just prior to 9/11, about 200 Israelis were also arrested and quietly deported, essentially for spying. What they'd been doing for 2 years prior to 9/11 was going around the country, posting art students trying to sell their wares, and using this as an excuse to try and recruit people from the American government, different branches of the American government, like the Department of Defense, the State Department, and so on. And they were arrested and deported in a drug enforcement operation, would you believe? They were the ones that actually busted them. And that full report, again, is online. The FBI report I've talked about is online. People can check this for themselves if they want to. But that showed that all these people had long intelligence traces, and not just simple military service, which every Israeli does. These people were experts in things like telecommunications and so on, computer security, all the things that you would need to know to be able to do what happened on the day of 9/11, which is essentially fake a whole lot of stuff. As I say, putting missiles into buildings and calling them planes, creating as much chaos on the day with the explosions and so on. And obviously the reason we kind of know they recruited people was to say the FBI did not investigate 9/11. It was normal practice in the FBI for people to, for the field officers to do the basic investigation. But in this case, uniquely, it was taken off the field officers, and what investigating didn't happen due to FBI HQ. So with all of 9/11, we're looking at a level of technological expertise that is obviously way beyond any form of insurgent group like Al-Qaeda. We're talking about the use of advanced holograms, missiles that are not available to those organisations. So we have clear evidence that Israel carried out 9/11. It recruited people within the American government who are still there, essentially to make sure this attack happened and then to take over America. So it was a form of a coup. So I mentioned this all 20 years ago, and also I mentioned about 7/7. You know, people know less about 7/7, but it's just as risible in many ways. There is no evidence. It was decided on the day that it was Islamic extremists. The footage we first got, the picture of the men outside Luton taken at 7:21 that morning, is an obvious fake. And the reason you know that is you compare it to when they did the so-called practice run on the 28th of June. The pictures are perfectly clear then. Why is this picture not clear? And that's because obviously it's easier to fake pictures that aren't clear. You see that across the board, and we also know again the dead hand of the Israelis and Mossad. Two of the people from the dancing Israelis were believed to be Mossad. That was more or less confirmed when they appeared on an Israeli television program. In this case, we had a former head of Mossad just a few hours after the attacks talking about these attacks being perfectly executed simultaneously. Now, at this point, nobody knew there were simultaneous attacks. So this shows prior knowledge of what was going on. And he was an ex-head of Mossad, still involved in the Israeli government, and part of the private security network as well. It also transpired that an Israeli company was the parent company for the company doing the CCTV on the London Underground. Now, obviously, they have released footage since then, but it's again extremely poor quality. And why wasn't it released to start with? If they had pictures of these guys at King's Cross, why wasn't that all over our screen straight away? So you can see these are clearly fakes. So there's no evidence that Muslims again were involved in 7/7, the same way there's no evidence that they were involved in 9/11. And after I'd done these things, I moved on. Perhaps I'll talk about that a bit later. Just to talk very quickly about the pandemic. I had a funny one. I was on this mission with God, and God said to me, right, with the pandemic, he said, you're going to have to make sense of this. If you just go online, do your own research, you'll figure it out in 5 minutes. So what you have to do is you have to sit there, and why people come in and tell you all these things they know about the pandemic, you have to cross-examine them and try and establish the truth about it. And that's what I did, and I realised that this was a complete scam from the word go. So I already knew when I sat down after a year of this in January 2021 that what I was experiencing was a scam. Again, what I didn't realise was just how clear the evidence was of that, as in I was talking about with 9/11 and 7/7, and obviously in my own case as well. That you've only got to look at the office, the National Officials, the Office for what's it called, the National Office for Official Statistics, what it's called, the ONS. But lo and behold, there are no excess deaths that you'd associate with the pandemic outside the lockdowns. Excess deaths begin in 2021 after the introduction of the jab. Now people say, oh, correlation doesn't equal causation. But it doesn't rule out causation either. Correlation is a reason to investigate further. Now here, obviously we've had something new introduced to the population that is unique, and suddenly we have a rise in excess deaths. It's not unreasonable to believe there is a very compelling link there and to withdraw the jabs until their safety could be established, basically. But no, they don't do that. They completely ignore that. We also know as well, something I suspected as well, because people were telling me they were ordering midazolam, was that they murdered 17,000 people in the first lockdown in care homes. I mean, it's just extraordinary. I mean, to give you a context of that figure, it was only a few thousand people died in the entire 30 years war against the IRA. So the British government is a far greater murderer of British people than the IRA is. And again with this stuff, the mainstream media, the political class, don't want to touch this stuff. Jackie Devoy has done lots of work into this. I researched into it as well. And what's come out of it as well is that there is no safe dose of midazolam to be given to people. The science doesn't show that. This drug is normally used as a lethal injection on death row in the US. I mean, you just can't make this up, can you? You really can't. Now again, there is no disease. This debate goes on about, oh, it was created in a lab, it's naturally occurring. Both of these arguments are total bollocks. The actual truth of it is that all viruses, in inverted commas, are not identified. The process of what they call isolational identification is then going into a cell culture and then getting out certain strands of RNA and then calling it something. This works for every virus, and they do not use a control, basically. So, that is the most basic level of science when you're checking something. You need a control. If I've got these pills I'm giving people, and people, if I give them 100 people and 20 people get better and 15 die and the rest of them, whatever, but that might look quite good. But if I gave them to, there was a placebo there and people weren't getting it and, 80 people recovered, no one died, you'd think, well, this thing isn't doing any good. But that's the only way you can prove that is by doing the most basic levels of science. And this is something I've noticed in all of this stuff. They seem to be able to recruit people who just basically have no real intelligence, that raw intelligence that just says, well, if there's no control, it's meaningless. Why are you giving this data if there's no control in it? So process the idea that we must have truth to do justice. We can't have half the picture and think, how are we going to do justice with this? Well, use an example. That's a man who's like in a crowd, you see him gun someone down. Now, if you're just a witness to that, you think, well, that guy's obviously a murderer. But if the guy was trying to stop somebody spreading a chemical weapon or something that could kill thousands, he's a hero. The process of truth has shown us that he has saved lives rather than causing what would be a necessary death to save life, which is obviously how law should work, yeah? If you go around letting off chemical weapons, you should expect to be taken out, basically. And so that's what we need to have truth to do justice, these kind of really very basic things. So there's no COVID-19, there was no SARS-CoV-2 virus identified ever. It was though patented, which means that obviously that means it's man-made. You can't patent DNA, you can patent these things they make. So this is the idea that they just created in a laboratory, basically. There's no real symptoms of COVID-19 either. That most people had what appeared to be seasonal flu, and given the way they reclassified COVID-19, it obviously was seasonal flu. Now, there were other cases of people getting what they call long COVID, where there were serious cases, but I do very strongly believe those are caused by 5G and other environmental toxins. They're not caused by a virus, basically. But then we find out, again, just simple checking. The PCR test that was at the heart of this whole thing, the PCR test. The original protocol that Christian Dostrin comes up with, they don't have a sample even of this fake SARS-CoV-2 thing they've created in the lab. They don't even have a sample of that to check what their findings are with the actual original. Now again, that should be patently obvious to people. You're trying to find something, you haven't got a copy of the original, it's not going to happen, basically. So again, the whole PCR test was a way of getting fake numbers up for a fake pandemic. There's just nothing about it that is true at all. So I say, just that basic checking again, I realised in the pandemic that everything we're being told is a lie. And obviously over the years, I had to come to my own conclusions about who this was. And obviously very early on, when I was doing 9/11, I came across the information about the banking industry and the Rothschilds and the Rockefellers and the Warburgs. And believe me, once you start exposing those people, they don't give you many chances in this world, they really don't. One of the questions people have asked me is, well, if you're doing all this stuff and getting up their noses, how come you're still alive? And I tell them there's been about 8, 9 attempts on my life in cars, using germ warfare, would you believe them, used meningitis, used shellfish poisoning on me, all sorts of things, but I'm still here to tell the tale. And that's part of my story, really, is that, I came to a conclusion from having lived these experiences and shown this obvious evidence to people in government and showing it to MPs and to the media that they weren't reacting to it, that there had to be some great reason for this. And I realised that we could not deal with those people in any way. That there's something wrong with them on one level, whether it's mind control, whether it's the fact they're just a psychopath, whether it's the fact they're a coward, whether it's the fact they like the good life too much, whatever. I don't know. But there's something psychologically wrong with them. It's not normal, say, for there to be absolutely no evidence of 9/11 and for the entire political class to stand by the original story. This is not happening by accident in any way. And obviously what I did in my own research was to bring together the spiritual and the political. And I'm really endorsing what people have said here today as earlier speakers, that our law is based upon the Bible. There's only one line you need to know in the Bible, or two or three lines, which is on these two I give you two commandments: love God and love your neighbour and love yourself. On these two commandments hang all of the law and the prophets. That's it. Because any biblical instruction, of course, has to be read in the light of that commandment of love, as any compassionate person would see. So when Netanyahu says, oh, I can go and kick hell out of the Palestinians because the Bible says go and kill their Amalekites or whatever, that's not the case. Obviously, you're supposed to interpret that in the light of that principle of love your neighbour and doing compassion. Would you like someone doing that to you? No. Well, don't do it to someone else then. It's that obvious. It really is that patently obvious. But deriving from those, that principle, a whole other series of principles known as the principles or maxims or axioms of the law, basically. And this is where we get our true law from. I think people have quite touched on this today. Is from that process of learning about how things work in practice. So this is law based on reason, based on experience, not some arbitrary line somewhere thought up by somebody, not by what we have now, a bunch of multi-millionaires in Parliament. And by the way, I don't know if people know, this is what came up part of my research as well, was that Parliament is a vassal organisation of the City of London. There's a man called the City Remembrancer, sits behind the Speaker of Parliament and stops them asking any interesting questions. So it shows that we are a totalitarian state, basically. Other states, they have parliaments. Japan's got a parliament. Russia's got a parliament, you know. But they are essentially neutered bodies, and that's exactly what we have. That's why they want people looking at it, because it's never going to sort anything out, because it's just doing the bidding of the City of London. The other fact people don't know is that the government signed a secret deed of indemnity with the Bank of England. So it means that we're essentially being ruled under a secret covenant that we're not allowed to know about. Now again, that should be inimical to anybody who understands a free and fair society. It should be the reasons why you're using this law I'm talking about now, about getting out of the system. When I used to do this, I was doing it for 20 years, at times I didn't know how we would be able to expose these people, because they were so powerful. Anybody who seemed to step out of line, even slightly, no matter how popular they were or powerful they appeared, instantly destroyed. I mean, even Charlie Sheen, when we first started talking about 9/11, was a celebrity. Just said, I've got some questions about 9/11. He was a star in 2.5 Men, the most popular sitcom on US television at the time, and they just attacked him. He was taken off that show. So it showed me that this system, it's not reformable. So the people in it are suspect anyway. They don't seem to be correct in the heart and head. But it's systematically designed to work in the interests of the bankers and the financiers. You know, you get the left up in arms about when the spending cuts and so on. And yet in June of 2025, the British taxpayer paid 16.4 billion to the Bank of England in interest payments alone on the national debt. Now, to give you an idea of how vast that sum of money is, we lost a steel industry for want of a 400 million a year subsidy, because subsidised the steel industry for the next 30 odd years on the back of 1 month payment to the bankers. Now that's not going to get any better. They are saying that it's projected this year to be 128 billion, but with obviously the economic problems we've had because of the war in Iran, it's not going in the right direction. So this is just going to get bigger and bigger and bigger. We can sort out our social problems with that. On that rate, in 8 months, we give the Bank of England more money than the 5 richest billionaires in Britain have accumulated in their lifetimes. So the answer isn't simply taxing the rich. They'll find ways around that. So this is why you've got to use this law to get out of the system. Carly explained most of its fundamentals quite well, but it is a state of being. It is a state of being that I don't belong to anybody else. I don't belong to that society as such. I will give up any protections of that society and make my own way. And say the time has come really for people to start doing it. You've got to really start with an affidavit. That is the root of it all. Once you've sworn it under an affidavit, there's no dispute then, you're under God's law, you're not under their law, and you take it from there. But obviously you've got to have the balls to stand up for yourself doing that. But if we get together in groups and help each other, as Gareth was saying, that's going to make it go a lot further, because we can't save the system. The latest insanity that has happened, as I have been denouncing Israel now for 20, 30 years, saying blowing the whistle and blowing up their own embassy. That now people have seen through it. This is the end of the Zionist empire. Israel has bankrupted itself, essentially. The US is bankrupt. We're bankrupt. So you've got to take the money out. There's no point you putting any money into that system at all. It's going to be gathered up by a load of bankers. So I say you should be using affidavits to get out of the system. The Bible is a radical document. It talks about the protection of land rights and so on. Those using the land have a natural right to it. The backbone of any society is small businesses, individual traders trading with each other, farmers growing things, people making things on small levels.
That's the backbone of your society.
You need to put coins in.
Sound's gone off.
Sound's gone.
Yes. You can see it on my website.
Hello.
Last speak up, David.
Just do it loud voice. So right, we come to the point where I say we're coming at the end now, so I want to kind of really just sum up with all this stuff that I know from 30 years of experience. You cannot in any way negotiate with this system. You can't get them to investigate. The intelligence services have control of
When can you get them to investigate? And I say it applies to the entire political class, don't distinguish between them, they're all pawns of the bankers basically. So it's all about focusing on getting out of their industries particularly, and what I also propose is hemp marijuana as a solution. People say, what would do that in the NHS? But marijuana is God's medicine basically, it cures cancer. I've used it to cure a whole variety of things. Hemp as well gives you nutritious, rich food. And I actually believe the solution to the great thorny problem of the car, let's face it, the car has to be the greatest invention for individual autonomy. Yeah? That's why the left hate it so much. But obviously I've got a problem with what comes out of cars. If it's poisoning our kids and so on, we don't want that. So what you do is you go to you growing hemp and using hemp as biofuel. This stops our dependence on all these crazy economies in the Middle East and everything else. So people listened to me 20 years ago about this. But what you also do is you make that car as far as possible out of hemp fiberglass. Yeah, so you're using it on two levels, but then what you also do is you make it into a hybrid with a hemp battery. So you've got less need for biofuel. It'll be charged by when you're running off the biofuel, basically. Now this is a lighter car. It's also a safer car. It doesn't buckle in the same way as steel, so because it's lighter, it doesn't take up as much fuel. Those are the kind of solutions I'm talking about. But that involves, say, getting out of their system and growing your own hemp, growing your own cannabis under the law. But I say if you do that, it just deals with a whole lot of problems in life that, you know, minor irritations of illness and so on just goes away. You're healthy as well. Hemp, as it says, it's got this rich, nutritious seed that's just full of good complex proteins and fats. In fact, if you're a vegan, you don't eat hemp, you're an idiot. I don't really believe in veganism, but I do believe in hemp veganism because it does provide all your nutrition. I once did a pumpkin soup with hemp seed. It's an eco-village thing. And all it was a bowl of soup. And after one bowl of soup, me, a meat eater, was totally full and satisfied. The first time in my life I'd ever been satisfied by a vegan meal. How much of it you eat. So yeah, just to sum up, so to say, I'm building really on other speakers. I mean, to me, it's just great to be able to see the fact that so many people talking about the stuff I've been talking about for 20 years. But this is a spiritual journey. People talk about whether there is a God or not. That doesn't change the fact that you're still responsible for your own salvation. Nobody can make you go on that journey. You have to go on that journey yourself. I want to act here as a spiritual teacher in all this. I'm hoping to pull all these people together who are doing all this kind of work, undermining their law and trying to find alternative ways to live. But that's all it is. It's first among equals. It is not any kind of attempt to take over anything. So I was taken on a very specific spiritual journey in which I was shown that I am actually the chosen one of God, which is nice. And I'm saying, as absurd as this might sound, and I don't have the time to go into the evidence right now, I was taken on a journey in which I was shown that I'm the final one in a list of reincarnating soul that takes in the biblical patriarchs and so on, but very famous people from history like Benjamin Franklin and Percy Shelley, the romantic poet, Mark Antony, people like that. And I came here to essentially lead people into the new world. The new world began on the 22nd of August 2021. They have been since then trying as hard as possible to stop people going to that awakening, and this is part of why they're blocking out the sun. It's happening on that spiritual level. The sun is giving us spiritual light as well as the physical light, basically. And again, that explains all of the jabs and so on, is to try and get toxins into the system so people can't properly spiritually activate. But we've now gone through that, and we went through another date the other day, Friday the 13th of March, showing that the Christ consciousness has returned to earth. So it's up to everybody to open their own hearts to it now, and then it's up to me to teach them away. Thank you.
Thanks, David. Okay, a couple of quick updates. One is in the criminal context, one is civil. Carlo wanted me to remind people that if you get a red letter, it's just a psyop. You know, when they escalate, red is the colour of panic and anger and danger. It's only a psyop. Just relax, do some deep breathing, tear it up, burn it, whatever you want to do, but don't take it too seriously, all right? That's all. Because remember, generations that came before us, and our generation and the one or two after us, have not been taught the law, so they don't know what's going on. They have no idea what's going on. They think they're being criminalised for not paying something that they shouldn't have been paying for in the first place. In the magistrates' court recently, I've just been told, I've just been given a tip-off, somebody turned up as a defendant in court, so he was accused of some kind of affray or assault, was it? Something like that, yeah. The main prosecution witness, who was the victim, didn't show up, but they went ahead anyway. So how can that be a fair trial? You're supposed to meet your accuser. You're supposed to be able to cross-examine your accuser. So they have thrown away, as if we didn't know it already, they've thrown away even their own rule book. They've not just thrown away our rule book, they've thrown away their own rule book. So it's open season. So don't go to court. Whatever you do, do not go to court. It's open season. If you're a free thinker, they'll find some way of locking you up or challenging your mental health. Do not go to court. It's only a summons. A summons is only an invitation anyway. If you want to know more, do my course or do some course. But do something. Get yourself tooled up with information. Hosea chapter 4 verse 6. What does that say?
Lack of knowledge.
My children shall perish for lack of knowledge. So the first thing you need is knowledge. And knowledge that isn't applied doesn't lead anywhere. Leads nowhere. You've got to apply it. Right. Before, could I ask Paul to start making his way to the, because we've got a high chair waiting for you. And also, can I ask Michael Bowman to start setting up his final speech, the talk, which will be a PowerPoint presentation. Hopefully that'll give us time for a brief panel Q&A. While they're doing that, 4 more questions to sow seeds of pattern interruption. The vitamin K shot given to newborns has a black box warning and requires evacuation of the hospital for 72 hours if the vial is split open. and they give that to newborns. Why then is it considered safe and essential to infants? 72 hours evacuation if it's split open. This is the apocalypse, folks. This is what they've been doing while we were busy playing bingo or trying to forge a career. Yeah? Do you know what career means? To career means to lose control. If you've had a career in life, you've lost control of your life. Career is nothing to be proud of. Right, and I've been saying this for a number of years. I've lost my job as a motivational speaker a long time ago, by the way. How is it that 2 or more different utility suppliers can service 2 or more apartments in the same block of apartments that's got only one communal service pipe? You know, we've got Utility Warehouse at number 7, we've got British Gas at number 8, we've got Octopus at number 3, but we've only got one fucking pipe. Right? How can an MP voted in as a Conservative switch to another party, in this case Reform, without having to seek re-election? Fuck's sake, you've got to swear, because otherwise you just do your head in. Last one now, did you know that solar panels made in China are made in factories powered by coal-burning power stations? We're living through a Monty Python sketch, a very long one, a very laborious one, a very painful one, but it's a Monty Python sketch, which is why you have people arguing about the People's Front of Judea or the People's Judean Front, you know, and they forget about that they're kicking the ball in the same direction, and they're arguing about what they should be called. Fuck's sake, have you not seen The Life of Brian? Right, so anyway, Paul? Well, we're going to have a panel after the next 2 speakers, so don't go too far. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, Paul Gunson.
Oh, thank God. I've got a vision of hanging myself here. Yeah, all day. Yeah, I was given this as a kind of last minute, and a few speakers couldn't make it. I thought, I'm here, I might as well talk if that was permitted. I'm going to do something that I've never done, because what I've got to say in relation to TECA and other things, a lot of it's already been covered, so I'm not going to go over the history of why we're doing what we're doing, but what I'm going to try and do is tie most of what the speakers have mentioned into what we present. Does that make sense? So it's a thread. Now I come at this very much from a biblical, which has kind of been covered from Callie right through to our last speaker, so it all threads. So, can anyone tell me what happened in 1991 on the TV? I thought you were all awake. 1991, TV, anybody know? Where's Gareth gone? Because Gareth should know the answer to this. That was the day that David Icke appeared on Terry Wogan's show. Right, now he was considered a visionary. When I watched that, because I was old enough to watch it, I was actually 31. So do the math, yes, I'm 65. My first thought of David Icke was, what the hell is this guy smoking? Because it was so alien to me what he was saying, as it was probably 95% of the population of the UK watching Terry Wogan. And then he said something that pricked my ears up. Now they don't need encouraging because they're kind of already up there. But he said, problem, cause, solution. And that woke me up. And I thought, oh, I need to listen. 2 ears, 1 mouth. Listen, hear more than you speak. So I started to listen, and I'll be honest with you, I'm not saying this behind Gareth's face, I'm hoping he's still here. Yeah, he's at the back. A lot of what I was saying didn't resonate, but there was just something there, and I thought, no, I've got to listen. And I listened. And over the years, because we're now talking 26 years later, that guy is revered. A little bit like Marmite, you either love him or dislike him. I think the guy had a message 30 or 26 years ago that is now coming to fruition. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Now, I think it was Toshi, yeah, he mentioned the thrashing, Daniel chapter 7. The stone that is hewn out is often misunderstood, but what did it do? It crushed the entire system that was in existence, from the gold right down to the clay feet. What was the stone called? Does anybody know? Sorry? No. There's a term for that actual stone, and it's scriptural. It says, truth will be revealed. That stone was the truth. It was crushing the entire system that we today. Now, another scripture reference that, I'm glad this is Sunday because I feel like I'm giving a bit of a Sunday school lesson, but it's not. It's not about religion, it's what's in here, guys. Christ said, the kingdom of God is in you, not in the building. All right? So that's kind of pulling in what Toshi was saying. Callie mentioned a little bit earlier about, you know, the law, the realm, the work that, I was going to call him by name, Robin Hood, good friend of mine, as is Callie. And the issue is, it's about going back to where we were. Now here's the biblical reference, because if we know that truth's going to be revealed, we know it's going to come forward at some time. I'm here to tell you today that every one of you here is fulfilling a prophecy today, because you are hearing the truth. Not from me, but from everyone that's spoken today. And the reference to that is an Old Testament reference that says, going back to Toshi when he mentioned the thrashing, it actually says that in the last days there will come forth a generation of people that will arise, and they will change the record. Because everything that we've been coerced into are records. So think of the birth certificate, that's my baby, driver license, passports, council tax, every tax. They are all records that sadly we've been coerced into signing, and often without the knowledge, particularly the big one, which is the birth certificate. So we are here today as a fulfillment of that scripture. Anybody here think they're free? Put your hand up. Oh, you did get one there. Or was that a half up, full up, 3/4 up? Right. Freedom is what's in here and what's in here. What we've got to do is correct the record. Now, TECA, which is the English Counties Assembly, are a group of people in England, we're not talking Ireland, Scotland or Wales at this point, but England, where the emphasis is you declaring you're a living man and a living woman, reconveying on the land and soil and not being lost at sea, which is the SESQV Trust. Okay? We believe in once we come together as a community. I'm from Liverpool, but I'm also part of Lancashire. All right? It takes me an hour and a half to travel just to our meeting, which is held monthly in Combe. Right? And I'm in Liverpool. So, cut a long story short, what we're doing is launching that in every county of England, of which there are 39. And it's about coming together as a community. Going back to 1844, when the English counties were actually their own individual county nation. You had your own court system, you had your own political system. You governed yourselves. That has now been centralised, going again, Toshi, okay? We're now under a centralised government where they dictate what everybody remember Thatcher? Yeah, 1984, trying to find it, 81. Everybody remember the Toxteth riots? Yeah, well, I was right in the middle of that because my daughter was born on the 25th of January, and right away I thought, I've got 2 kids now, more money. My uncle had the pub in Blackburn Arms, which was in Catherine Street, which was a quarter of a mile away from the Toxteth riots, and I saw all of that. When the blacks of that area decided enough is enough, and they rose up and they caused mayhem. TECA is not about mayhem. TECA is about peaceful, harmonious governance, self-governance. And I'm going to share my story. Now, I'm not asking this for sympathy, and I'm certainly not asking for empathy, unless you have experienced something. Because something Gareth said that resonated with me is everybody's got their own story. Quickly, here's mine. 2001, my daughter got married, age 21. I got married on my 21st birthday too. Her husband had cancer. 12 months later, after my grandson being born, who was 8 months, he died of a brain tumour, age 24. My daughter was widowed at 22. My grandson obviously didn't know his dad. He's now 22, by the way. 2006, my son, fit as a fiddle, never been ill, never had any issues. All of a sudden, headaches, sweats, ends up convulsing, ends up in his tumor, so he ends up with a hemorrhage, ended up in a coma for a week, died in a week, age 33. 2000, COVID, again, I'm trying to create this thread. Okay, COVID's been mentioned a lot. Now, I don't know what COVID was. I still don't know what it was, but here's what I do know. My wife ended up in hospital, quadruple bypass, COPD, diabetic, epileptic, so she had underlying illnesses, all right? Ended up in hospital, was in a week, developed pneumonia, blah, 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 blah. Cut a long story short, we were expecting her to come home on the Friday. I saw her 8 o'clock Thursday night, left, thinking she's coming home tomorrow. Get a phone call 5 o'clock, 12 hours later, she's dead. So whatever happened between 8 p.m. and 5 a.m., all of a sudden, something happened. So we all remember what happened in March. The first person in the UK to die from whatever COVID is, and I'm still out on that one, was on the 5th. My wife passed away on the 6th. And I believe whatever that was a result that caused that death. Now, 8 months later, my daughter is diagnosed with stage 4 cancer. All right, that same year, I was due November, I think it was. Yeah, no, it'd be the end of it'd be a bit later. It'd be the first week in December. I was due to fly to Dubai on business, but guess what? You had to have had the vax, which I wasn't having it. So they said, in order for you to fly, you at least have to have the PCR test. So very reluctantly, I thought, well, I want to go to Dubai. I took it. Due to fly out on the Sunday, guess where I end up on Saturday? No illness, no cold, no cough, nothing. I end up in hospital fighting for my life. And I believe it was a result of that PCR test up the nose. So whatever that was, and I'm out on it, I think we all know where I'm going with this. I spent 18 days in hospital, and the issue was that, any nurses in here? Is anybody a nurse? Okay. I ended up, and I think the nurse will verify this, the maximum amount of consciousness oxygen you can receive is 80%. I was on 80%. And I was as close, I didn't think I was coming out, I'll be honest with you. I was in a COVID ward of which I watched 3 people die before me, being in that position. But I'm a man of God, and I believed I'd get through this. The doctor came and said, specialist, he said, in order for you, if you go any further requirements of oxygen, we have to reduce you into a coma and put you on a ventilator. I said, no, thank you. If I'm going to go, I'm going. 19 days in hospital, and as I started to recover, because in the end I believe I have a mission, and that's why I'm here, I start recovering and the oxygen starts to drop. And I said to the specialist who came round, I've just been, because I had my laptop with me as I started to recover, I was still working away in hospital, and I turned around and said to the doctor, I've just heard Boris say that there are actually 5 strains of COVID. I said, just out of curiosity, which one have I got? And he turned around and walked away. Okay, so that kind of told me what was going on. So the whole, what am I saying? Does everybody agree that the system is somewhat messed up? Okay, we all agree. If I could come away today with something that would unite this whole meeting, it would be this. That Toshi, that Gareth, that Callie, that Robin Hood, that Cabi, that Icke would all sit around the same table and thrash it out until we had a uniform system that we could help everybody. Would that be a good achievement? I've been pursuing that for 17 years. And what stops it is ego. There's too much ego. It's my ball and nobody's playing with it. They won't come around the table. So our approach, Icke, is to get people to come to the table, because I believe everybody that's spoken today has got part of the solution. Does anybody have the total? No. There are even other groups not even represented here today who I believe would have solutions. GDPR is a massive thing. Again, Toshi hit on this with data. Data is the new oil. We have access to the ability. Oh, sorry, I thought that was for me. I thought it was telling me to get off. So I believe GDPR is the new way in which we can help people to make claims against not the system, but pure data breaches. Anybody ever had a speeding ticket? Anybody had a council tax bill? Anybody had a parking ticket? All data breaches. So you don't have to fight the system, you just have to. Anybody remember the PPI claim? Well, barristers that we've been working with for many, many years, they were the barristers who brought the PPI claim out. Anybody remember the mortgage fraud? Now, Callie will tell you this. I've been involved with them same barristers trying to get the mortgage fraud revealed. We got to the point where we got to a King's Bench decision. The magistrate said, yes, if this come across my table, I would declare this a fraud. And then he was told by the Bar Association, again, putting in the thread, you have to get 10 fellow High Court judges to agree with you. Have a guess who appeared in court? Oh, we went higher than that. King Charles. He walked in and said, we had enough of a problem with the PPI, there's no way is the mortgage fraud going to get revealed. Not in a class act suit anyway. Individually, there is a way. I paid off my mortgage with a promissory note, bills of exchange. The very same people who tried that at the same time that I did failed. Why? Because again, the thread, somebody mentioned it, my people perish for lack of knowledge. I spent a year backwards and forwards with banks, yeah, to get that bill of exchange accepted, and I was successful. And I have the docket, I have the evidence, I have the receipt. Is it happening now? No. Because they've moved the goalposts. So, okay, so let's bring that to the biblical angle. I believe you are all here as preordained to come forth at this time. Now, whether you believe in God, whether you believe, I don't come on it from a religious angle, I come on it purely from the biblical narrative. Callie mentioned the sacred feminine. Right. At the risk of putting my head in the noose, how many of you women want equal rights with men? Put your hand up. Oh. Equal right. Right, okay, for those women who said that, how dare you reduce your status to that level of men? How dare you? You are co-creators with the Creator, the highest honor that can be given. I think it was Callie, I might be losing the thread a little bit now because I can't remember who said what. How many of you are familiar with the cycle of a moon? How many days is the cycle of a moon? So, what month does the women's menstrual cycle disappear? Well, there's only 12 months, so where did that other one go? I'm asking, where did the other month go? If there's only 12 months in a year, but there are 13 cycles, where's the other one gone? So you see the lie? 28-day cycle of the moon. Woman's menstrual cycle is governed by the moon. If you were accurately recording that cycle, you would all come back and say you have 13. So they've even screwed up the calendar. Yeah? From the Julian, Caesars, Gregorian, Pope, Hebrew. Can anyone tell me what year we're in? Here's a good one. He knows. He's a man who knows. What year are we in right now? Come on. What year are we in? I'm trying to make it easy. Good question. As far as they are concerned, we're in 2026. Well, according to the moon cycle and the Hebrew calendar, 2026 doesn't start till tomorrow, 31st of March. So we're not even sure what flipping year we're in. So how can we even know really what's going on out there? So okay, just in wrapping this up, because what I've tried to do is just thread how all of this is coming to light now. So what we at Tekka are saying, come along, listen to the message. It's changing the record. We have the documentation. We need people, and that's been the constant theme message of today. If you've ever seen the photograph where the Monopoly board's being played and the slaves are underneath, we, like it or not, as far as they're concerned, we are the slaves under the table. When we come to know who we are, and that's up here and in here, then we can stand up and stop the game. So just in conclusion, and I will speak with Callie over the issue over Liverpool, but we're launching Liverpool on the 18th of April. And I know a lot of people have travelled. We've secured a bar in the Celtic House, which is opposite the Adelphi Hotel, if everybody knows where that is. Lime Street is your local train. And we've got a facility that can house 200 people. If you can, come along. I'll pass on those details to the group so that if anybody wants to come down, it'd be lovely to see you. We show you the documentation. We ask you to go away and give it some thought and do what you need to do. But at the end of the day, we as communities of people have to come together to go back to where it was under the Magna Charta, under the rule where the people were in control. And let's get back to that time. That's what the message for Tekka is, and that's where, if we can get everybody around the table, we've got the solutions, we just need to come together. So with that said, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, Paul. If you want to know more about Tekka, just go on tekka.live, TECA.live, and you can download information, get yourself familiar with what we're doing. And it is a we. I'm involved as well. I'm national and local coordinator. Right, before handing over to to Michael, just 4 more questions to help awaken someone whose brain is showing signs of recovering from all the nonsense. Why would an almighty God command us to worship him and no one else in the first of the 10 commandments? Why would we be commanded to love our alleged creator? What sort of bollocks is that? Who ever heard of a commandment to love? Does that make any sense to you? Love me or else. You know, that just sounds like a psychopathic narcissist. That's all it does to me. Here's another question. How is it that we prosecute an adult for striking an adult and call it assault or battery, while many encourage adults to strike a child and call it discipline? You strike a child, it's discipline. You strike an adult, the police come round. Yeah? 2 more. The concrete found in ancient pyramids, and these are the Bosnian pyramids, by the way, and Mexican pyramids, is 3 times more resilient than modern concrete. Did humanity forget what it once knew, or were ancient civilizations more advanced than we are being told? If you know about the Bosnian pyramids, you'll know the answer to that one. Final question. Fossilized leaves found in those ancient pyramids are carbon dated to about 30,000 years old. They are found in structures that are clearly man-made and cannot form naturally in nature. Who could have built these pyramids over 20,000 years before the first known civilization in Mesopotamia, and by what methods that we do not even have today? So what we're finding, and I've just been to a talk on that, is that there are structures on the planet that are way older. There's a pyramid that's over twice the size of Giza. It's called the Pyramid of the Sun, and it's in Bosnia. And I'm going to go out there, maybe this year, certainly next year, unless they've called a pandemic, going to go out there to Bosnia and have a look. Apparently you go inside the pyramid and it's a healing chamber. Whatever ailments you've got, you go inside, a few hours later you come out, they've gone. So these structures, and you've got cathedrals, churches as well, were basically communication devices, healing centres, bioresonance chambers, and portals, absolutely. And this is again part of the apocalypse. We're having to reframe everything, absolutely everything, especially our place in the so-called universe. We're much larger than we've been led to believe. So, Michael, are you nearly ready?
If I can get this TV to work, yes.
Okay, he's struggling with the TV. So, I think we've had some very powerful talks to get today. Do you agree? Very powerful, very complementary to each other. People covering different subjects, but if you've got eyes to see and ears to hear, you can see the commonality with the speakers, and it is all about opening your minds and opening your hearts to old, ancient realities. There's nothing new under the sun. In fact, even the sun may not even be under the sun. I mean, they've told us about, there's another sun behind our sun. The central sun coming through anytime soon, coming soon to another sun near you. So it's like you've got to be. And what have they found in the firmament of the sky? They found it's made of rock. What we call atmosphere up there, it's rock, it's crystal. Yeah, it's crystal. And if you look at the Cape Canaveral sending rockets up, they go up and then they flatten out and they come down. Guess where they come down? The so-called Bermuda Triangle. And any ship that witnesses a rocket coming down has to be sunk because it's seen too much. So the Bermuda Triangle mystery is no longer a mystery. It's basically where the military, the industrial military complex, sink ships that have seen too much. Do you want any more? I read New Dawn magazine and Nexus, so that's where I get some of this stuff. But I'm an avid, we're all making up for lost time. He's ready, right. We're all making up for lost time. If you have time on your hands and you're not doing research and you're not spreading the truth, then in my opinion, you're wasting valuable time. That's what we can do. Get the light paper out there, get your research out there and spread the word that is the balance. It's the balance, because the mainstream is nothing but one big lie. Right, Michael, are you...
Yeah, I just get these ladies and gentlemen to turn round because the presentation is over.
Yeah. Should I bring you this microphone?
Yeah, if you wouldn't mind.
Yeah, of course.
I've got a loud voice, but I can use the voice.
No, you'll need this. Yeah, Michael?
Oh, well done. Well done, thank you. Hello, everyone. Great to see all of you. Some of you already know me from the last time I came to the cricket club to present my PowerPoint presentation on climate change hoax. Does anybody remember that? Yeah. Okay. So when Carlo said, would you come along and talk about digital ID and all that other stuff, and I said, yeah, I'll put a PowerPoint presentation and I'll come along. So there's my name. I'm a lead facilitator for Daventry Community Assembly. I've given you an email address there if you want to make a note so that anybody who wants to get in touch with me can. I did leave some cards on the table, but I don't know if they've all gone. So, without further ado then, I'd like to actually also, let me see if I can, come on then. That's better. Let's go to the next one. Yeah, okay, we're getting it there. Oh, yeah, goodness me. Goodness me. Right.
Slideshow. Hit the slideshow button at the top.
Yeah, it's too small. Just a minute. I got it here.
Yeah,
and it was working from the beginning. Well, we'll try again. So. You want us to rely on this one? So let's see if we can get it going now. Okay. Here we go. Maybe it works. Technology's great when it works, doesn't it? Pain in the bum when it doesn't. Anyway, cabi is a private members association. What we aspire to is standing under natural law, divine law, if you like, and that means that we have the ethical values where we do no harm, cause no loss, cause no injury. And if you can keep those three things that others have mentioned in your mind, then that's the way of how we should live our lives. And this is, if you join, you just sign this declaration that you follow those principles of do no harm, cause no injury, cause no loss. So, yeah, you can come now. Okay.
Sorry.
Oh, I seem to have two slides here.
No, it doesn't read what it says. You can't read.
I don't understand. Right. Okay. So, this is the slide I wanted. Within cabi, we now have over 220 community assemblies through the British Isles. Now, each of those assemblies, we start by forming an assembly within a region. At this point in time, that could be Liverpool, it could be Greater Manchester, or Lancashire, or the area we're in, or where I live in Northamptonshire. So you have 3 facilitators, as they're called. They are the conduit of information, okay, that they receive. They get a weekly newsletter and they send it out to the members and keep the information flow. They organise local face-to-face meetings, not necessarily events, but they can organise events, just as Carlo's organised this. But they get together once a week or once a fortnight and speak to their family and friends to get those that are interested in joining and creating the community that we used to have. Now, the advantage of a community, as you can imagine, and we were talking about money and currency and stuff like that, but in the olden days, people used to share their skills. I'll fix your car if you can paint my kitchen. How about that? Or, if you can repair my boots, I'll mow your lawn, and so on and so on. So each of us having different skills that we can share. And it doesn't have to have a monetary value, it just to have a value as far as you're concerned. How much would it be worth to you to have your car fixed, or have your lawn cut, or have it? And it doesn't have to be, one car repair is 4 lawn cuts. No, it's just there and then. It's what you can do at the time and what you're prepared to do. Some of us have different skills. Now, in the cabi signal group, just to explain, I'm also a member of the core team that meet once a fortnight on a Zoom call, but we're going to change that because Zoom, as you well know, can be spied upon, and we don't like to discuss stuff on the Zoom call that alerts them, as we call them, as to what we're intending to do. So we're going to move on to a Linux program, QTOX, which is on blockchain, and thereby, because it's not location based, it's everywhere. And the gentleman that was talking about money and how to use Bitcoin and stuff, he was talking about blockchain. You can't find where that is coming from because it's everywhere. Does that make sense? Anyway, within the core team, we are not a hierarchy, we're just a think tank. So we talk about issues or situations that we want to solve, because the whole idea of cabi is to create a parallel society, but within that, and nobody's mentioned, is that you need the infrastructure that allows you to have your own parallel society. You need to be looking at all of these sort of things: health and well-being, finance, food and farmers, trust, PMAs and assemblies. All the information is on the cabi website. How to deal with council tax and courts if you wish to do that. I'm not saying you should or could. Education and schools. In other words, how do you teach your kids at home? Who can help to do that? There are teachers within cabi that create the templates of how you can teach them at home. We then look at safe technology, and of course I get involved in weather manipulation and aerosol spraying and all that sort of stuff, which is what alerted me that towards the end of the pandemic, that the narrative started to change, and they started talking about we have to do something about global warming, otherwise we're all going to be burnt to a crisp. And it's all you naughty men and women that are causing the problem, of course, isn't it? Because you're either breathing too much and putting out carbon dioxide, or using your car too much, or all that sort of rubbish. Okay? And pardon the French, but global warming is a load of bollocks. My background is a chemical engineer, so I'm steeped in science, and when I saw that narrative coming out, I thought, okay, not everybody has been given this talent. I need to get the information out there. You see, I believe that nothing happens as a coincidence. The people that you meet and the places where you meet them didn't happen by accident. Him up there decided that he wanted me to use my talents that I have, that he gave me, and it came to me one day, and I thought, okay, this is what I'm supposed to do. Which is why I'm here today, and meeting people that I've never met before, which is also wonderful. And that's how the thing perpetuates. I've given my global climate change hoax presentation all over the place. I've even done it on David Cluse's Unity News Network live, and with Chris Brooks, who does LSP film productions, but I've also done it in York. Thank you, Fran. I've done it in at Derby. I've done it, well, I can't remember. I've done it all over the place, but I haven't done it for quite a while because I've been busy on other things. You can imagine that somebody once said to me, if you want something done, go to the man that's busy. That's probably true. So, right, come on, move. So, I wanted to talk about, because it was on the WhatsApp chat on PSC, about electoral roll and the electoral register. Because logically, why would you want to give your authority to some numpty that maybe knows nothing, who sits in Parliament and is given a task to do, when they don't look after your interests? They're supposed to, but they don't. And we all know that because we've seen it, and everybody's talked about that, so let me not go further on that. However, if you go to the cabi website as a member, because you need a passcode to get into the members area to download this stuff, there are templates that are written for you to get yourself off the electoral roll and register. It's free of charge, and that's where you would download them. Now, they've only just been put on there, and I haven't had a chance to read through them because as you'll see as I go further on, there is information on how you should write and the words you use, because the words you use become extremely important as to whether what you're writing is accepted or put in the bin. Okay? I perhaps ought to give you at this stage, if you'll allow me, just a little background as to where I come from. I'm a bit of an eclectic mix between a stoic Yorkshireman born in Hull and a very passionate Italian mother. And I'm also fluent in Italian. I'll give you a little funny story. My mum told me this a bit later, after the age I was at the time. She used to take me to what they called in those days preschool. Okay? So she'd take me in the morning. The preschool even had, I remember, in the hall, beds, so you could have a sleep in the afternoon. They don't do that anymore, of course. And she would collect me and we'd walk home. And apparently one day, because I'd learnt Italian from here, if you know what I mean, I probably spoke 80% Italian and 20% English at that age, just before 4, at the age of 4. And my mum then relates to me, she said, "You made me laugh one day, we're walking home, and you asked me the question, why don't some of the other children understand what I'm saying?" Natural question for a 3.5-year-old, or whatever. And my mum said, "That's because you've got 2 tongues." And I spent the next 5 minutes trying to find the other one. What she actually meant was 2 languages. Okay, so yeah, the importance of words. She meant languages because that's what you'd say in Italian. Tongue, language. Okay? I'll slip that one in anyway. So, on this particular one, we're going to talk about, as I said, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. The science of deception, trickery, and enslavement explained. This is how they trap you. The word bar is related, obviously, to the Bar Association. They've created, you have to say, a masterful system that everyone uses to steal from you. I need to provide you with info on this before we finish with the digital ID rebuttal process that we suggest. So, sorry, you can come now. Yeah, okay. Let me go on then. On this particular, the corruption of the English language. The Bar Association, we call it the Viper's Nest. The Viper's Nest of the Bar Association, located in the City of London. One of the earlier speakers said, "I won a case, but if you try the same thing, it won't work." Because the Viper's Nest, they're always there working on trying to close the loopholes. So just because something worked once, it may not work again. And you've got to keep manoeuvring. The City of London is a separate country. That's why the Queen always had to ask permission to attend the Lord Mayor's banquet, if you remember. The puppet masters of the City of London are the Vatican. And here's a clue in terms of language, because in order to understand how English has been corrupted to confuse and trick you, an analogy might explain what the Bar Association have constructed. and how they have associated that with your birth certificate, because this is the trick. This is the key. Let me give you an example. Does anybody remember Chaucer's Canterbury Tales? You do? Okay. For those of you that don't, this was something that I actually had to study at school, and it was written in medieval English. Come on then. Where are you? Here we go. Oh, sorry. Back again. Right. What he wrote. Let's go again. What he wrote. Well, he wrote it in Middle English. I can't show it to you, but what it actually said, you wouldn't understand without what you call a glossary. In other words, an index of what that word meant, what this word means. And then you'd be able to translate it, and using the glossary, this is what you'd find. I wonder if I can actually find the previous slide. Yeah, there it is. So, that's what he wrote. And it was written in medieval English, and you wouldn't know what that said without having a glossary. And that's what we had to do when we were studying Chaucer's Tales, to actually write for homework what it said. Similarly, this is the whole point. Similarly, the Bar Association use a styles manual. And that's designed to deceive and confuse you. And in event, they get you to commit the crime by so doing. Because you think something means this, but in their world, it means that. They use a form of dog Latin. And this is where I have a bit of an advantage, because having learnt Italian from an early age, when I went to the grammar school and we did Latin, I didn't need any time or homework to translate a Latin sentence, because I already had that vocabulary from my Italian. So it made life very easy. And the advantage of learning Latin, I suppose, is that a lot of the better words in literature have Latin roots. So if you want to write really good letters or literature, you'll find the word you choose has a Latin root. It's often said, and I've had this conversation with Italians, obviously, because my mother was the youngest of 13, so you can imagine how big that family was. We used to go every 2 years. Now, and grandmother died at the age of 97, by the way, after 13 kids. She must have been a strong woman. Now, on the basis of Latin, obviously, it was quite easy for me to absorb and use Latin and still remember it. And I'm still fluent in Italian. Se volete, se parlo in italiano, possiamo fare tutto questo in italiano. Okay? Did you understand that? Oh, you did? Oh, good. This young lady understood it perfectly. So, the importance of Latin, it's a necessary part so we understand what is being said or meant. You may know this, you may not know this. What does government mean? Well, let's go back to Latin. Govern means control. Ment in Latin, mente, means mind. So let's flip those two words. Government is mind control. That's the whole point. Let's have a look at something else. The word democracy was coined by the Greeks over 2,500 years ago. And they coined it as an alternative to aristocracy. In other words, demo meant in Latin means remove, and crassy means power of strength. And they coined the word democracy, or the function of democracy was to remove the power or strength of the aristocracy for all the men and women. Today, it's an illusion, because that's been flipped. Today, the power of men and women in lawful process has been removed. If you go to a cathedral, I like this one. If you go to a cathedral, you'll see a part of the church with a name. Yeah? Look up at the ceiling. It'll be wooden. And it resembles the hull of a ship. This is the tie. Remember, this is a church, supposedly. This is a corruption of God's law, really. Religion. It was made into a business. Well, you know it was. I mean, look at I always thought when I was younger, because my mother was Catholic, my dad had to convert to being a Catholic, and when I was, one day we were in Italy, we went every 2 years, an uncle of mine lived in Rome and said, would you like to come and have a look at the Vatican? I'll take you to the Sistine Chapel. And of course you go in there and there's gold and gold and gold everywhere. And that got me thinking, how come all the heavily Catholic countries with lots of Catholics are the poorest, like Brazil? Well, of course, they go, and they've been brainwashed to go every Sunday and put money in this plate that is handed round. And it's a clever way of doing it, isn't it? Because if you don't put any money in the plate, right, you're made to feel uncomfortable. So the plate gets passed round and all the money goes back to the Catholic Church. Great business, isn't it? So, what happens? What does nave mean in Latin or in Italian? It means ship. So, you're there in this church because you've been lost at sea and need to be salvaged. You are salvage. That's the whole point. That's the corruption of God's law. So they've now tied all of this business on admiralty law and your legal fiction. So, every document, form, letter you receive, right, from whoever is trying to steal money from you, has the stamp or the mark of the Bar Association on it, and when you reply to them, they will refer it back, that company, to the Bar Association so they can create the reply. And it's important that if you're replying, if you don't reply correctly, they've made you commit the crime without you realizing it. How? Here we are. Here is a notice of enforcement that I received because I hadn't paid a county court 300 and something quid for some parking offence, and there was a county court judgment. I don't give a shit about county court judgments. I don't need any credit, so what's the problem? I ain't gonna pay it. Anyway, I then get this letter, right, on the 23rd of October last year, saying that they were going to do this, that, the other. County Court Warrant of Control, Attachment of Earnings Order. Oh, that's a good one. What earnings? Information Order. However, if you look at this, and I've highlighted them, this is not just one piece of paper. This is a hidden document. It's called gloss. Notice of enforcement. That's another document. Enforcement of judgments and orders is another document. And if you're not aware of what is in those documents, how can you reply? You can't. So, what do you do with it? You send it back with the word indecipherable written across it in purple pen, because you can't decipher it. So, what happens then? This is what I mean by gloss. It's a glossary they use that you don't know about. Hidden documents. So, I wrote to the director and major shareholder of Imperial Limited, this guy here, at his office. I sent it, as you might know, with my PO box address. And I'll explain that later, why that is a good move. So I dated it the 11th of November, that's when I wrote. And always, after the year, always write it in words, the year 2025. There are lots of things to learn of what to write and how to write. That's example part 1 of the letter. So, part 2, notice, never write the word I in capitals. Basically, you've decapitated yourself. Always use small case with the dot on the top. So, whenever you write a letter, don't make statements. Because a statement in a letter does not need an answer. Doesn't require an answer. Turn the statement into a question, because that requires an answer. And if they don't answer, right, then tacit admission that you are correct comes into play. Why have you prefixed my name with a military title? Mr. is a military title. I am not in the military, and as such, the addressee is correct, because that's how they address me in the letter, Mr. Michael Blowman. I'm not saying that you've sent it to my legal fiction and no, don't go there, just ask the question. Act a bit naive, okay? You know what you're doing, but just be a bit naive. Don't give them the ammunition to fire back at you. As your correspondence does not bear the name and signature of any man or woman taking responsibility for its content and cannot lawfully be responded to, can you please resend with name and signature? Well, it's a perfectly fair question, isn't it? Your letter is returned, it is indecipherable. Can you provide a copy in English? Very important. That was 2. Now let's go to number 3. Number 5, it appears that you've clearly obfuscated documents to which your letter makes reference, and I have circled the relevant parts. Are those, as they appear, some form of gloss and an attempt to deliberately hide information which is pertinent to any defence? Number 6, can you provide all relevant documents on which you're relying? Because this would, if it went to court, would be part of a pre-action protocol, which I can talk about later. And then finally, we rescind all contracts. Because in case you made a contract without realising you did, you can duck out of a contract contract at any time. If this gentleman and I make a contract on something, he has the right to rescind whenever he chooses, and so have I. Remember that. So, you autograph it, you never sign it, autograph. And the other thing, which isn't shown on there, is you should get yourself one of these. A red ink pad. Why? Because you can put your thumbprint on the letter, which actually shows that you are living. It's your seal, if you like. So, I am the representative of title. The title is Mr., isn't it? I am the representative of title. Office of the Executor of the deceased estate at law of Michael Thomas, I put a T in there and I didn't mean to, Thomas Bowman in capitals, which includes any or all descriptive nomenclature. Okay, so whatever you want to put it in, having Michael in capitals or this in capitals or Mr., I've said any form which includes all that. So I've now signed and sent my letter on the 11th of November. Guess what happened next? What date is it today?
29th March.
29th of March. Well, what's happened? Bugger all. Nothing. Never heard a thing back from them. Why? Because they can't answer that. Because to answer that letter exposes them, doesn't it? And they don't want people like me telling numpties like you how to do it. Of course they don't. And I meant numpties in a nice way. So, the other thing, and this is where I alluded to the P.O. box. Your home address postcode is actually a military location, and it's tied to your legal fiction. Okay? Your straw man. What you should do, like they do, because they all have P.O. boxes, so you can't go and find their address and go and knock on their door. Get yourself a P.O. box address. I strongly recommend you get one. I'm going to show you how you do that. It doesn't cost anything. The other thing I wanted to say is if you're ever in front of an official that wants to question you, then you have to also understand what words to use. He might say, name, Michael. Title, I don't have a title. Surname, what's a surname? Oh, you mean family name. Family name, Bowman. Where do you live? Well, I live anywhere on this planet that I happen to be. Right now, I'm living right in front of you. And what's your address? Address? I don't wear a dress. Okay, what's your postcode? Postcode. Oh, that's a difficult one. Oh, I get what you mean. My military location code, so that you can write to the executor, sole beneficiary and executor of the deceased estate of Mr. Michael Bowman. They don't like any of that because they don't know how to answer it. You just have to know the words to use. So, how do you get a post box? Because if you're going to write back to any of these scumbags, use a post box. Right. So, you get it from here. Write this down. ukpostbox.com. It's free of charge, provided you don't want one in London, because this post box is in Dorset. And what happens is you get a office number, a 6-digit number, like I showed you on my letter here. Where was it? At the top. There. That's my unique number for the office. When you get the unique number, you can call that office whatever you like. I wanted it to be the office of the executor. So that's what I call it. Now, what happens when you get a reply? Because I also put a little sticky return label with that address on my envelope on the back. So what happens when you get a reply? They will you create an account, in other words, with the postbox people, because they will contact you to say you've received mail. Do you want? And they will scan the envelope. And your choices are there are forward that envelope, right, without opening it, to my home address, which they have on file, of course, or open it and scan it and email me what's in that envelope. Your choice. Those have a charge of £1.25 or £1.75 for you to receive that. Okay? So, they will do that. I've used it. I've had 3 replies to that PO box because I don't think they want to reply, because what I've sent them is something that they don't want to reply to. But the 3 times I've had the letter, once was when I sent a letter on the digital ID rebuttal process, which I'm going to show you, and I'd sent it to one of the addressees, and they're no longer there. Oh yes, it was the Tim Moss, I remember. Tim Moss, the head of the DVLA. And originally, the address was in London, but the address has now changed to Swansea. So when it arrived at the address in London, it was returned to my PO box. So, well worth getting, because that takes you away from you know, the post box, your postal code and receipt on your address. Now, how do you want to win a speeding fine, attempt to charge you with a crime? Remember that I've tried more than several attempts over the last 3 or 4 years to find the formula of how to win when they said notice of intended prosecution because you've done 36 mile an hour in a 30 mile an hour limit. My argument originally was, well, can you provide full disclosure of the victim, because without a victim there can't be a crime. They just dismiss all that, throw it out the window. Freeman of the land stuff and all that sort of that. And I thought, okay, so how do I do it? Well, you can see here that although they put my name in capitals, I wasn't going to dispute this letter because it is a notice of discontinuance. The key to this is to say The decision to discontinue these charges has been taken because there's not enough evidence to provide a realistic prospect of conviction. How did I create that scenario? Because it suddenly came to my head, a bit of a light bulb moment one day, when I received a speeding form with all these black boxes to fill in. And I thought, there's 10 boxes here with questions you're supposed to fill in and send back. And I thought, yeah, but if you get one of them wrong, they've got you. You've committed the crime. So I thought, right, I'm not going to fill any of your paperwork in. I'm going to send you the information just by letter. So this was just, I did this for somebody because I've helped at least a dozen people get out of speeding fines using this method. So I sent it to the Safer Roads team. Their reference would have been in there. I always put the first class sign for label that goes on the envelope. I scan it first and put it on my letter. Because you throw the envelope away, but you can't throw the letter with it on away. Okay? Because I've got the receipt that you received it, haven't I? So that ties the letter to having been received, not just the envelope having been received. So, I'd already sent a letter to Sarah Vint, and I'd attached a copy, and one to, on the 18th of April, and one on the 2nd of May. And they come back to me and saying, you've requested driver information be provided. Well, I've already given you that. But to avoid any doubt, I was the conductor of my private conveyance, remember? It's not a vehicle, and you weren't a driver. Because what is a driving licence? Have you ever seen a licence down the road driving? Think about it. It's word salad. It's not English. It's a bit like, and once I tell you, you'll start looking at signs around about you as you walk around. What does capital F, free, double space, capital C, cash, double space, withdrawals mean? It's not English. Because you don't have double spacing and you don't create a sentence with capital letters on every word. What does free mean then? Oh, you mean it's gratis, you don't have to pay for it. Or it's not tied to anything. It's unencumbered. What does cash mean? Means currency, coins, money. Which one? What about withdrawals? Oh, does that mean it's a retreat? Like an army is withdrawing? Or does it mean take back? So the whole thing is, again, word salad. You look at signs. There was one today as I was driving here thinking about this, and a sign flashed up. Again, similar format in block capitals. Watch your speed. That's not English. What? How can I watch speed? I rest my case on that one. So, that was pointers to pay attention. You've got to look at every word that they send you. Don't fill in any of their paperwork, as I said. Oh, come on, we've done that. Give over. Right. I think it's jumped a few, just a minute. Yeah. So, they'll try and trick you. I decided that I would, just a minute, I'm going to go back to here and go back to this one. I decided that I would write to them and say, I'm selecting option 3, the court option. Because I was quite prepared to go to court and test myself. Okay? I received a letter back from them which said, thank you for confirming that you have elected the court option. Trying to trick you. I have elected no one and nothing. Have I? I've selected. That's how they try and trick you. You've got to read every word because there are hidden stuff in there. You glibly open it, read it, and don't read it. You've got to read every word and every sentence. The same way that the Bar Association, that's how they operate. So, having learned how the Bar Association operate and think, any rebuttal must be written in their language. Use their language, the language that they use. Because otherwise they just think you're, the unwashed people that don't know anything, and they throw your letter in the bin. So the following slides show the process and the templates. Now, this was created between what I call our guru on the core team that spent 10 years researching what the Bar Association do and how they've done it. And the pair of us got together and this is what we created. So this is something that everybody can do. Dave created them and sent me them in PDF, and I said, no, send them to me in Word, because if you're saying that nothing should be changed in the template, do not change a word or any punctuation, apostrophe or anything else, then we need to send them out for people that want to use it in Word. So all they have to do is copy it, personalize it with their postbox and the witnesses. So these are, and you see a lot of work's been done here, because for every address there is the DUNS number. You can see them all listed there. Okay? So this is Richard Hermer, the Attorney General. He's also got an email address, but his main address is there, and all the DUNS numbers that are related to Richard Hermer are on the letter. So that's who it's going to. The next one is the Chief Magistrate, and then the Registrar of Births, Deaths and Marriages in Southport, not far from you guys, here. So these are the list of addresses. This is part 1, this is part 2. The other one is the Passport Office. Then the Lady Chief Commissioner, Courts and Tribunals Judiciary, one to them. John Paul Marks, the Chief Executive Officer of HM Revenue and Customs, and James Murray, who is the Secretary to HMRC. Now, if you're sending these letters to the same address but to 2 individuals at that address, then you just put the 2 envelopes with the 2 individual addresses inside another envelope and only pay for one. Of course, because you're sending it and having it signed for. That's part 2. So the last one here is Andrew Bailey, the Governor General of the Bank of England, and Tim Moss. Oh, this is the one that I was related to. His address was originally in London, and that's how I got the letter back that said not at this address, because the address is now Swansea. So my memory's not too bad. So this is the just some notes, because we also suggest that if you want, send it to the police, the council, the school, the bank, NHS, whoever you like, doing the same template, using the same template, because it is based on the material evidence that we're going to ask for, because there are all these acts, right, that Dave has found that apply to the digital ID if they put it in place. And all of those, okay, if there's a failure to rebut or provide documented proofs, a commercial lien can be used against the individuals. And that's stated in the letter. They're not going to reply because the wording is so drafted that they daren't reply. They can't say yes, they can't say no, and they can't really ignore it. Hence the reason I say make sure that you write things in their language. So, we require material evidence, not hearsay or opinion, professional or otherwise, that the National Digital ID Scheme is not connected howsoever or whatsoever to, and this is the important point which they don't like, the fraudulent Crown copyright bond, annuity titles in the form of a certificate of an entry in the form of a word mark, trademark, word mark, okay? AKA the birth certificate, because it is. Because who are you registered with when you register anything? When you register it, who is it that's registering? Unfortunately, it's your legal fiction, because you have to fill the form in with a title, don't you? That's the first box. And then you have to put your name, and so on and so on. And you have to remember that the word registration or registered or register, going back to the Latin, regis is monarch. So you are handing over your authority to the monarch whenever you register. You try getting, if you like, online, and this is a tip, try getting, for the sake of argument, house and contents insurance. You can't fill that form in online unless you fill in your title. But you can do that by applying for a quote by letter. Then you don't have to fill a title in, obviously, because everything is designed to trick you and trap you, isn't it? Everything. So, this is the part of the letter that you're sending. It can't be answered as if they say no or yes and don't reply. If they don't reply, they're tacitly admitting that you're correct. And that is something in law. So, the notice for material evidence this is the page 1, where it goes through all the Latin points that relate to law. Okay? Anyone, if you've taken down my email address, I'll send you all these, don't worry, I'll email them. That's example page 1. This is page 2. So, you put the address at the top, you put the name, last for the address list that I showed you. There is the we require, because that's you and your legal fiction, we require. Failure to provide the material evidence as required could result in prosecution with, according to the following acts. So, you autograph it, put your Office of Executive PO Box number, etc. That's page 2. That's where you then autograph it at the bottom, because you're going to do it in front of a couple of witnesses. And no, only 2. Where's the other one? I was going to show you. Oh yeah, I'm going to show you something else. How you can prevent you getting a speeding ticket or a PCN ever again. As I said before, I would never tell anyone this is how you do it if I hadn't done it. Because as an engineer, I just wouldn't do that. You've got to own your car, because somebody approached me about 6 months ago, and I told him what to do, and he did it, and then he got it back from the DVLA because no, he got a call from the finance company saying he was trying to change the V5 form. And I said, no, you didn't tell me you didn't own the car, so if it's on finance you can't do it, but if you bought it, then you can. And what you do is you create a trust name. You sell it to a trust name that you created. Now, because we talk a lot in cabi about Aurora of the world, I decided to call my trust the Aurora da Marzo. Now, why da Marzo? Because Marzo was my mother's name, maiden name, and da means from. So, the keeper's first name is trustee, and the surname is trustee. That's what you put in. You put your address and postcode and the date. Okay? And you send it off to the DVLA. About 10 days later, you will get, in the original name, a letter from the DVLA saying you are no longer the registered keeper of that vehicle. And a couple of days after that, there's your V5 form that comes back in the trustee's name. So, best of luck with getting that into court. So, when you get a PCN or something like that, okay, you just put it in the bin. They can't do anything with it. I know Carlo has said, just send it back and put it in all in lower case. Yeah, you could do that. But this, if you own your own car, right, is foolproof. Because they can't take anybody to court. Who are they going to take to court? Because they rely on your name, right, your legal fiction name on the V5 form. Somebody said to me, well, can you still insure it? Well, yes, I can insure your car. In fact, if I want to, I could insure yours, couldn't I? You could insure mine. So it's not a problem that I'm insuring that car. And I've been doing it since, there you go, 5th of the 11th, 2024.
Do you actually need a trust, or are you just imaginary?
Sorry? No, that's an imaginary trust. Yeah. I'm not saying you create a trust for that, only for that. If you went and I haven't done it because there was lots of things to think about, 3 daughters, 3 grandsons, all this sort of stuff, created a trust for our property. We will at some point. And at that point, I can then transfer that into the trust. At the moment, I'm playing them at their own game. It's a fictitious trust. Okay? If they want to deal in the world of fiction, so can I. So can we all. So, any scumbag accessing your car reg from DVLA gets the info, right, and without thinking presses a button and sends you that claim notice or PCN or whatever. Of course they do. Because don't forget, it should say V5, but I pressed I didn't take my finger off the capitals and I got V% on the top. Because I was rushing to get all this done. So, that's it. Nothing else. Thank you all for listening. I hope you found it useful. And if anybody wants my email address or if wants a card, I can give you a card. All right?
Thank you very much, Michael. Okay, so just to conclude before we go home, that meme that I put out, which says, "It is against the law to open your door." What the fuck does that, what am I on about? What am I on? Why did I say it's against the law to open your door? And the clue was given by Toshi when he mentioned 2 court cases.
Sorry to interrupt. Can I just say one thing I forgot I was going to mention? Can I recommend that you all open a Proton Mail or Proton Me email address for the simple reason that as far as anything can be private, this is probably the most private email.
Tutor Mail.
Eh?
Tutor Mail.
Yeah, well, there's another one, but Proton Mail. And if you have a Google Mail or Hotmail or iCloud or any of those, they're spied upon. And if you correspond with someone that has sent you an email or you're sending one back that has a Proton Mail address, you're effectively compromising them. Now, if you're facilitators, and you need 3 of them, just create an email address, the same that I created for Daventry. So, if you're, I don't know, Rossendale for the sake of argument, ca-rossendale@protonmail.com, all 3 of you have access to that email, 3 facilitators, because you'll have the password. Therefore, you don't need to copy each other in, because it'll be there. And anything that comes in, all 3 of you will receive it.
Thank you. There's also Tutor Mail, Tutamale, Tutor Mail, which is more discreet, I think, even than Proton, to be quite honest. Tutat Mail, Tutamail, Tutat Mail. Oh. There's an earring that's been found on the floor. It's got three elements to it. It is an earring, isn't it? I don't know. Yeah, it's an earring. Okay. Someone's got a stick and drop. Right. Oh, the suspense is killing me, and I even know the answer. Right. Why did I say it's against the law to open your door? Any offers? Why is it against the law to open your door? Sorry? Somebody else? No. I'm talking about you opening your door. Why is it against the law for you to open your door? Obviously, we're not talking about your mum visiting or your nephew, or we're talking about agents. So that's the first thing that you need to realise. It's some agent or other. Why is it against the law to open your door to an agent? Why is that against the law?
Because you are not the illegal fiction that's opening the
Okay, well, what did the case law tell us? No man can step on my ground without my license. Entick versus Carrington. Who's heard of the castle principle? The castle principle is a catchphrase that came out of ancient English common law, in which an English man or woman's home is their castle, and you don't have to own it. It's where you live. Doesn't matter if the council own it or a housing association own it. It's irrelevant. People have got obsessed with legal title. If it's your home, then if you open the door, you're in breach of your castle principle. You've put the imagine it was a castle with a moat. You've put the rampart down so they can now, their horses and their cavalry, and their guns can just walk in. So the answer that you gave is kind of right, but basically you have essentially betrayed your own privacy. You've breached the law in the European Convention of Human Rights, the right to family life, privacy and family life. You've breached that. You've surrendered it. You've surrendered the castle principle by opening the door. Your home is no longer your castle. So you have let yourself down very badly. There's so many cases of police rocking up, right, banging on the door, and when they say open up or we're going to break the door down, that's a crime on their part. Criminal Damage Act, Section 2. 1971, Criminal Damage Act, 1971, Section 2. If the police threaten to break down the door, that is a crime. Get their numbers and report them to the constabulary. And if they say, we're making a Section 17 arrest without warrant, well, what's wrong with that? Who's been murdered? Am I a suspect in hot pursuit? They use all these tricks to get people to open the door. They are just tricks. They lie. They are congenital liars. Which is easier? To go off and do some investigative work, get a warrant or lay an information, get a complaint, get a warrant, which they couldn't get anyway because no one's committed any crime, or simply tell you that if you don't open the door, they're going to break it down. Which is easier? Which is easier? Option 1 or option 2? Option 2 is a lot easier. And they rely on you not knowing the law and being frightened out of your wits. That bit is understandable. But I've had the police at my door, and you just get rid of them with a Section 26 notice. Criminal Justice and Courts Act 2015. They can go down for 14 years for failing to arrest another agent who's in breach of your peace, or threatening to arrest you or to commit a crime that will ultimately cause you loss and ultimately benefit an agent. You've got to know the law, folks. The police are taking the piss. They're all employed by the same corporation, and they rely on you not knowing or shitting your pants and opening the door. So when I asked a consultant, because I do consultations, and somebody said, when I said to them, why did you open the door? They said, well, I was frightened that all hell would break loose. But that's exactly what happens when you do open the door. All hell breaks loose. They come in, they steam in, they take photographs, they cause chaos. They mess with the vibe of the home. They defile your home. They defile it. You go to bed that night and you won't feel comfortable. You might want to move. They've defiled it. Your sacred space is no longer sacred. But it was you. It wasn't the police. You ganged up against yourself with the police. You took their side. Why the fuck would you do that? Oh, because I went to school and I didn't want to say anything against the teacher or defy the teacher. It all boils down to schooling. and to having maybe compliant parents that don't understand the law and don't understand jack shit, right? So, if you consider yourself an upstanding member of the freedom movement and you haven't been arrested or threatened with arrest, you're lying to yourself. You're in hiding. Get out of hiding and start standing up. When you stand up and you show them up, then all these compliant morons, right, who took the jab and wore masks, will start to see, wait a minute, the police have turned up, but nobody's been arrested. They went home empty-handed. How does that work? You've got to show what the law is. But if you get frightened and open the door, then you've lost a golden opportunity to give the police a lesson in law. They know the law. They know they're taking the piss. If they mention the phrase Section 17, we don't need a warrant, then you just ask them, well, who's been murdered? Who's been raped? A warrantless arrest can only take place when someone's been murdered or raped or buggered, or it's got to be a serious crime. If you're simply wanted for a dodgy social media comment, that's not Section 17. And not only has it got to be a serious crime, it's got to be a hot pursuit. There's no such thing as a cold call even on a serious crime. It's got to be a hot pursuit unless they come with a warrant. And there's no such thing as a warrant for a social media dodgy comment. We're all being gaslit. So it's your responsibility to learn the law. And people like me give courses on this. You can go on groups and find out more, but there's no alternative. There's no alternative to doing the study. And that way you can go to sleep at night. If you want peace of mind, it comes from knowing the truth. Because the truth sets you free. Yeah? Otherwise everything else is just rumour, gossip, opinion. I'm giving you fact. I've had the police at my door, got rid of them in 2.5 seconds. Because they don't want to go down for 14 years, and they know it. And if you want a protection card, I've got a few left. Personal protection card 2026. And you go on the website, and there's lots more resources, and there's 70 odd videos, all free. If you don't know any of this, you've got no excuse. You've run out of excuses not to know this. Yeah, so it may well be that you're not fighting the good fight, but you know somebody is, and now you know the law, and they don't, then you've got to tip them off. See what I mean? We're not going to win any battles by not knowing what we need to know. And you've got to put these criminals, and that's what the police and the enforcement agents are. They are criminals. Not all of them, but most of them. You've got to put them in their place with your knowledge. Because you're not going to do it with your fist or in letters. They ignore the letters. They're not going to, it's got to be done by keeping the door shut. There was a last point. There was a woman, and she's a student of mine, and I just said, in fact, there's two anecdotes. One was visited by agents about 3 years ago in Devon. I just said, keep the door closed and your mouth shut. And she did, and that was the end of the agents. There's another woman who was visited by social services with police, and I said, keep the door closed and your mouth shut, and they also had to go away. When you engage with them, you're giving them permission to escalate. What you're doing is apologizing to the teacher, but you're not in school anymore. One woman got a visit from an agent a few years back. She kept the door shut, and through a window she said, you're wasting your time, I'm a living woman. You can do that. And he ran off. You've got to know who you are, and you've got to know what they're looking for. They're looking for a legal fiction, and they're looking for you to not know that you're a woman or a man. Yeah? All this has been bashed out for 5 years now. It should be absolutely, you should know this off by heart. And if you don't, it means you've not done any courses, you've not done any study. You've just come and listened to a few speakers, and you've gone and forgot everything that anyone told you. That's no way to... This new earth that we're creating involves self-responsibility. That's called sovereignty. So no one's going to study for you, no one's going to lay it on a plate. If you want to embody it, it's you that's embodying it. When they come to your door, once you know who you are, you won't be frightened of anyone ever coming again, because you know that you haven't committed a crime. And as Toshi brilliantly summed up, if there's no crime, there's no complaint. There's no criminal complaint. No crime, no criminal complaint. No claim, or no claimant, no claim. That's civil. Because a corporation can't claim against a man or a woman. And no contract, no obligation. So someone was asking me about tax, income tax. Well, you have to enter into contract with HMRC. That's you confessing on you. It's like, oh, by the way, I earned 50 grand this year. How much do I owe you? Why the fuck would you do that? It's the guilt. It's the religious guilt complex. It's all intertwined. We don't feel worthy. We feel unworthy of our space, on our sacred space on planet Earth. So we're trying to pay off the people that we consider own the space, but they don't. They only want us to think that they own the space. A corporation cannot own anything. The planet is a free space, because the corporations cannot own anything physical. Just let that one sink in. They can only own your mind if you allow it. That's where they've got people. That's why they send people to school. This is the only reason they send people to school, so that everyone becomes a statist and has Stockholm syndrome. No one ever blames school, no one ever blames the government. They may moan, oh, I had a particularly, oh, it was a bit rough at my school, or we had one teacher who was a bit of an arsehole, but no one blames schooling, except, hello, I do. It's part of a genocidal process. Add it to healthcare system, schooling system, legal system, food system, industrialized food system. It's all, and this is what I'm writing about in my latest book. It's all part of the same genocidal process. I go into a supermarket now, I cannot find anything to eat. Nothing. Nothing. Not one fucking sausage. Well, I'm vegan, so I wouldn't have a sausage anyway. Right? One of those seeded vegans, hemp seeds. You can be vegan if you eat hemp seeds, because hemp seeds have got everything in them. You don't need to eat meat. I'm not here to preach about that, but just in case, again, just in case you didn't know, just in case you thought you might go without if you didn't eat meat, you won't. So, all these systems are genocidal, and the only difference between now and then is then we didn't know it. We hadn't woken up, we didn't realise it. But there's nothing in a supermarket that I would want to eat. Nothing. 5 years ago I would say very little, but now it's zero. So I go to farmers markets, health food shops, you know, and that's the way I'm going. And my health has never been better because I've stopped eating shite. So that's your first port of call. Build up your resilience by eating well. Because however much you know, if you're bedridden, you can't do a lot, can you? Or if you're permanently knackered, if you've got chronic fatigue syndrome, you can't do anything. You're no good to anyone. So get your health right. Eat right. Eat organic. Oh, I can't afford organic. Well, eat less then. And stop going to bingo. And stop boozing. Stop smoking fags. It's not rocket science. All these bad vices we can let go. Stop gambling. Stop paying for expensive hairdos and clothing. Blah, 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 blah. All I'm saying is that you can refinance your life. You can shift funds away from the wrong towards the right, because your body is your sacred temple. So why would you put shite in your sacred temple and wear nice posh shoes? Why not wear shit shoes and put the best food in your temple? That's the priority, you know? Obviously, if you're really lucky, you can wear nice shoes and eat good food as well. Or if you've really worked at it, they're not mutually exclusive. But if it's one or the other, it's common sense. It's not common law, it's common sense is way more important than common law until further notice. Anyway, there you go. Thank you very much for coming, everyone. And, you know, there is a certain exasperation with people, not just from me, I've heard it from other speakers and other presenters. There's a certain exasperation because there's a lot of people that don't seem to be getting it. They don't seem to be getting it. And we're wondering, why are they not getting it? What's going on? You know, you tell me. I can only ask the question. People that have been coming to these meetings for years now, and when you say certain things, you look around and you still get these puzzled expressions. But I was saying this 5 years ago. What has been going on in the last 5 years that stopped it from sinking in? I'm just asking. I mean, I'm genuinely bemused. I'm really bemused, and it's not just me. There's other people that would be equally bemused. What is it? Is it the chemtrails? Is it gadgets? What is it? Is it, you know, the indoctrinated brain, Dr. Michael Nails? Is it that the brain has been captured and we cannot take certain things in? I'm only asking.
I'll answer.
Go on.
It's all fear-based. It's
Fear.
based on fear, because I watched is it Dave Murphy video?
Yeah.
And he said, even though I'm a truther and I've done the research and I know what it's all about, they still come for me and they took away most things. So you've got to be ready, or it might be yourself, I can't remember, you've got to be ready to have that.
No, hang on, wait a minute. There's too much information packed into that. I've got to pick it apart. Right. They still come for me and they still take away shit. They can't take away...
No, I mean, in the beginning, so if it's like the lack of knowledge for one, having the confidence, knowing everything, to stand in your truth as I am, you know, I am the king or queen. It's having that knowledge, and also you've still got that fear, because some videos that do come out, they do still project fear.
That's propaganda.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
can't pay, won't pay, will take it away is pure propaganda. Nobody can take... The most hilarious thing is they send you notices. Notice of removal of your belongings. Have you seen that one? Notice to remove your belongings. Write back and say, thank you for admitting that my belongings are my belongings. Right? Because if they're my belongings, how can you touch them? And Castle Principle, how are you going to get in to touch them? There was a case, there's a famous guy in the freedom movement whose children let the agents in, including police, by mistake. Right? And he had 20 grand's worth of audio-visual equipment. They weren't interested. It's all a psyop. They don't want your clothes, or your telly, or your videos, or your... They don't want any of that. They just want to mess with your mind.
Can I just ask as well, in my case, I'm going through a legal battle now. I didn't want to get into the mortgage scam, so I bought my housing association property with promissory notes, okay? And I didn't find till 3 years later the defect, and I never got the title, even though we exchanged contracts and I legally bought it.
Well, hang on. Right. That is very much at the deep end.
Right.
Let's stay in the shallow end.
Right.
Don't want to go down the deep end, because 99% of freedom fighters are in the shallow end. Right? They want to know whether or not they should open the door. Not about promissory notes and legal title. That's the deep end. That's once you've mastered the shallow end, then you swim towards the deeper end. My concern, when I do a course and when I do workshops or whatever, I'm concerned about the shallow end, because that's where the vast majority are. Some people are still umming and ahhing about not paying their TV license. That's where I am.
Yeah.
Well, not completely. I mean, I'm way beyond that for me. But the most people, they want to know, well, what will happen if I don't pay my TV license? What will happen if I don't fill in my tax return? Right? And the answer is, fuck all. in no uncertain terms. That's what we need people to know. Or what happens if they threaten to call the police? Threatening to call the police is called assault, and you can report it to the constabulary. And coming without a warrant card is impersonating a police constable, and that you can go down for that as well. They commit a whole list of crimes. You wouldn't believe how many crimes they commit. It's unbelievable. It's this long, the list. But you have to know. You have to know. But if you went to school, where was the criminal in school? Was it the teacher or was it the pupil? Who was the criminal? It's always the pupil. It's always the pupil. It's always, if the boy or girl is kicking off, it's because they've got some kind of personality disorder, they've got some kind of delinquency. It's never the teacher represents the system. The system is always right. It's always the pupil that's wrong. 10 years later, if you've got agents at the door, you're still the pupil. You're still wrong, in inverted commas. Do you get it yet? But you're not wrong. We're running this religious guilt. We're not. We are innocents. We haven't murdered anyone. I'm assuming you haven't murdered anyone. And I'm assuming you haven't stolen their car or their kids. I'm assuming that all you've done is something ideological, either a comment on Facebook or you've decided that you're not going to pay the tax or the TV license. So these are trivial administrative decisions. You are the chief executor in your life. So these executive decisions have got nothing to do with anybody else unless you enter into contract with them. The only entity that can even touch your car is the entity that owns it. Now, if Michael hinted at this, if you own your car, in other words, you purchased it, nobody can touch it. Nobody. No one. There's two exceptions, well, maybe three. A company that's repossessing it, in other words, you've got it on a lease and you've defaulted. Hire purchase, you've defaulted. It wasn't your car in the first place, so all they're doing is repossessing. But they still need a court order and a warrant. So they're repossessing it. And in certain criminal, in inverted commas, situations, the government can, with its sense of narcissistic entitlement, can do what's called a bait and switch and come and collect the number plates, but the car is attached to the number plates. So if you think the car is going to be taken in a criminal situation, take the fecking plates off. And they can't touch the car because the car, the conveyance, is private property. The plates are never private property. Right? So take the plates off. When the police have gone, put the plates back on. Don't drive it without plates. Right? Alright, so you've got to know the tips, tricks and hacks of how the system, while we're building our own alternative parallel communities, it pays to know how criminal they are and how they abuse their own rules and use our ignorance, guilt and fear and you name it, that we acquire mainly in school. Yes, some parents also give you a good kicking as well, but it's mainly the school. And we've got to find the antidote to that. And then all I'm trying to say is the antidote to all of that is knowledge.
When you register something, though, are you giving your rights away then?
Well, yeah, you are. That just as when you open the door, you're giving your rights away. Because registering is like opening the door. So when these social workers and police turned up, my student just kept the door shut, kept her mouth shut, made sure they could see her through an open window so they knew the house wasn't empty, so that they make a mental block, not cooperating. We've got nothing to do here, nothing to say here, we can go home now. The biggest obstacle, as you rightly say, is the fear that is triggered. So we need some psychotherapy. So I've started doing some workshops called Warrior to Warrior, and maybe later in the year I'll come and do one here, to actually help people find their power. So I'm not doing chalk and talk, I'm not doing presentations, I'm doing psychological and antidote workshops to get people to actually believe in themselves, to stand on the knowledge. So you've got to have the psychological gumption and resilience, and you've got to have the knowledge, you've got to have both. Anyway, I feel better for that. Right, so, okay, everyone now, time to go home, if you've got a home to go to. But just remember that, you know, you are way more powerful than you realise. Take that message home. You are, for those old enough to remember Patrick McGowan's Prisoner, at the end of the series, he was number one. He spent the entire series asking who's number one. It was him all along. Thank you and good night.
I'll just get a card off there.
Yeah. No, I'm nothing to do with this. I just come to do a bit of blah blah blah. Right. It's Carlo.